London Fields by Martin Amis. This is a true story, but I can't believe it's really happening. It's a murder story, too. I can't believe my luck. And a love story, I think, of all strange things, so late in the century, so late in the goddamn day. This is the story of a murder. It hasn't happened yet, but it will. It had better. I know the murderer. I know the murderee. I know the time. I know the place. I know the motive, her motive, and I know the means. I know who will be the foil, the fool, the poor foal, also utterly destroyed. And I couldn't stop them, I don't think, even if I wanted to. The girl will die. It's what she always wanted. You can't stop people once they start. You can't stop people once they start creating. What a gift! This page is briefly stained by my tears of gratitude. Novelists don't usually have it so good, do they? When something real happens, something unified, dramatic, and pretty saleable, and they just write it down? I must remain calm. I'm on deadline, too, here, don't forget. Oh, the pregnant agitation. Someone is tickling my heart with delicate fingers. Death is much on people's minds. 3 days ago, is it, I flew in on a red-eye from New York. I practically had the airplane to myself. I stretched out, calling piteously and frequently to the stewardesses for codeine and cold water. But the red-eye did what a red-eye does. Oh, my. Jesus, I looked like the Hound of the Baskervilles. Shaken awake to a sticky bun at 1:30 in the morning, my time, I moved to a window seat and watched through the bright mists, the fields forming their regiments in full parade order, the sad shires like an army the size of England. Then the city itself, London, as taut and meticulous as a cobweb. I had the airplane to myself because nobody in their right mind wants to come to Europe, not just now, not for the time being. Everybody wants to go the other way, as Heathrow confirmed. It reeked of sleep, somnopolis. It reeked of it, and of insomniac worry and disquiet and thwarted escape. Because we are all poets or babies in the middle of the night, struggling with being. There were hardly any arrivals, apart from me. The business of the airport was all departures. As I stood in some stalled passage and listened to the canned instructions, I looked down on the lots and runways through the layered insult of dawn rain. All the sharks with their fins erect, thrashers, baskers, great whites, killers, every one. As for the apartment, well, it takes my breath away. I mean it. When I come in the door, I go, tee-hee-hee. The place kills me. All this for a personal ad in the New York Review of Books? I have certainly gotten the better of the deal. Yes, I have well and truly stiffed Mark Asprey. I tramp through the rooms and think with shame of my contorted little crib in Hell's Kitchen. He's a fellow writer, after all, and I would have felt happier, if not with exact equivalence, than with broad parody. Of course, even I suspect that the decor is in regrettable taste. What does Mark Asprey write? Musicals? He writes charming notes. "Dear Sam, welcome," his begins. Not a thing in the place is content to be merely handy or convenient. The toilet brush is a mustachioed scepter. The kitchen taps squirm with gargoyles. Clearly, here is someone who heats his morning coffee on the torched wind of Circassian dancing girls. Mr. Asprey is a bachelor, no doubt about that. For instance, there are a great many signed photographs on the walls, models, actresses. In this respect, his bedroom is like some joint called Two Guys from Italy. But this guy's from London, and it isn't his pastor they're praising. The effortful inscription and looped signature, self-injury, done to the tender, the legendary throat. On top of all this, I get to use his car, his A to B device, which obediently awaits me on the ledge. In his note, Mark Asprey apologizes on its behalf, letting me know that he has a better one, a much better one, moored to his country cottage, or country house, or country estate. Yesterday, I staggered out and took a look at it. Of the latest design, the car strives toward a state of stone-gray invisibility. Even my scrutiny it found inordinate and embarrassing. Features include Foolie-eye dent marks, a removable toupee of rust on the hood, and adhesive key scratches all over the paintwork. An English strategy, envy preemption. Things have changed, things have remained the same over the past 10 years. London's pub aura, that certainly intensified. The smoke and the builders' sand and dust, the toilet tang, the streets like a terrible carpet. No doubt there will be surprises when I start to look around, but I always felt I knew where England was heading. America was the one you wanted to watch. I climbed in and took a spin. I say spin to help account for the 10-minute dizzy spell that hit me when I came back into the apartment. I was impressed by its force. Giddiness and a new nausea, a moral nausea, coming from the gut, where all morality comes from, like waking up after a disgraceful dream and looking with dread for the blood on your hands. On the front passenger seat, under the elegant rag of a white silk scarf, lies a heavy car tool. Mark Asprey must be afraid of something. He must be afraid of London's poor. 3 days in, and I am ready. I am ready to write. Here my knuckles crack. Real life is coming along so fast that I can no longer delay. It's unbelievable. 2 decades of fastidious torment, 2 decades of non-starting, and suddenly I'm ready. Well, this was always destined to be the year of behaving strangely. Let me say, with due modesty and caution, that I have the makings of a really snappy little thriller. Original, too, in its way. Not a whodunit, more a why do it. I feel sickly and enraptured. I feel bright green. I think I am less a novelist than a queasy cleric taking down the minutes of real life. Technically speaking, I am also, I suppose, an accessory before the fact. But to hell with all that for now. I woke up today and thought, if London is a spider's web, then where do I fit in? Maybe I'm the fly. I'm the fly. Hurry. I always assumed I'd start with the murderee, with her, with Nicholas Six. But no, that wouldn't feel quite right. Let's start with the bad guy. Yeah, Keith. Let's start with the murderer. Chapter 1. The Murderer. Keith Tallant was a bad guy. Keith Tallant was a very bad guy. You might even say that he was the worst guy. But not the worst, not the very worst ever. There were worse guys. Where? There in the hot light of Koscheck, for example, with car keys, beige singlet, and a six-pack of peculiar brews, the scuffle at the door, the foul threat, and the elbow in the black neck of the wailing lady, then the car with its rust and its waiting blonde, and off to do the next thing, whatever necessary. The mouths on these worst guys, the eyes on them. Within those eyes, a tiny, unsmiling universe. No, Keith wasn't that bad. He had saving graces. He didn't hate people for ready-made reasons. He was at least multiracial in outlook, thoughtlessly, helplessly so. Intimate encounters with strange-hued women had sweetened him somewhat. His saving graces all had names. What with the Fetnabs and Fatimas he had known, the Nketchis and Iqbalas, the Michikos and Boguslawas, the Ramsawatis and Rajeshwaris, Keith was, in this sense, a man of the world. These were the chinks in his coal-black armor. God bless them all. Although he liked nearly everything else about himself, Keith hated his redeeming features. In his view, they constituted his only major shortcoming, his one tragic flaw. When the moment arrived in the office by the loading bay at the plant off the M4 near Bristol, with his great face crammed into the prickling nylon, and the proud woman shaking her trembling head at him, and Chick Purchase and Dean Pleat both screaming, "Do it! Do it!" he still remembered their meshed mouths writhing. Keith had definitely failed to realize his full potential. He had proved incapable of clubbing the Asian woman to her knees, and of going on clubbing until the man in the uniform opened the safe. Why had he failed? Why, Keith, why? In truth, he had felt far from well. Half the night up some lane in a car full of the feet heat of burping criminals, no breakfast, no bowel movement, and now, to top it all off, everywhere he looked he saw green grass, fresh trees, rolling hills. Chick Purchase, furthermore, had already crippled the second guard, and Dean Pleat soon vaulted back over the counter and self-righteously laid into the woman with his rifle butt. So Keith's qualms had changed nothing, except his career prospects in armed robbery. It's tough at the top, and it's tough at the bottom, too. Keith's name was muck thereafter. If he could have done it, he would have done it joyfully. He just didn't have the talent. After that, Keith turned his back on armed robbery once and for all. He took up racketeering. In London, broadly speaking, racketeering meant fighting about drugs. In the part of West London that Keith called home, racketeering meant fighting about drugs with black people, and black people are better at fighting than white people because, among other reasons, they all do it. There aren't any civilians. Racketeering works through escalation, and escalation dominance. Success goes to the men who can manage the exponential jump, to the men who can regularly astonish with their violence. It took Keith several crunchy beatings and the first signs of a liking for hospital food before he concluded that he wasn't cut out for racketeering. During one of his convalescences, when he spent a lot of time in the street cafes of Golborne Road, Keith grew preoccupied by a certain enigma. The enigma was this: how come you often saw black guys with white girls, always blondes, always, presumably for maximum contrast gain, and never saw white guys with black girls? Did the black guys beat up the white guys who went out with black girls? No, or not much. You had to be discreet, though, and in his experience, lasting relationships were seldom formed. Then, how was it done? It came to him in a flash of inspiration. The black guys beat up the black girls who went out with white guys. Of course, so much simpler. He pondered the wisdom of this and drew a lesson from it, a lesson which, in his heart, he had long understood. If you're going to be violent, stick to women. Stick to the weak. Keith gave up racketeering. He turned over a new leaf. Having renounced violent crime, Keith prospered and rose steadily towards the very crest of his new profession, non-violent crime. Keith worked as a cheat. There he stands on the street corner with 3 or 4 colleagues, with 3 or 4 fellow cheats. They laugh and cough, they're always coughing, and flap their arms for warmth. They look like terrible birds. On good days, he rose early and put in long hours, going out into the world, into society, with the intention of cheating it. Keith cheated people with his limousine service at airports and train stations. He cheated people with his fake scents and colognes at the pavement stalls of Oxford Street and Bishopsgate. His 2 main lines were scandal and outrage. He cheated people with non-pornographic pornography in the back rooms of short-lease stores. And he cheated people on the street everywhere with the upturned cardboard box or milk crate and the 3 warped playing cards. Find the lady. Here, often, and occasionally elsewhere, the boundaries between violent crime and its non-violent little brother were hard to descry. Keith earned 3 times as much as the Prime Minister, and never had any money, losing heavily every day at Mecca, the turf accountants on the Portobello Road. He never won. Sometimes he would ponder this, on alternate Thursday lunchtimes, in sheepskin overcoat, his head bent over the racing page as he queued for his unemployment benefit, and then drove to the turf accountants on the Portobello Road. So Keith's life might have elapsed over the years. He never had what it took to be a murderer. Not on his own. He needed his murderee. The foreigners, the checked and dog-toothed Americans, the leering, lens-faced Japanese standing stiff over the cardboard box or the milk crate, they never found the lady. But Keith did. Keith found her. Of course, he already had a lady, little Kath, who had recently presented him with a child. By and large, Keith had welcomed the pregnancy. It was, he liked to joke, quite a handy new way of putting his wife in hospital. He had decided that the baby, when it came, would be called Keith Jr. Kath, remarkably, had other ideas. Yet Keith was inflexible, wavering only once when he briefly entertained the idea of calling the baby Clive, after his dog, a large, elderly, and unpredictable Alsatian. He changed his mind once more. Keith it was to be then. Swaddled in blue, the baby came home with Mother. Keith personally helped them from the ambulance. As Kath started on the dishes, Keith sat by the stolen fire and frowned at the new arrival. There was something wrong with the baby, something seriously wrong. The trouble with the baby was that it was a girl. Keith looked deep into himself and rallied. "Keith," Kath heard him murmur, as her knees settled on the cold lino. "Keithine, Keitha, Keithinia." "No, Keith," she said. "Keith Neb," said Keith with an air of slow discovery. "Keithy." "No, Keith." "Why is it so fucking yellow?" After a few days, whenever Kath cautiously addressed the baby as Kim, Keith no longer swore at his wife or slammed her up against the wall with any conviction. Kim, after all, was the name of one of Keith's heroes, one of Keith's gods, and Keith was cheating hard that week, cheating on everyone, it seemed, and especially his wife. So, Kim Talent it was. Kim Talent. Little Kim. The man had ambition. It was his dream to go all the way. He wasn't just messing. Keith had no intention or no desire to be a cheat for the rest of his life. Even he found the work demoralizing. And mere cheating would never get him the things he wanted, the goods and services he wanted, not while a series of decisive wins at the turf accountants continued to elude him. He sensed that Keith Talent had been put here for something a little bit special. To be fair, it must be said that murder was not in his mind, not yet, except perhaps in some ghostly potentia that precedes all thought and action. Character is destiny. Keith had often been told by various magistrates, girlfriends, and probation officers that he had a poor character, and he had always fondly owned up to the fact. But did that mean he had a poor destiny? Waking early, perhaps, as Kath clumsily dragged herself from the bed to attend to little Kim, or wedged in one of the traffic jams that routinely enchained his day, Keith would mentally pursue an alternative vision, one of wealth, fame, and a kind of spangled superlegitimacy, the chrome spokes of a possible future in world darts. A casual darter or arrow man all his life, right back to the bald board on the kitchen door, Keith had recently got serious. He'd always thrown for his pub, of course, and followed the sport. You could almost hear angels singing when, on those special nights, 3 or 4 times a week, Keith laid out the cigarettes on the arm of the couch and prepared to watch darts on television. But now he had designs on the other side of the screen. To his own elaborately concealed astonishment, Keith found himself in the last 16 of the Sparrow Masters, an annual inter-pub competition which he had nonchalantly entered some months ago on the advice of various friends and admirers. At the end of that road, there basked the contingency of a televised final, a £5,000 check, and a playoff, also televised, with his hero and darting model, the world #1, Kim Twemlow. After that, the rest was television. And television was all about everything he did not have, and was full of all the people he did not know and could never be. Television was the great shop front, lightly electrified, up against which Keith crushed his nose. And now, among the squirming motes, the impossible prizes, he saw a doorway, or an arrow, or a beckoning hand, with a dart in it, and everything said, darts, Pro darts. World darts. He's down there in his garage, putting in the hours, his eyes still stinging from the ineffable, the heartbreaking beauty of a brand-new dartboard, stolen that very day. Magnificent anachronism. The lights and mores of the modern criminal Keith held in disdain. He had no time for the gym, the fancy restaurant, the buxom bestseller, the foreign holiday. He had never taken any exercise, unless you counted burgling, running away, and getting beaten up. He had never knowingly drunk a glass of wine, or only when he was well past caring. He had never read a book. We here exclude darts, master the discipline. And he had never been out of London, except once, when he went to America. He journeyed there with a friend, also a young cheat, also a dartsman, also called Keith Double. The plane was overbooked, and the two Keiths were seated 20 rows apart. They stilled their terror with murderous drinking, courtesy of stewardess and duty-free bag, and by shouting out every 10 seconds or so, "Cheers, Keith!" We can imagine the amusement of their fellow passengers, who logged over 1,000 of these shouts during the 7-hour flight. After disembarking at New York, Keith Talent was admitted to the public hospital in Long Island City. 3 days later, when he began to stagger out to the stairwell for his smokes, he encountered Keith Double. "Cheers, Keith!" The mandatory health insurance turned out to cover alcohol poisoning, so everyone was happy, and became even happier when the two Keiths recovered in time to make their return flight. Keith Double was in advertising now, and had frequently returned to America. Keith hadn't. He was still cheating on the streets of London. And the world and history could not be reordered in a way that would make sense to him. Some distance up the beach in Plymouth, Massachusetts, there once lay a large boulder, reputedly the first chunk of America to be touched by the Pilgrim's feet. Identified in the 18th century, this opening sample of U.S. real estate had to be moved closer to the shore in order to satisfy expectations of how history ought to happen. To satisfy Keith, to get anywhere with Keith, you'd need to fix the entire planet. Great scene shiftings, colossal rearrangements at the back of his mind. And then the tabloid face would have to crease and pucker. Keith didn't look like a murderer. He looked like a murderer's dog. No disrespect to Keith's dog, Clive, who had signed on well before the fact, and whom Keith didn't in the least resemble anyway. Keith looked like a murderer's dog, eager familiar of ripper or body snatcher or grave stalker. His eyes held a strange radiance. For a moment it reminded you of health hidden or sleeping or otherwise mysteriously absent. Though frequently bloodshot, the eyes seemed to pierce. In fact, the light sprang off them. And it wasn't at all pleasant or encouraging, this one-way splendor. His eyes were television. The face itself was leonine, puffy with hungers, and as dry as soft fur. Keith's crowning glory, his hair, was thick and full-bodied, but it always had the look of being recently washed, imperfectly rinsed, and then, still slick with cheap shampoo, slow-dried in a huddled pub, the thermals of the booze, the sallowing fag smoke. Those eyes and their urban severity, like the desolating gaiety of a fundless pediatric hospital, welcome to the Peter Pan ward, or like a criminal's cream Rolls-Royce, parked at dusk between a tube station and a flower stall. The eyes of Keith Talent shone with tremendous accommodations made to money. And murder? The eyes. Was there enough blood in them for that? Not now. Not yet. He had the talent, somewhere, but he would need the murderee to bring it out. Soon he would find the lady, or she would find him. Chick purchase? Chick? It's hugely unsuitable for such a celebrated bruiser and satiromaniac. A diminutive of Charles. In America, it's Chuck. In England, apparently, it's Chick. Some name. Some country. Of course, I write these words in the awed hush that follows my completion of the first chapter. I don't dare go through it yet. I wonder if I ever will. For reasons not yet altogether clear, I seem to have adopted a jovial and lordly tone. It seems antique, corrupt, like Keith. Remember, though, Keith is modern. Anyway, I expect to get better at this, and soon I must face the murderee. It would be nice to expatiate on how good it feels, after all these years, to sit down and actually start writing fiction. But let's not get any big ideas. This is actually happening. How do I know, for instance, that Keith works as a cheat? Because he tried to cheat me on the way in from Heathrow. I'd been standing under the sign saying taxis for about a half hour when the Royal Blue Cavalier made its second circuit and pulled up at the bay. Out he climbed. "Taxi, sir," he said, and picked up my bag matter-of-factly in the line of professional routine. "That's not a taxi." Then he said, "No danger. You won't get a cab here, pal. No way." I asked for a price, and he gave me one, an outlandish sum. "Limo, innit?" he explained. "That's not a limo, either. It's just a car." "We'll go by what's on the clock, yeah?" he said, but I was already climbing into the back and was fast asleep before we pulled away. I awoke some time later. We were approaching Slough, and the meter said £54.50. Slough? His eyes were burning at me warily in the rearview mirror. Wait a second, I began. One thing about my illness or condition, I've never been braver. It empowers me. I can feel it. Like looking for the right words and finding them, finding the powers. Listen, I know my way around. I'm not over here to see Harrods and Buckingham Palace and Stratford-on-Avon. I don't say 20 quids and Trafalgar Square and Barnet. Slough? Come on. If this is a kidnap or a murder, then we'll discuss it. If not, take me to London for the amount we agreed. He pulled over unhurriedly. Oh, Christ, I thought, this really is a murder. He turned around and showed me a confiding sneer. What it is, he said. What it is, okay, I seen you was asleep. I thought, he's asleep, looks as though he could use it. I know, I'll pop in on me mum. Disregard that, he said, jerking his head in brutal dismissal toward the clock, which was of curious design and possibly home manufacture, and now said £63.80. Don't mind, do you, pal? He pointed to a line of pebble-dash semis. We were, I now saw, in some kind of dormitory estate, green-patched, shopless. She's sick like. Won't be 5 minutes. Okay. What's that? I said. I referred to the sounds coming from the car stereo, solid thunks followed by shouted numbers against a savage background of taunts and screams. Darts, he said, and switched it off. I'd ask you in, but me old mum. Here, read this. So I sat in the back of the Cavalier while my driver went to see his mum. Actually, he was doing nothing of the kind. What he was doing, as he would later proudly confide, was wheelbarrowing a lightly clad Annalise Furnish around the living room while her current protector, who worked nights, slept with his legendary soundness in the room above. I held in my hands a 4-page brochure pressed on me by the murderer, though of course he wasn't a murderer yet, he had a way to go. On the back was a color photograph of the Queen and a crudely superimposed perfume bottle. Outrage by Ambrosio. On the front was a black-and-white photograph of my driver, smiling unreliably. Keith Talent, it said. Chauffeur and courier services. Own limousine. Casino consultant. Luxury goods and celebrity purchases. Darts lessons given. London operative for Ambrosio of Milan, perfumes and furs. There followed some more information about the perfumes, scandal, outrage, and minor lines called mirage, disguise, duplicity, and sting. And beneath, in double quotes, accompanied by an address and telephone number with misplaced apostrophes, Keith's the name, Sense the game. The two middle pages of the brochure were blank. I folded it into my middle pocket, quite idly, but it has since proved invaluable to me. With sloping gait and 2 casual corrections of the belt, Keith came down the garden path. There was 143 pounds 10 on the blatting clock when the car pulled up and I awoke again. Slowly I climbed from the car's slept-in trailer smell, as if from a second aircraft, and unbent myself in front of the house, and the house massive, like an ancient terminal. "The States? Love the place," Keith was saying. "New York? Love it. Madison Square, Park Central, love the place." He paused with a flinch as he lifted my bag from the trunk. "It's a church," he said, wonderingly. "It used to be a rectory or vicarage or something." I pointed to an engraved panel high up in the masonry, Anno Domini 1876. 1876, he said. "So some vicar had all this." It was clear from his face that Keith was now pondering the tragic decline in the demand for vicars. Well, people still wanted the goods, the stuff for which vicars of various kinds were the middlemen, but they didn't want vicars. Making no small display of the courtesy, Keith carried my bag in through the fenced front garden and stood there while I got my keys from the lady downstairs. Now, the speed of light doesn't come up very often in everyday life, only when lightning strikes. The speed of sound is more familiar. That man in the distance with a hammer. Anyway, a Mach 2 event is a sudden event, and that's what Keith and I was suddenly cowering from. The massed frequencies of 3 jet planes ripping past over the rooftops. "Jesus," said Keith, and I said it too. "What's all that about?" I asked. Keith shrugged with equanimity, with mild hauteur. "Cloaked in secrecy, innit? All veiled in secrecy as such." We entered through a second front door and climbed a broad flight of stairs. I think we were about equally impressed by the opulence and elaboration of the apartment. This is some joint, I have to admit. After a few weeks here, even the great Presley would have started to pine for the elegance and simplicity of Graceland. Keith cast his bright glance around the place with a Luda's cruel yet professional eye. For the second time that morning, I nonchalantly reviewed the possibility that I was about to be murdered. Keith would be out of here 10 minutes later, my flight bag over his shoulder, lumpy with appurtenances. Instead, he asked me who owned the place and what he did. I told him. Keith looked skeptical. This just wasn't right. "Mostly for theater and television," I said. Now all was clear. "TV," he said coolly. For some reason I added, "I'm in TV too." Keith nodded, much enlightened, somewhat chastened also, and I have to say, it touched me, this chastened look. Of course, he was thinking, TV people all know each other and fly to and from the great cities and borrow each other's flats. Common sense. Yes, behind all the surface activity of Keith's eyes, there formed the vision of a heavenly elite, cross-hatching the troposphere like satellite TV. Above it all. "Yeah, well, I'm due to appear on TV myself, hopefully, in a month or two. Darts." "Darts?" "Darts." And then it began. He stayed for 3.5 hours. People are amazing, aren't they? They'll tell you everything if you give them time. And I've always been a good listener. I've always been a talented listener. I really do want to hear it. I don't know why. Of course, at that stage I was perfectly disinterested. I had no idea what was happening, what was forming right in front of me. Within 15 minutes I was being told in shocking detail about Annalise, and Iqbala, and Trish, and Debbie. Laconic but unabashed mentions of wife and daughter. And then all that stuff about violent crime and chick purchase, and New York. True, I gave him a fair amount to drink, beer or lager, plentifully heaped like bombs on their racks in Mark Asprey's refrigerator. In the end, he charged me £25 for the ride, special TV rate, perhaps, and gave me a ballpoint pen shaped like a dart, with which I now write these words. He also told me that he could be found every lunchtime and every evening in a pub called the Black Cross on the Portobello Road. I would find him there right enough, and so would the lady. When Keith left, I sacked out immediately. Not that I had much say in the matter. 22 hours later, I opened my eyes again and was greeted by an unwelcome and distressing sight. Myself on the ceiling mirror. There's a mirror on the headboard, too, and one on the facing wall. It's a chamber of mirrors in there, a hell of mirrors. I looked not well. I seemed to be pleading with me, myself. Dr. Slizzard says I have about 3 months more of this to get through, and then everything will change. I have been out and about a bit since then. Yes, I have made several tremulous sorties. The first thing I noticed in the street, I almost stepped in it, struck me as quintessentially English. A soaked loaf of white bread, like the brains of an animal much stupider than any sheep. So far, though, it doesn't seem as bad as some people like to say. At least it's intelligible, more or less. 10 years I've been gone, and what's been happening? 10 years of relative decline. If London's a pub, and you want the whole story, then where do you go? You go to a London pub. And that single instant in the Black Cross set the whole story in motion. Keith's in the bag. Keith's cool. And I am now cultivating our third party, the foil, the foal, Guy Clinch, who, to my horror, seems to be a genuinely delightful human being. I find I have a vast talent for ingratiation, but none of this would ever have gotten started without the girl. It didn't have a hope in hell without the girl. Nicholas 6 was the miracle, the absolute Donnay. She's perfect for me. And now she'll be taking things into her own hands. The English, Lord love them, they talk about the weather. But so does everybody else on Earth these days. Right now, the weather is super-atmospheric, and therefore, in a sense, super-meteorological. Can you really call it weather? It will stay like this for the rest of the summer, they say. I approve, with one qualification. It's picked the wrong year to happen in. The year of behaving strangely. I look out at it. The weather, if we can still call it that, is frequently very beautiful, but it seems to bring me close to hysteria, as indeed does everything now. Chapter 2. The Murderee. The black cab will move away, unrecallably and forever, its driver paid and handsomely tipped by the murderee. She will walk down the dead-end street. The heavy car will be waiting. Its lights will come on as it lumbers towards her. It will stop and idle as the passenger door swings open. His face will be barred in darkness, but she will see shattered glass on the passenger seat and the car tool ready on his lap. Get in. She will lean forward. You, she will say in intense recognition. Always you. Get in. And in she'll climb. What is this destiny or condition? What is it? What does it mean to be a murderee? In the case of Nicholas 6, tall, dark, and 34, it was bound up with a delusion lifelong and not in itself unmanageable. Right from the start, from the moment that her thoughts began to be consecutive, Nicola knew two strange things. The second strange thing was that she must never tell anyone about the first strange thing. The first strange thing was this. She always knew what was going to happen next. Not all the time. The gift was not obsessively consulted, and not every little detail, but she always knew what was going to happen next. Right from the start, she had a friend, Enola Gay. Enola wasn't real. Enola came from inside the head of Nicola 6. Nicola was an only child and knew she always would be. You can imagine how things might work out. Nicola is 7 years old, for instance, and her parents are taking her on a picnic with another family. Why, pretty Dominique will be there, a friend perhaps, a living friend for the only child. But little Nicola, immersed in romantic thoughts and perfectly happy with Enola, doesn't want to come along. Watch how she screams and grips. She doesn't want to come along because she knows that the afternoon will end in disaster, in blood and iodine and tears. And so it proves. 100 yards from the grown-ups, so impenetrably arrayed round the square sheet in the sunshine, Nicola stands on the crest of a slope with her new friend, pretty Dominique. And of course, Nicola knows what is going to happen next. The girl will hesitate or stumble. Reaching out to steady her, Nicola will accidentally propel her playmate downwards, down into the rocks and the briars. She will then have to run and shout and drive in silence somewhere and sit on the hospital bench swinging her feet and listlessly asking for ice cream. And so it proves. On television at the age of 4, she saw the warnings and the circles of concentric devastation, with London like a bullseye in the center of the board. She knew that would happen, too. It was just a matter of time. When Nicola was good, she was very, very good. But when she was bad... About her parents, she had no feelings one way or the other. This was her silent, inner secret. They both died, anyway, together, as she had always known they would. So why hate them? So why love them? After she got the call, she drove reflexively to the airport. The car itself was like a tunnel of cold wind. An airline official showed her into the VIP lounge. It contained a bar and 40 or 50 people in varying degrees of distress. She drank the brandy pressed on her by the steward. "Free," he confirmed. Television was wheeled in, and then, incredibly, even Nicola was consternated, they showed live film of the scattered wreckage and the body bags lined up on fields of France. In the VIP lounge, there were scenes of protest and violent rejection. One old man kept distractedly offering money to a uniformed PR officer. Coldly, Nicola drank more brandy, wondering how death could take people so unprepared. That night she had acrobatic sex with some unforgivable pilot. She was 19 by this time and had long left home. Potently, magically, uncontrollably attractive, Nicola was not yet beautiful, but already she was an ill wind blowing no good. Considered more generally, when you look at the human wreckage she left in her slipstream, the nervous collapses, the shattered careers, the suicide bids, the blighted marriages, and rottener divorces, Nicola's knack of reading the future left her with one or two firm assurances, that no one would ever love her enough, and those that did were not worth being loved enough by. The typical Nicola romance would end near the doorway of her attic flat, with the man of the moment sprinting down the passage, his trousers round his knees, a ripped jacket thrown over his ripped shirt, and hotly followed by Nicola herself, now in a nightdress, now in underwear, now naked beneath a half-furled towel, either to speed him on his way with a blood libel and a skillfully hurled ashtray, or else to win back his love by apologies, by caresses, or by main force. In any event, the man of the moment invariably kept going. Often she would fly right out into the street. On several occasions she had taken a brick to the waiting car. On several more she had lain down in front of it. All this changed nothing, of course. The car would always leave at the highest speed of which it was mechanically capable, though sometimes, admittedly, in reverse. Nicola's men and their escape velocities. Back in the flat, staunching her wrists, perhaps, or pressing an ice cube to her lip, or a lump of meat to her eye, Nicola would look at herself in the mirror, would look at what remained, and think, how strange. How strange that she had been right all along. She knew it would end like this, and so it proved. The diary she kept was therefore just the chronicle of a death foretold. One of those people who should never drink anything at all, Nicola drank a very great deal. But it depended. A couple of mornings a month, stiff with pride, deafened with aspirin, and reckless with Bloody Marys, Nicola would adumbrate serious reform. For example, only 2 colossal cocktails before dinner, a broad maximum of half a bottle of wine with her meal, and then just the 1 whiskey or digestif before bedtime. She would frequently stick to the new regime right up to and certainly including the whiskey or digestif before bedtime the following day. By then, bedtime looked a long way off. There was always a lot of shouting and fist-fighting to do before bedtime. And what about after bedtime, or after the first bedtime, with several bouts of one thing or the other still to go? So she always failed. She could see herself failing. There she was, clearly failing. And so she failed. Did Nicholas Six drink alone? Yes, she drank alone, you bet. And why did she drink alone? Because she was alone. And she was alone now at night more than formerly. What could never be endured, it turned out, was the last swathe of time before sleep came, the path from larger day to huger night, a little death when the mind was still alive and fluttering. Thus the glass banged down on the round table. The supposedly odorless ashtray gave its last weak swirl, and then the baby walk, the smudged trend to the loathed bedding. That was how it had to end. The other ending, the real death, the last thing that already existed in the future, was now growing in size as she moved forward to confront or greet it. Where would she see the murderer? Where would she find him? In the park, the library, in the sad cafe, or walking past her in the street half-naked with a plank over his shoulder? The murder had a place and a date, even a time, some minutes after midnight on her 35th birthday. Nicola would click through the darkness of the dead-end street. Then the car, the grunt of its brakes, the door swinging open, and the murderer, his face in shadow, the car tool on his lap, one hand extended to seize her hair, saying, "Get in. Get in." And in she climbed. It was fixed. It was written. The murderer was not yet a murderer, but the murderee had always been a murderee. Where would she find him? How would she dream him? When would she summon him? On the important morning, she awoke wet with the usual nightmares. She went straight to her bath and lay there for a long time, round-eyed, with her hair pinned up. On important days, she always felt herself to be the object of scrutiny, lewd and furious scrutiny. Her head now looked small or telescoped, set against the squirming refractions of the giantess beneath the water. She rose with dramatic suddenness from the bath and paused before reaching for the towel. Then she stood naked in the middle of the warm room. Her mouth was full and unusually wide. Her mother had always said it was a whore's mouth. It seemed to have an extra half-inch at either wing, like the mouth of the clown girl in pornography. But the cheeks of the pornographic clown girl would be painted white, whiter than the teeth. Nicola's face was always dark, and her teeth had a shadowy luster, slanting inwards, as if to balance the breadth of the lips, or just through the suction of the devouring soul. Her eyes changed color readily, eagerly, in different lights, but their firm state was a Veermint green. She had this idea about the death of love. The funeral, the cremation she was due to attend that day, was not a significant one. Nicholas Six, who hardly knew or remembered the dead woman, had been obliged to put in a tedious half an hour on the telephone before she managed to get herself asked along. The dead woman had briefly employed Nicola in her antique shop years ago. For a month or two, the murderee had sat smoking cigarettes in the zestless grotto off Fulham Broadway. Then she had stopped doing that. This was always the way with Nicola's more recent jobs, of which there had for a while been a fair number. She did the job, and then, after an escalating and finally overlapping series of late mornings, 4-hour lunches, and early departures, she was considered to have let everyone down. She wasn't there ever, and stopped going in. Nicola always knew when this moment had come, and chose that day to stop going in. The fact that Nicola knew things would end that way lent great tension to each job she took, right from the first week, the first day, the first morning. In the more distant past, she had worked as a publisher's reader, a cocktail waitress, a telephonist, a croupier, a tourist operative, a model, a librarian, a kissogram girl, an archivist, and an actress. An actress. She had gone quite far with that. In her early 20s, she had done rep, Royal Shakespeare, panto, a few television plays. She still had a trunk full of outfits and some videotapes. Poor little rich girl, spry newlywed, naked houri, maddeningly glimpsed through fog smoke and veils. Acting was therapeutic, though dramatic roles confused her further. She was happiest with comedy, farce, custard pie. The steadiest time of her adult life had been the year in Brighton, taking the lead in Jack and the Beanstalk. Playing a man seemed to help. She did Jack in short blazer and black tights, and with her hair up. A million mothers wondered why their sons came home so green and feverish, and crept burdened to bed without their suppers. But then the acting bit of her lost its moorings and drifted out into real life. With a towel round her belly, she sat before the mirror, itself a theatrical memento, with its proscenium of brutal bulbs. Again she felt unfriendly eyes playing on her back. She went at her face like an artist, funeral colors, black, beige, blood red. Rising, she turned to the bed and reviewed her burial clothes and their unqualified sable. Even her elaborate underwear was black. Even the clips on her garter belt were black. Black. She opened her wardrobe, releasing the full-length mirror, and stood sideways with a hand flat on her stomach, feeling everything that a woman would hope to feel at such a moment. As she sat on the bed and tipped herself for the first black stocking, mind-body memories took her back to earlier ablutions, self-inspections, intimate preparations. A weekend out of town with some new man of the moment. Sitting in the car on the Friday afternoon, after the heavy lunch, as they dragged through Swiss Cottage to the motorway, or through the curling systems of Clapham and Brixton and beyond, where London seems unwilling ever to relinquish the land, wants to squat on those fields right up to the rocks and the cliffs and the water, Nicola would feel a pressure in those best panties of hers, as it were the opposite of sex, like the stirring of a new hymen being pinkly formed. By the time they reached Totteridge or Tooting, Nicola was a virgin again. With what perplexity would she turn to the voluble disappointment, the babbling mistake, at her side with his hands on the wheel. After a glimpse of the trees in the dusk, a church, a dumbfounded sheep, Nicola would drink little at the hotel or the borrowed cottage, and would sleep inviolate with her hands crossed over her heart like a saint. Sulky in slumber, the man of the moment would nevertheless awake to find that practically half his entire torso was inside Nicola's mouth. And Saturday lunchtime was always a debauch on every front. She hardly ever made it to Sunday. The weekend would end that evening. A stunned and wordless return down the motorway, a single-passenger minicab drive of ghostly length and costliness, or Nicola Six standing alone on a sodden railway platform, erect and unblinking, with a suitcase full of shoes. But let us be clear about this. She had great powers. Great powers. All women whose faces and bodies more or less neatly fill the contemporary mold have some notion of these privileges and magics. During their pomp and optimum, however brief and relative, they occupy the erotic center. Some feel lost, some surrounded or crowded, but there they are, in a China-sized woodland of teak-hard worship. And with Nicola Six, The gender yearning was translated, was fantastically heightened. It came at her in the form of human love. She had the power of inspiring love, almost anywhere. Forget about making strong men weep. 7-stone pacifists shouldered their way through street riots to be home in case she called. Family men abandoned sick children to wait in the rain outside her flat. Semi-literate builders and bankers sent her sonnet sequences. She pauperized gigolos. She spayed studs. She hospitalized heartbreakers. They were never the same again. They lost their heads. And the thing with her, what was it with her? The thing with her was that she had to receive this love and send it back in opposite form, not just canceled, but murdered. Character is destiny, and Nicola knew where her destiny lay. 15 minutes later, dressed for death, she called her black cab and drank 2 cups of black coffee and tasted with hunger the black tobacco of a French cigarette. In Golders Green, she dismissed the taxi, and it pulled away forever. She knew she'd get a lift back. You always did from funerals. The sky above the red-brick lodge she entered was certainly dull enough for a person to take leave of it with equanimity. As usual, she was quite late, but the volley of pale glances did not pierce her. With no attempt at self-muffling, she walked evenly to the back and slipped into an empty aisle of which there was no shortage. The dead woman was not being populously farewelled. So, this was all you got. The zooty sideburns and masturbator's pallor of an old Ted in a black suit, and the secular obsequies. Nicola longed equally for a cigarette, and the lines you sometimes heard. A short time to live, full of misery. She was always especially stirred, this was why she came, by the spectacle of the bereaved elderly, particularly the women. The poor sheep, the dumbfounded sheep, even mere nature dumbfounds them, as reliable as professional mourners, but too good at it, really, too passionate, with hair like feather dusters, and frailly convulsed with brute grief, the selfish terrors. Nicola yawned. Everything around her said school, the busts and plaques, and all the panels with their use of wood to quell and dampen. She hardly noticed the discreet trundling of the coffin, knowing it was empty and the body already vaporized by fire. Afterwards, in the dispersal area, a heavy blackbird was flying low and at an angle over the sopping grass. Nicola Six, looking and sounding very, very good, explained to various interested parties who she was and what she was doing there. It solaced the old to see such piety in the relatively young. She reviewed the company with eyes of premonitory inquiry, and with small inner shrugs of disappointment. In the car park she was offered several lifts. She accepted one more or less at random. The driver, who was the dead woman's brother's brother-in-law, dropped her off on the Portobello Road as instructed. Prettily, Nicola said her goodbyes to him and his family, extending a gloved hand and receiving their thanks and praise for her attendance. She could hear them long after the car had pulled away, as she stood on the street readjusting her veil. Such a nice girl. So good of her to come. That skin. What hair! All the way back, Nicola had been thinking how good a cigarette would look, white and round between her black fingers. But she was out of cigarettes, having almost gassed herself with tobacco on the way to Golders Green. She now progressed along the Portobello Road and saw a pub whose name she took a liking to. TV and Darts was the further recommendation of a painted sign on its door, to which a piece of cardboard had been affixed saying, "And Pinball." All the skies of London seemed to be gathering directly overhead, with thunder ready to drop its plunger. She entered the Black Cross. She entered the pub and its murk. She felt the place skip a beat as the door closed behind her, but she'd been expecting that. Indeed, it would be a bad day, and that day would never come, when she entered a men's room, a teeming toilet such as this, and turned no heads, caused no groans or whispers. She walked straight to the bar, lifted her veil with both hands like a bride, surveyed the main actors of the scene, and immediately she knew, with pain, with gravid arrest, with intense recognition, that she had found him, her murderer. When at last she returned to the flat, Nicola laid out her diaries on the round table. She made an entry, unusually crisp and detailed, the final entry. The notebooks she used were Italian, their covers embellished with Latin script. Now they had served their purpose, and she wondered how to dispose of them. The story wasn't over, but the life was. She stacked the books and reached for a ribbon. "I found him, on the Portobello Road, in a place called the Black Cross. I found him." I think it was Monttalon who said that happiness writes white. It doesn't show up on the page. We all know this. The letter with the foreign postmark that tells of good weather, pleasant food, and comfortable accommodation isn't nearly as much fun to read or to write as the letter that tells of rotting chalets, dysentery, and drizzle. Who else but Tolstoy had made happiness really swing on the page? When I take on Chapter 3, when I take on Guy Clinch, I'll have to do, well, not happiness, but goodness anyway. It's going to be rough. The moment that Keith Tallant saw Nicholas 6, he dropped his third dart, and swore. The 32-gram tungsten trebler had pierced his big toe. I thought I might be able to make a nice play on words here, Cupid's dart or something like that, arrows of desire. But it wasn't desire that Nicholas 6 aroused in Keith Tallant, not primarily. I would say that greed and fear came first. Going for broke at the pinball table, Guy Clinch froze in mid-flail. You could hear the ball scuttling into the gutter. Then silence. While the scene developed, I melted, as they say, into the background. Of course, I had no idea what was taking shape in front of me. No idea? Well, an inkling, maybe. This moment in the public house, this pub moment, I'm going to have to keep on coming back to it. Edging down the bar, I was intrigued. Only in the civilian sense, but powerfully intrigued. Every pub has its superstar, its hero, its pub athlete, and Keith was the Knight of the Black Cross. He had to step forward to deal with the royal tourist. He had to do it for the guys, for Wayne, Dean, Dwayne, for Norvis, Shakespeare, Big Dread, for Godfrey the barman, for Fucker Burke, for Basim and Manjeet, for Bogdan, Maciek, Zbigniew. Keith acted in the name of masculinity. He acted also, of course, in the name of class. Class! Yes, it's still here. Terrific staying power, and against all the historical odds. What is it with that old crap? The class system just doesn't know when to call it a day. Even a nuclear holocaust, I think, would fail to make that much of a dent in it. Crawling through the iodized shithouse that used to be England, people would still be brooding about accents and cocked pinkies, about maiden names and settee or sofa, about the proper way to eat a roach in society. Come on, do you take the head off first or start with the legs? Class never bothered Keith. He never thought about it as such. Part of a bygone era, whatever that was, class never worried him. It would surprise Keith a lot if you told him it was class that poisoned his every waking moment. At any rate, subliminally or otherwise, it was class that made Keith enlist a third actor in his dealings with Nicholas 6. It was class that made Keith enlist Guy Clinch. Or maybe the murderee did it. Maybe she needed him. Maybe they both needed him as a kind of fuel. Do I need him? Yes, evidently. Guy pressed himself on me, same as the other two. I left the Black Cross around 4. It was my third visit. I needed the company, hair-raising though much of it was, and I was doing all right there under Keith's tutelage. He introduced me to the Polacks and the brothers, or paraded me in front of them. He gave me a game of pool. He showed me how to cheat the fruit machine. I bought a lot of drinks and endured a lot of savage cajolery for my orange juices, my sodas, my cokes. Taking my life in my hands, I ate a pork pie. Only one real fight so far, an incredible flurry of fists and nuttings. It ended with Keith carefully kicking selected areas of a fallen figure wedged into the doorway to the gents. Keith then returned to the bar, took a pull of beer, and returned to kick some more. It transpired that the culprit had been messing with Dean's darts. After the ambulance came and went, Keith calmed down. "Not with a man's darts," Keith kept saying, almost tearfully, shaking his head. People were bringing him brandies. "You don't... not with his darts." I left the Black Cross around 4. I went back to the apartment. I sat at the desk in Mark Asprey's bay-windowed office, or study, or library. Actually, it's more like a trophy room. Actually, the whole damn place is a trophy room. Walking from living room to bedroom, and I'm thinking of the signed photographs, the erotic prints, you wonder why he didn't just nail a galaxy of G-strings to the walls. In here, it's different. Here you're surrounded by cups and sashes, Tonys and Googies, by framed presentations, commendations, cherished and valued alike by the critical establishment, the media, and the world of academe. Mark Asprey has honorary degrees, pasteboard hats, 3 separate gowns from Oxford, Cambridge, Trinity College, Dublin. I must look at his books, of which there are a great many, in a great many editions, in a great many languages. Hungarian, Japanese. I left the Black Cross around 4. I went back to the apartment. I sat there wondering why I just can't do it, why I just can't write, why I just can't make anything up. Then I saw her. Across the way from Mark Asprey's bay-windowed library, there's a lot-sized square of green with 2 thin beds of flowers, low-ranking flowers, Noopy flowers, and a wooden bench where old-timers sometimes sit and seem to flicker in the wind. On this green patch, rather regrettably, rather disappointingly, how come Asprey stands for it, there is also a garbage tip. Nothing outrageous, no compost or bathtubs or abandoned pantechnicons, just selected refuse, magazines, old toys, a running shoe, a kettle. This is a London theme. The attempt at greenery would itself appear to attract the trash. The cylinders of wire netting they put up to protect young trees sufficiently resemble a container of some kind, so people cram them with beer cans, used tissues, yesterday's newspapers. In times of mass disorientation and anxiety, but we can get back to that. On with the story. The girl was there, Nicola, the murderee. I was sitting at Mark Asprey's vast desk. I think I might even have been wringing my hands. Oh, Lord, these chains. Something I have suffered for 20 years, the steady disappointment of not writing, perhaps exacerbated, I admit to the possibility, by Mark Asprey's graphic and plentiful successes in the sphere. It shocked my heart to see her. A soft blow to the heart from within. Still wearing her funeral robes, the hat, the veil, in her black-gloved hands she held something solid, ribboned in red. The load settled on her hip and clutched close as if for comfort, like a child. Then she raised the veil and showed her face. She looked so dramatic. She looked like the vamp in the ad, just before the asshole in the helicopter or the submarine shows up with the bath cubes or the chocolates. Could she see me, with that low sun behind her? I couldn't tell, but I thought Nicola would know. She would know all about how light works on windows. She would know what you could get away with in the curtainless room, what adulteries, what fantastic betrayals. Nicola turned, wavered, and steadied herself. She dropped her burden into the trash and, embracing her shoulders with crossed hands, moved off in a hurrying walk. For perhaps 5 minutes of stretched time I waited. Then down I went and picked up my gift. Not knowing what I had, I sat on the bench and pulled the ribbon's knot. An adorably fat and feminine hand. Chaos. A menacing intelligence. It made me blush with pornographic guilt. When I looked up, I saw half of Nicholas 6, 30 feet away, split by a young tree trunk, not hiding, but staring. Her stare contained only clarity, great clarity. I gestured, as if to return what I held in my hands, but after a pulse of time, she was walking off fast under the wrung hands of the trees. I wish to Christ I could do Keith's voice. The T's are viciously stressed. A brief, guttural pop, like the first nanosecond of a cough or a hawk, accompanies the hard K. When he says chaotic, and he says it frequently, it sounds like a death rattle. Month comes out as mumph. He sometimes says inferi when he speaks theoretically. There sounds like dare or lair. You can often run away with the impression that Keith Talent is 18 months old. In fact, I've had to watch it with my characters' ages. I thought Guy Clinch was about 27. He is 35. I thought Keith Talent was about 42. He is 29. I thought Nicholas 6. No, I always knew what she was. Nicholas 6 is 34. I fear for them, my youngers. And meanwhile, time goes about its immemorial work of making everyone look and feel like shit. You got that? And meanwhile, time goes about its immemorial work of making everyone look and feel like shit. Chapter 3. The Foil. Guy Clinch was a good guy. Or a nice one, anyway. He wanted for nothing and lacked everything. He had a tremendous amount of money, excellent health, handsomeness, height, a capriciously original mind, and he was lifeless. He was wide open. Guy possessed, in Hope Clinch, a wife who was intelligent, efficient, the house was a masterpiece, brightly American, and rich. And then there was the indubitable vigor of the child. But when he woke up in the morning, there was no life. There was only lifelessness. The happiest time of Guy's 15-year marriage had come during Hope's pregnancy, a relatively recent interlude. She had taken her 50% cut in IQ with good grace, and for a while Guy had found himself dealing with an intellectual equal. Suddenly the talk was of home improvement, of babies' names, girlish pinks, boyish blues, the tender materialism, all with a point. Never entirely free of builders, the house now thronged with them, shouting, swearing, staggering. Guy and Hope lived to hormone time. The curtain hormone, the carpet hormone. Her nausea passed. She craved mashed potato. Then the nesting hormone. An abrupt passion for patching, for needle and thread. Seeing the size of her, the Barrow boys of Portobello Road, and perhaps Keith Talent had been among them, would summon her to their stalls, saying sternly, masterfully, "Over here, my love, I got the stuff you want." And Hope would rudel to the base of damp cardboard boxes, rags of velvet, scraps of satin. In the 8th month, when the furniture had begun its dance round the house, and Hope sat with regal fullness in front of the television, darning and patching, and sometimes saying, "What am I doing?" Guy consulted his senses, scratched his head, and whispered to himself, and he didn't mean the baby, "It's coming. It's on its way." Oh, how he had longed for a little girl. In the sparse gloom of the private clinic, the most expensive they could find, Hope distrusted any medical care that failed to stretch searchingly into the 4 figures. She liked the scrolled invoices with every paper tissue and soldier of toast unsmilingly itemized. She had no time for the bargain basements and the crazy eddies of the National Health. Guy did his share of pacing and napping and fretting, while titled specialists looked in from dinner parties or popped by on their way to rounds of golf. A girl, just an ordinary little girl. Mary, Anna, Jane. "It's a girl," he could hear himself saying on the telephone, to whom he didn't know. 5 pounds 12 ounces. Yes, a girl. A little under 6 pounds. He wanted to be with his wife throughout, but Hope had banned him from labor and delivery wards alike, for reasons soberly but unanswerably stated of sexual pride. The baby showed up 36 hours later at 4 in the morning. He weighed nearly a stone. Guy was allowed a brief visit to Hope's suite. Looking back at it now, he had an image of mother and son mopping themselves down with gloating expressions on their faces, as if recovering from some enjoyably injudicious frolic, a pizza fight by the look of it. 2 extra specialists were present. One was peering between Hope's legs, saying, "Yes, well, it's rather hard to tell what goes where." The other was incredulously measuring the baby's head. Oh, the little boy was perfect in every way, and he was a monster. Guy Clinch had everything. In fact, he had 2 of everything. 2 cars, 2 houses, 2 uniformed nannies, 2 silk and cashmere dinner jackets, 2 graphite-cooled tennis rackets, and so on and so forth. But he had only 1 child and only 1 woman. After Marmaduke's birth, things changed. For fresh inspiration, he reread The Egoist and Volheim on Anger and the Melting Father. The baby books had prepared him for change, and so had literature, up to a point. But nothing had prepared him or anybody else for Marmaduke. World-famous pediatricians marveled at his hyperactivity and knelt like magi to his genius for colic. Every half an hour he noisily drained his mother's sore breasts. Often he would take a brief nap around midnight. The rest of the time he spent screaming. Only parents and torturers and the janitors of holocausts are asked to stand the sound of so much human grief. When things improved, which they did, though only temporarily, for Marmaduke, already softly snarling with asthma, would soon be emblazoned with eczema, Hope still spent much of her time in bed, with or without Marmaduke, but never with Guy. All night he lay dressed for disaster in one of the 2 visitors' rooms, wondering why his life had suddenly turned into a very interesting and high-toned horror film, one with a Regency setting, perhaps. His habitual mode of locomotion around the house became the tiptoe. When Hope called his name, "Guy!" and he replied, "Yes?" that was never any answer, because his name meant "come here." He appeared and performed the necessary errand and disappeared again. Now, with Hope's requests, the first time of asking sounded like the second time of asking, and the second time of asking sounded like the 9th. Less and less often Guy would try to hoist the baby into his arms, under the doubtful gaze of Nanny or night nurse or some other of Marmaduke's highly paid admirers, saying, rather self-consciously, "Hello, man-cub." Marmaduke would pause, reviewing his options, and Guy's bashfully inquiring face would somehow always invite a powerful eye poke or a jet of vomit, a savage rake of the nails, or at the very least an explosive sneeze. Guy shocked himself by suspecting that Hope kept the infant's nails unclipped, the better to repel him. Certainly his face was heavily scored. He sometimes looked like a resolute but talentless rapist. He felt supererogatory. The meeting, the rendezvous, it just hadn't happened. So, 2 of everything except lips, breasts, the walls of intimacy, enfolding arms, enfolding legs. But that wasn't really it. What had meant to come closer had simply moved further away. Life, therefore, could loom up on him at any moment. He was wide open. Guy and Hope had been away twice since the birth, on doctor's advice. Their doctors, not Marmaduke's. They left him in the care of 5 nannies, plus an even more costly platoon of medical commandos. It had been strange, leaving him behind. Guy fully participated in Hope's dread as the cab made its way to Heathrow. Fear was gradually eased by time and by half-hourly telephone calls. The inner ear was tuned to infant grief. If you listened closely, everything sounded like a baby crying. First, Venice in February, the mist, the cold, troubled water, and miraculously carless. Guy had never in his life felt closer to the sun. It was like living in a cloud, up in a cloudy sea. But many of the mornings were somber in mood and sky, dank, failed, and seemed best expressed by the tortured and touristless air of the Jewish quarter, or by the weak dappling on the underside of a bridge, where the pale flames pinged like static, briefly betrayed by a darker background, or when you were lost among the Chinese boxes, the congestion of beauties, and you could have likened yourselves to Shakespearean lovers, until there came the sound of a wretched sneeze from an office window nearby, then the nose greedily voided into the hanky, and the resumption of the dull ticking of a typewriter or an adding machine. On the 5th day, the sun burst through again inexorably. They were walking arm in arm along the Zattere towards the cafe where they had taken to having their mid-morning snack. The light was getting to work on the water, with the sun torpedoing in on every pair of human eyes. Guy looked up. To him, the sky spoke of revelation, Venetian style. He said, "I've just had a rather delightful thought. You'd have to set it as verse." He cleared his throat. "Like this. The sun, the daubing sun. The clouds are putty in its hands." They walked on. Hope's oval face looked resolute. The juices in her jaw were already addressing the toasted cheese and ham sandwich she would presently enjoy. Then the notebook, the little Amex guide, the creamy coffee. "Dreadful pun, I suppose," Guy murmured. "Oh, God." A press of sightseers confronted them. As they forged through, with Hope taking the lead, their arms were sundered. Guy hurried to catch up. "The tourists," he said. "Don't complain. That's idiotic. What do you think you are?" Yes, but nothing." Guy faltered. He had turned to face the water and was craning his neck in obscure distress. Hope closed her eyes long-sufferingly and waited. "Wait, Hope," he said. "Please look. If I move my head, then the sun moves on the water. My eyes have as much say in it as the sun." "Capisco. But that means for everyone here the sun is different on the water. No 2 people are seeing the same thing." "I want my sandwich." She moved on. Guy lingered, clutching his hands and saying, "But then it's hopeless. Don't you think? It's quite hopeless." And he whispered the same words at night in the hotel, and went on whispering them, even after their return to London, lying in sleep's caboose, seconds before Marmaduke woke him with a clout. "But then it's hopeless. Utterly hopeless." In excellent fettle, in the pink or the blue of boyish good health during their absence, Marmaduke sickened dramatically within a few hours of their return. Even-handedly he dabbled with every virus, every hatching afforded by that early spring. Recovering from mumps, he reacted catastrophically to his final whooping cough shot. Superflu followed superflu in efficient relay. Doctors now visited him, unasked and unpaid, out of sheer professional curiosity. At this point, and for no clear reason, Sir Oliver asked if he might write a paper about it, Marmaduke's health radically improved. Indeed, he seemed to shed his sickly self as if it were a dead skin or a useless appendage. From the feverish grub of the old Marmaduke sprang a muscle-bound wunderkind, clear-eyed, pink-tongued, and, it transpired, infallibly vicious. The change was all very sudden. Guy and Hope went out one day, leaving the usual gastroenteritic nightmare slobbering on the kitchen floor. They returned after lunch to find Marmaduke strolling round the drawing room with his hands in his pockets, watched by several speechless nannies. He had never crawled. Instead, he appeared to have worked it out that he could cause much more trouble and have much more fun in a state of peak fitness. His first move was to dispense with that midnight nap. The Clinches hired more help, or they tried. An ailing baby was one thing, a strappingly malevolent toddler was quite another. Up until now, Guy and Hope's relationship to the child and to each other had been largely paramedical. After Marmaduke's renaissance, it became, well, you wouldn't say paramilitary. You'd say military. The only people they could get who stayed longer than an hour or two were male nurses sacked from lunatic asylums. Around the house these days there was a kind of SWAT team of burly orderlies, as well as a few scarred nannies and au pairs. Dazedly, yet without bitterness, Guy calculated that Marmaduke, now in his 9th month, had already cost him £250,000. They went away again. This time they flew first class to Madrid, staying at the Ritz for 3 nights, and then hired a car and headed south. The car seemed powerful and luxurious enough. It was, without question, resoundingly expensive. Hope wailed on the insurance. Guy studied the gold-rimmed document. They would airlift you out on almost any pretext. But as they cruised and glistened one evening through the thin forests near the southernmost shore of the peninsula, a great upheaval or trauma seemed almost to dismantle the engine at a stroke. The manifold? The big end? In any event, the car was clearly history. Around midnight, Guy could push it no longer. They saw some lights, not many and not bright. The Clinches found accommodation in a rude venta. What with the bare coil of the bulb, the lavatorial damp, the flummoxed bed, Hope had burst into tears before the Senora was out of the room. All night Guy lay beside his drugged wife, listening. At about 5, after an interval reminiscent of one of Marmaduke's naps, the weekend roistering in the bar, the counterpoints of jukebox and impacto machine, exhaustedly gave way to the shrieking gossip of the yard, with a cluck-cluck here and a woof-woof there, here a cheep, there a moo, everywhere an oink-oink. Worst, or nearest, was a moronic bugler of a cock, playing tenor to the neighbor's alto with his room-rattling reveille. Cock-a-doodle-doo, Guy decided, was one of the world's great euphemisms. At 7, after an especially unbearable tenor solo, as if the cock were finally heralding the entrance of some imperial super-rooster, Hope jerked upright, swore fluently and foully, applied Valium and eye mask, and bunched herself down again with her face pressed to her knees. Guy smiled weakly. There was a time when he could read love in the shape of his sleeping wife. Even in the contours of the blankets he used to be able to read it. He went outside into the yard. The cock, the grotesque gallo, stood in its coop, yes, inches from their pillows, and stared at him with unchallengeable pomp. Guy stared back, shaking his head slowly. Hens were in attendance, quietly and unquestioningly supportive, amongst all the dust and rubbish. As for the 2 pigs, they were yahoos even by the standards of the yard. A dark, half-grown Alsatian dozed in the hollow of an old oil drum. Sensing a presence, the dog jerked upright, waking sudden and crumpled, with sand dried into the long trap of the jaw, and moved towards him with compulsive friendliness. It's a girl, he thought. Tethered, too. As he went to pet the animal, they became entangled. Entangled, it seemed, by the very amiability of the dog, by its bouncing, twisting amiability. In past old Daubings, the new prosperity lay to east and west, but this place was kept poor by wind. Wind bled and beggared it. Like the cock, the wind just did its wind thing, not caring wherefore. Hot air rises, cool air fills the space. hence somehow the tearing and tugging, the frenzied unzippings of this sandpaper shore. In his tennis shorts, Guy stepped off the porch and walked past the car. The car avoided his gaze, onto the tattered Quassette. A motorbike, an anguished donkey shackled to its cart. Nothing else. The sky also was empty, blown clean, an unblinking Africa of blue. Down on the beach, the wind went for his calves like an industrial cleanser. Guy gained the hardened rump of damp sand and contemplated the wrinkly sea. It opened inhospitably to him. Feeling neither vigor nor its opposite, feeling no closer to life than to death, feeling 35, Guy pressed on, hardly blinking as he crossed the scrotum barrier, and it was the water that seemed to cringe and start back, repelled by this human touch, as he barged his way down the incline, breathed deep, and pitched himself forward in the swimmer's embrace of the sea. 20 minutes later, as he strode back up the beach, the wind threw everything it had at him, and with fierce joy the sand sought his eyes and teeth, the hairless tray of his chest. 100 yards from the road, Guy paused and imagined surrendering to it. I may be gone some time, dropping to his knees and folding sideways under the icy buckshot of the air. He queued for coffee in the awakening Venta. The daughters of the establishment were mopping up. 2 men boldly conversed across the length of the dark room. Guy stood straight, barefoot, his skin and hair minutely spangled by the sand. An interested woman, had she been monitoring him with half an eye, might have found Guy Clinch well-made, classical, above all, healthy. But there was something pointless or needless in his good looks. They seemed wasted on him. Guy knew this. Stocky, matte-shouldered Antonio, leaning against the pillar by the door, one hand limp on his round belly, and thinking with complacence of his own blood-red loincloth, with the good shoelace and tassel effect down there on the crotch, registered Guy not at all, not at all. And the polling daughters had thoughts only for Antonio, careless, drunken, donkey-flogging Antonio and his crimson bully bag. Guy drank the excellent coffee and ate bread moistened with olive oil out on the banging porch. He then took a tray into Hope, who ripped off her mask but lay there with her eyes closed. "Have you achieved anything yet?" "I've been swimming," he said. "It's my birthday." "Many happy returns. Young Antonio here is apparently pretty handy with the spanner." "Oh, yes? The car's dead, Guy." Moments earlier, out on the banging porch, a ridiculous thing had happened. Hearing a rhythmical whimpering in the middle distance, Guy had raised his hands to his temples, as if to freeze-frame the thought that was winding through his head, and he wasn't given to them. He wasn't given to pornographic thoughts. The thought was this: Hope splayed and naked, being roughly used by an intent Antonio. Guy had then taken his last piece of bread into the yard and offered it to the tin dog. He also took another incredulous look at the cock, the stupid Gallo. The dog was whimpering rhythmically, but showed no appetite. Dirty and gentle-faced, the bitch just wanted to play, to romp, to fraternize, and just kept tripping on her tether. The length of filthy rope, 6 feet of it, saddened Guy in a way that Spanish cruelty or carelessness had never saddened him before. Down in the yard here, on a wind-frazzled stretch of empty shore, when the only thing that came free and plentiful was space and distance, the dog was given none of it. So poor, and then poor again, doubly, triply, exponentially poor. "I found it," thought Guy, though the word wouldn't come, not yet. I found it, and it is... "So? Why don't we stay here, for a few days? The sea's nice," he said, "once you're in, until we get the car fixed. It's interesting." Hope's impressive bite radius now readied itself over the first section of grilled bread. She paused. "I can't bear it," You aren't going dreamy on me, are you, Guy? Listen, we're out of here. We are gone. And so it became the kind of day where you call airlines and consulates and car hire people in a dreary dream of bad connections and bad Spanish. That evening on the helipad at Algeciras, Hope favored Guy with her first smile in 24 hours. Actually, nearly all of this was achieved, between meals and drinks and swims, from the control tower of a 6-star hotel further down the coast, a place full of rich old Germans, whose heavy playfulness and charmless appearance, Guy had to admit, powerfully reminded him of Marmaduke. Thereafter it was all quite easy. Not clear and not purposeful, but not difficult. Guy Clinch looked round his life for a dimension through which some new force might propagate. And his life, he found, was sewn up, was wall to wall. It was closed. To the subtle and silent modulations of Hope's disgust, he started to open it. Guy had a job. He worked for the family business. This meant sitting about in a bijou flatlet in Cheapside, trying to keep tabs on the proliferating, the pullulating hydra of Clinch money. It, too, was like Marmaduke. What would it get up to next? Increasingly, Guy stopped going in and just walked the streets instead. Fear was his guide. Like all the others on the Crescent, Guy's house stood aloof from the road, which was all very well, which was all very fine and large, but fear had him go where the shops and flats jostled fascinatedly over the street like a crowd round a bear pit, with slot game parlors, disastrous beaneries, soup queues, army hostels, with life set out on barrows, on ping-pong tables, on decapitated porta-cabins, the voodoo and the hunger, the dreadlocks and dreadnoughts, the Keiths and Caths of the Portobello Road. Naturally, Guy had been here before, in search of a corn-fed chicken or a bag of Nicaraguan coffee, but now he was looking for the thing itself. TV and darts, said the sign, and pinball. The first time Guy entered the Black Cross, he was a man pushing through the black door of his fear. He survived. He lived. The place was ruined and innocuous in its northern light, a clutch of dudes and rastas playing pool over the damp swipe of the bays, the pewtery sickliness of the whites, they looked like war footage, the twittering fruit machines, the fuming pie warmer. Guy asked for a drink in the only voice he had. He didn't tousle his hair or his accent. He carried no tabloid under his arm, open on the racing page. With a glass of medium-sweet white wine, he moved to the pinball table, an old Gottlieb with Arabian Nights artwork, temptress, devil, hero, maiden, Eye of the Tiger. Eye of the Tiger. A decrepit Irish youth stood inches away, whispering, "Who's the boss? Who's the boss?" into Guy's ear for as long as he seemed to need to do that. Whenever Guy looked up, a dreadful veteran of the pub, his face twanging in the canned rock, stared at him bitterly, like the old man you stop for at the zebra who crosses slowly, with undiminished suspicion. No forgiveness there, not ever. The incomprehensible accusations of a sweat-soaked black girl were finally silenced by a 5-pound note. Guy stayed for half an hour and got out. He took so much fear away with him that there had to be less of it each time he returned. But going there at night was another entry. Keith was the key. Keith and his pub charisma. Keith was the pub champ, the loudest, the most booming in his shouts for more drink, the most violent in his abuse of the fruit machine, the best at darts, a darts force in the Black Cross. Now, plainly, Keith had to do something about Guy, who was far too anomalous to be let alone with his pub anti-charisma. Keith had to ban him, befriend him, beat him up, kill him. So he pouched his darts one day and walked the length of the bar. Regulars were wondering when it would happen, leaned over the pinball table with an eyebrow raised and his tongue between his teeth, and bought Guy a drink. The hip pocket, the furled tenors. Keith's house had many mansions. The whole pub shook with silent applause. "Cheers, Keith." After that, Guy belonged. He sailed in there almost with a swagger and summoned the barman by name, God or Pongo. After that, he stopped having to buy drinks for the black girls and stopped having to buy drugs from the black boys. The heroin, the cut coke, the temazepam, the dihydrocodeine he had always refused, fobbing them off with small purchases of dope. He used to take the hash and grass home and flush it down the waste disposer. He didn't drop it in the gutter for fear that a child or a dog might get hold of it, a needless precaution because the hash wasn't hash and the grass was just grass. Now Guy could sit in a damp pocket of pub warmth and watch. Really, the thing about life here was its incredible rapidity, with people growing up and getting old in the space of a single week. Like the planet in the 20th century, with its fantastic coup de vieux. Here in the Black Cross, time was a tube train, with the driver slumped heavy over the lever, flashing through station after station. Guy always thought it was life he was looking for, but it must have been death, or death awareness, death candor. "I found it," he thought. "It is mean, it is serious, it is beautiful, it is poor. It fully earns every compliment, every adjective you care to name." So when Nicholas Six came into the Black Cross on a day of thunder and stood at the bar and raised her veil, Guy was ready. He was wide open. "Bitch!" said Keith as he dropped his third dart. Being a dart, a little missile of plastic and tungsten, it combined with gravity and efficiently plunged towards the center of the earth. What halted its progress was Keith's left foot, which was protected only by the frayed webbing of a cheap running shoe. You could see the little bullseye of blood. But there was another arrow man or daughter in the Black Cross that day. Perhaps this smiling putto lurked in the artwork of the pinball table, among its Sinbads and sirens, its goblins and genies. Eye of the tiger. When he saw her green eyes and the breadth of her mouth, Guy gripped the flanks of the machine for comfort or support. The ball scuttled into the gutter. Then silence. She cleared her throat and inquired of Godfrey, the barman, who cocked his head doubtfully. As she turned to go, Keith stepped in, or he limped in anyway, moving down the bar with his unreliable smile. Guy watched in wonder. Keith said, "No danger. They don't sell French fags here, darling. No way. Here, no danger. Carlo!" A black boy appeared, panting, triumphant, as if his errand were already run. Keith gave the instructions, the mangled fiver, then turned assessingly. Death wasn't new in the Black Cross. It was every day. It was 10 a penny. But tailored morning wear, hats, veils? Keith searched his mind, seemed to search his mouth for something appropriate to say. In the end he said, "Bereavement, innit? Good, get her a brandy. She could use it. Nobody close, I presume?" "No, nobody close." "What's your name, sweetheart?" She told him. Keith couldn't believe his luck. "Six!" S-I-X. Actually, it's 6. "Six. Relax, Nicky. We get all sorts in here. Hey, cook, Guy." Now Guy moved into her force field. Intensely he confirmed the line of dark down above her mouth. You saw women like this sometimes at the bars of theaters and concert halls, in certain restaurants, in aeroplanes. You didn't see them in the Black Cross. She, too, looked as though she might faint at any moment. "How do you do?" he said. In his peripheral vision Keith was slowly nodding, extending a hand towards the black glove. "Guy Clinch." His fingers hoped for the amperes of recognition, but all he felt was a slick softness, a sense of moisture that perhaps someone else had readied. Little Carlyle exploded through the pub doors. "You must let me pay for these," she said, removing a glove. The hand that now attacked the cellophane was bitten at the 5 tips. "My treat," said Keith. "I suppose," Guy said, "I suppose this is by way of being awake." "Well, family," said Keith. "Just a woman I used to work for." "Young?" No. "Still, does you credit," Keith went on. "Show respect, even if it's just some old boiler. Comes to us all as such." They talked on. With a violent jerk of self-reproof, Guy bought more drinks. Keith leaned forward, murmuring with cupped hands to light Nicola's second cigarette. But this was soon finished or aborted, and she was lowering her veil and saying, "Thank you. You've been very kind. Goodbye." Guy watched her go, as did Keith. The delicate twist of the ankles, the strength and frankness of the hips, and that concavity of the tight black skirt in the telling underspace. "Extraordinary," said Guy. "Yeah, she'll do," said Keith, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand, for he was leaving also. "You're not—" Keith turned in warning. His gaze fell to the hand, Guy's hand, their first touch, which lightly held his forearm. The hand now slackened and dropped. "Come on, Keith," said Guy with a pale laugh. "She's just been to a funeral." Keith looked him up and down. "Life goes on, innit?" he said, with most of his usual buoyancy. He straightened his wind-cheater and gave a manful sniff. "Dreaming of it," he said, as if to the street outside. "Begging for it, praying for it." Keith shoved his way through the black doors. Guy hesitated for a moment, a pub moment, and then followed him. That night in Lansdowne Crescent at 8:45, his 12-hour tryst with Marmaduke, now only minutes away, Guy sat on the second sofa in the second drawing-room with a rare second drink, and thought, how will I ever know anything in the middle of all this warmth and space, all this super-shelter? I want to feel like the trampolinist when he falls back to earth and to gravity, to touch the earth with heaviness, just to touch it. God, expose us, take away our padding and our room. I watched them go. Keith followed Nicola out of the Black Cross. Guy followed Keith. I wish to Christ I'd followed Guy, but those were early days before I was really on the case. A promising routine is forming around me. I can finish a chapter in 2 days, even with all the field work I have to go out and do. Every third day now I do more field work and wince and gloat into my notebook. I write. I'm a writer. Perhaps to offset the looming bulk of Mark Asprey's corpus, I have laid out my 2 previous publications on the desk here. Memoirs of a Listener, On the Grapevine, by Samson Young. Me. Yes, you, a valued stylist in my native America. My memoirs, my journalism, praised for their honesty, their truthfulness. I'm not one of those excitable types who get caught making things up, who get caught improving on reality. I can embellish, I can take certain liberties, yet to invent the bald facts of a life, for example, would be quite beyond my powers. Why? I think it might have something to do with me being such a nice guy originally. Anyway, at the moment, reality is behaving unimprovably, and nobody will know. I'm so coiled up about the first 3 chapters, it's all I can do not to FedEx, or even through fax, them off to Missy Harder at Hornig Ultrasound. There are others I could approach. Publishers regularly inquire about my first novel. Publishers dream nights about my first novel. So do I. I'm getting old, and at a peculiar rate. Missy Harder, of course, has always been the most persistent. Maybe I'll call her. I need the encouragement. I need the stimulation. I need the money. Keith came over this morning. I suppose he has to be teeing me up for a burglary, because the place is full of portable baubles. He wanted to use the VCR. Naturally, he has a VCR of his own. He probably has several dozen somewhere. But this, he said, was a little bit special. Then he produced a tape in its plastic wallet. The front cover showed a man's naked torso, its lower third obscured by two discreet cataracts of thick blonde hair. The sticker said 189 pounds 99. It was called When Scandinavian Bodies Go Mouth Crazy. The title proved to be accurate, even felicitous. I sat with Keith for a while and watched 5 middle-aged men seated around a table talking in Danish or Swedish or Norwegian without subtitles. You could make out a word now and then. Radiotherapy. Handicapped toilet. "Where's the remote?" Keith asked grimly. He had need of the fast-forward, the picture search. We found the remote, but it didn't seem to be working. Keith had to sit through the whole thing. An educational short, I assume, about hospital administration. I slipped into the study. When I came back, the 5 old guys were still talking. The thing ended after a few credits. Keith looked at the floor and said, "Bastard." To cheer him up, among other motives, I applied to Keith for darts lessons. His rates are not low. I, too, have need of the fast-forward, but I must let things happen at the speed she picks. I can eke out Chapter 4 with Keith's sexual confessions, vicious, detailed, and unstoppable, which, at this stage, are the purest gold. Guy Clinch was no sweat to pull, to cultivate, to develop. It was a shame to take the money. Again, fatefully easy. Knowing that Keith would be elsewhere, busy cheating, an elderly widow, also fine material, I staked out the black cross, hoping Guy would show. For the first time, I noticed a joke sign behind the bar. No fucking swearing. And what's with this carpet? What do you want a carpet for in a place like this? I ordered an orange juice. One of the black guys, he called himself Shakespeare, was staring at me with either affection or contempt. Shakespeare is, by some distance, the least prosperous of the Black Cross brothers. The bum's overcoat, the plastic shoes, the never-washed dreadlocks. He's the local shaman. He has a religious mission. His hair looks like an onion bhaji. "You trying to cut down, man?" he slowly asked me. Actually, I had to make him say it about 5 times before I understood. His resined face showed no impatience. "I don't drink," I told him. He was nonplussed. Of course, non-drinking, while big in America, was never much more than a fad over here. "Honest," I said. "I'm Jewish." Quite a kick, saying that to a bar full of blacks. Imagine saying it in Chicago or Pittsburgh. Imagine saying it in Detroit. "We don't much." Gradually, as if controlled by a dial, pleasure filled Shakespeare's eyes, which, it seemed to me, were at least as malarial and sanguinary as my own. One of the embarrassments of my condition, although it encourages or enforces a quiet life and sensible habits, it makes me look like Caligula after a very heavy year. What with all the grape and the slave girls and everything, and all those fancy punishments and neat tortures I've been doling out. "It's all in the eyes, man," said Shakespeare. "All in the eyes." In he came, Guy, with a flourish of fair hair and long rider raincoat. I watched him secure a drink and settle over the pinball table. Smugly, I marveled at his transparency, his flickering, flinching transparency. Then I sidled up, placed my coin on the glass, this is the pinball etiquette, and said, "Let's play pairs." In his face, a routine thrill of dread, then openness, then pleasure. I impressed him with my pinball lore, silent 5, 2-flip, shoulder check, and so on. We were practically pals anyway, having both basked in the sun of Keith's patronage. And besides, he was completely desperate, as many of us are these days. In a modern city, if you have nothing to do, if you're not broke and on the street, it's tough to find people to do nothing with. We wandered out together and did the Portobello Road for a while, and then, don't you love the English, he asked me home for tea. Once inside his colossal house, I saw further avenues of invasion. I saw beachheads and bridgeheads. His frightening wife, Hope, I soon neutralized. I may have looked like a piece of shit Guy'd brought back from the pub, on the sole of his shoe, but a little media talk and Manhattan networking soon schmoozed her into shape. I met her kid sister, Lizzie Boo, and looked her over for possible promotion. But maybe the current au pair is more my speed, a duck-like creature, not young, with a promisingly vacuous expression. As for the maid, Auxiliadora, I didn't mess around, instantly hiring her for the apartment. I kind of hate to say it, but Mark Asprey was the key. Everyone was frankly electrified when I let slip my connection to the great man. Hope and Lizzie Boo had seen his latest West End hit, The Goblet, which Asprey is even now escorting to Broadway. Dully asked by me if she'd liked it, Lizzie Boo said, "I cried, actually. Actually, I cried twice." Guy didn't know Asprey's stuff, but said, as if to himself in amazement, "To be a writer like that, just to sit there and do what you do." I fought down an urge to mention my own 2 books, neither of which found an English publisher. Run a damage check on that. Yes, it still hurts. It still exquisitely burns. So, one dud writer can usually spot another. When we were alone together in the kitchen, Guy asked me what I did, and I told him, stressing my links with various literary magazines and completely inventing a fiction consultancy with Hornick Ultrason. I can invent. I can lie. So, how come I can't invent? Guy said, "Really? How interesting." I sent a sort of pressure wave at him. In fact, I was rubbing my thumb and forefinger together beneath the table when he said, "I've written a couple of things." "No kidding." "A couple of stories. Expanded travel notes, really." "I'd certainly be happy to take a look at them, Guy." "They aren't any good or anything." "Let me be the judge." "They're rather autobiographical, I'm afraid." "Oh," I said. "That's okay. Don't worry about that." "The other day," I went on, "did Keith follow that girl?" "Yes, he did," said Guy instantly. Instantly, because Nicola was already present in his thoughts, and because love travels at the speed of light. "Nothing happened. He just talked to her." I said, "That's not what Keith told me." "What did he say?" "It doesn't matter what he said. Keith's a liar, Guy." "What happened?" "Later, I got a look at the kid." Jesus. "I'm like a vampire. I can't enter unless I'm asked in over the threshold. Once there, though, I stick around. And come back whenever I like." Now here's a pleasing symmetry. All 3 characters have given me something they've written. Keith's brochure, Nicola's diaries, Guy's fiction. Things written for different reasons: self-aggrandizement, self-communion, self-expression. One offered freely, one abandoned to chance, one coaxingly procured. Documentary evidence. Is that what I'm writing? A documentary? As for artistic talent, as for the imaginative patterning of life, Nicola wins. She outwrites us all. I must get into the houses. Keith will be tricky here, as in every other area. Probably, and probably rightly, he is ashamed of where he lives. He will have a rule about it. Keith, with his tenacities, his Burke protocols, his criminal codes, his fierce and tearful brand loyalties. Keith will naturally be tricky. With the murderee, I have a bold idea. It would be a truthful move, and I must have the truth. Guy is reasonably trustworthy. I can allow for his dreamy overvaluations, his selective blindnesses. But Keith is a liar, and I'll have to double-check or triangulate everything he tells me. I must have the truth. There just isn't time to settle for anything less than the truth. I must get inside their houses. I must get inside their heads. I must go deeper. Oh, deeper. We have all known days of sun and storm that make us feel what it is to live on a planet. But the recent convulsions have taken this further. They make us feel what it is to live in a solar system, a galaxy. They make us feel, and I'm on the edge of nausea as I write these words, what it is to live in a universe. Particularly the winds. They tear through the city. They tear through the island as if softening it up for an exponentially greater violence. In the last week, the winds have killed 19 people and 33 million trees. And now, at dusk, outside my window, the trees shake their heads like disco dancers in the strobe lights of nightlife long ago. Chapter 4. The Dead-End Street.
Dreaming of it, begging for it, praying for it.
Keith pushed his way out of the Black Cross and girded himself there on the stone step beneath the sign. TV and darts. He looked right, he looked left. He grunted. There she was. There was Nicola 6. She stood out clearly like a rivulet of black ink against the rummagings and barred pastels of the market street. Past the stalls she moved wanderingly, erring. If it had occurred to Keith that Nicola was waiting for him, or leading him on, that he was included in any design of hers, he would have dismissed the idea. But there was pressing invitation in the idleness with which she wandered, the slow shifts of weight in the tight black skirt. For a brief passage of time, Keith had the odd idea that Nicola was watching him. And that couldn't be right, because Keith was watching Nicola, and Nicola hadn't turned. Something tugged him. She's leading me on, he thought, and started following her. Beauty, extreme yet ambiguously available. This, very roughly, was what Nicola's entrance into the Black Cross had said to Keith. But he didn't know the nature, he didn't know the brand of the availability. Keith burped hotly. He was going to find out. Now Nicola paused in profile and bent to inspect the cheap china of a covered barrow. Raising her face, she had words with the barrow's owner, a cheat Keith knew well. She raised her veil. When she'd raised her veil in the pub, Keith had looked at her with sharp interest, certainly, but not with desire. No, not exactly desire. The point of the dart in his foot precluded desire, hurt too much for desire. Nicola was tall, taller than Keith in her heels, and it would seem delicately made, the curve of the ankle answering to the curve of the throat. She looked like a model, but not the kind of model Keith generally preferred. She looked like a fashion model, and Keith generally preferred the other kind, the glamour kind. The demeanor of the glamour model proclaimed that you could do what you liked with her. The demeanor of the fashion model proclaimed that she could do what she liked with you. Besides, and more basically, Keith generally preferred short girls with thick short legs and big breasts, no theoretical limit, and fat bums, girls in the mold of Trish Shirt and Peggy Obbs, of Debbie Kensett, who was special, and Annalise Furnish. The legs appeared to be particularly important. Keith couldn't help noticing that the legs he most often forced open, the legs he most often found dangling over his shoulders, tended to be exceptionally thick in the ankle, tended, in fact, to be ankle-less, and exceptionally thick in the calf. He had concluded that fat legs were what he must generally prefer. The discovery pleased Keith at first, then perplexed and even worried him, because he had never thought of himself as being fussy. Nicola's ankles. You were surprised they could bear all that height and body. Perhaps she just wasn't his type. Oh, but she was. Something told him that she deeply was. Nicola moved on. Keith followed. Other possibilities aside, she interested Keith in the same way that Guy Clinch or Old Lady Barnaby interested him. She was in the A1 bracket. Keith wasn't the sort of bloke who disapproved of people who had a lot of money. He liked there to be people who had a lot of money so that he could cheat them out of it. Keith was sorry, but he wouldn't want to live in the kind of society where nobody was worth burgling. No way. Thus, as he trailed Nicola through the trash of the barrowed street, thinking that her backside might well be fatter than it looked, and anyway, the thinner bird often made it up to you in the crib, several considerations obtained. He waited until she approached the flower stall and stood there removing her gloves. Then he went in. Giving the nod and the pointed finger to old Nigel, who owed Keith and had good reason to be wary of him, and moving with his usual confident clumsiness, he wrenched a handful of brown paper from the nail and edged along the barrow, picking the soaked bunches from their plastic tubs, and saying, "Discover the language of flowers, and let their soothing words—" He paused, trying to recapture the full jingle. "Soothe away all your cares, like." No wedding ring, he thought. Could tell that, even under the glove and the cross.
Daffodils, glads, some of 'em. The lot, a time like this.
He held forth the throttle posy.
Way be retiring. On me.
Bites her nails, but the hands are lazy, dead lazy.
You heading on down this way, or I got the Cavalier round the corner?
Without quite touching her, his hands merely delineating the shape of her shoulders, Keith urged Nicola forward along the street. Expensive suit, not cheap.
I see a girl like you, bit of a beauty, head in the clouds as such. You said you got your own place.
She nodded and smiled.
Now.
The mouth on her. That veil'd be useful, too.
Me? I'm Andy, Mr. Fix-It, innit? You know, the fuse is gone, the boiler's creating, or the bell don't work. You need somebody with a few connections.
The shoes. $50,000, gotta be.
Because I know it's hard, Nicky, to engage any real services these days. To be honest with ya,
he said, and his eyes closed with stung pride.
I don't know what the fucking country's coming to. I don't.
She slowed her pace. Briskly she removed her hat and the black clip that secured her chignon. With a roll of her throat, she shook out her hair. Jesus, high-priced. They walked on. TV.
All I'm saying is, I'm a man can get things done. Any little prob like, cry out for Keith. Is it?
They had approached the entrance to the dead-end street. "I live down there," she said. "Thank you for these." As she slowed and half-turned and walked on and slowed again, Nicola fanned herself with the flap of a glove. Her color was high. She even hooked a thumb into the V of her black jacket and tugged. She's hung, too, he thought, the bitch. Remarkably, this final bonus began to have a dispiriting effect on Keith Talent, because perfection would be no good to him. Rather wistfully, he imagined she might have a big scar somewhere, or another blemish that he, for one, might willingly overlook. Failing that, in her mental instability he would repose his hopes. The condition of her nails was some comfort to him. Cold comfort only, though. By Keith's standards, they weren't that bad. They were bitten, but they weren't bitten off. That left her accent, which was definitely foreign. Europe, thought Keith, somewhere in the middle, and they might do things funny where she came from. Well, there was no harm in trying, he decided, although there'd been a lot of harm in trying as hard as he had, once or twice in the past. She said, "It's very muggy, don't you find?"
"Torrid,"
said Keith. "Goodness."
"As close as can be."
His smile was playfully abject as he pitched his voice low and thick, and added,
"Anything you want, darling. Anything at all."
"Well, as a matter of fact," she said, in a tone so clear and ordinary that Keith found himself briefly standing to attention, "there are one or two things that certainly need looking at, like the vacuum cleaner. It's very good of you.
What's your phone number, Nick?
Said Keith sternly. She hesitated, then she seemed to give a sudden nod to herself. Have you got a pen?
No need,
said Keith, re-emboldened.
Got this head for figures.
And with that he let his mouth drop open and rested a large tongue on the lower teeth as his bright eyes traveled downwards over her body. Her voice gave him the 7 digits with a shiver.
Sweet,
said Keith. Thoughtfully, Keith retraced his steps to the Black Cross. He had in mind a few drinks to loosen the throwing arm, and then some serious darts. In the Portobello Road he encountered Guy Clinch, apparently browsing over a stall of stolen books. Keith never failed to be amazed that books fetched money.
Yo,
he said, and paused for a few words. He considered. His circle of acquaintances was definitely expanding. It was through Guy, basically, that Keith had been introduced to Lady Barnaby. That's how it's done, the old boy network. Keith had, of course, been friendly with people like Guy before, in prison. They were in for fraud, mostly, or drugs, or alimony default. White collar. They were okay. Guy was okay. They were human. They showed you respect, not wishing to get beaten up all day. But Guy wasn't in prison. He was in a huge house in Lansdowne Crescent. According to Keith, people like Guy admired and even envied the working man, such as himself, for some reason. Maybe because the working man lived that bit harder in both work and play. When Guy now gamely asked him, "Any luck?" meaning Nicola, Keith waved him away with a groan of hard-living laughter, saying he had too many birds on as it was. They parted. Keith's plans changed. He looked in at Mecca, his turf accountants, for an expensive few minutes, then hurried off to do some work. Keith used the heavy knocker. Slowly the door opened, and a pleading face blinked out at him. Filled at first with extreme caution, the pale blue eyes now seemed to rinse themselves in delight. "Why, Harry, good afternoon to you."
Afternoon, Lady B,
said Keith, striding past her into the house. Lady Barnaby was 77. She wasn't one of Keith's birds. No way. In his bachelor days, Keith had been a regular Romeo. He had been a real lady-killer. In truth, he had been quite a one. Even Keith's dog, Clive, in his dog heyday, had been no keener or less choosy or more incapable of letting a female scent go by without streaking after it with his nose on the ground and his tongue thrown over his shoulder like a scarf. Then came change and responsibilities. Kath, his wife, and their baby girl, little Kim. And now it was all different. These days, Keith kept a leash on his restless nature, restricting himself to the kind of evanescent romance that might come the way of any modern young businessman on his travels, the wife or sister or daughter or mother of some cheat in the East End, perhaps, where Keith went to get the perfume. Plus the occasional indiscretion rather closer to home, Iqbala, the single parent in the next flat along. Plus the odd chance encounter made possible when fortune smiles on young lovers, closing time, pup toilet. Plus 3 regular and long-standing girlfriends, Trish Shirt, Debbie Kensett, who was special, and Annalise Furnish. And that was it. Most interesting in her way, most representative, most modern, was sinuous Annalise. Naughty, haughty, dreamy, and unreliable, given to panic attacks, swoons, hysterical blindness, Annalise, in Keith's view, was mental. She read books and wrote poems. She sent letters to celebrities in all walks of life. She hung around outside TV studios, concert halls, the Institute of Contemporary Arts. In the letters she sent to people whose faces she had seen on the television and in the newspapers, Annalise Furnish often enclosed a photograph. As a result, she often got replies. Not that these photographs were lewd or revealing or fleshy. Oh, no. Snapped by one or other of her male protectors, abject, tongue-tied types, platonic attendants. She thought, absolutely wrongly and with characteristic lack of imagination, that they loved her for her mind. These photographs showed Annalise in pensive poses, gazing out of windows or in sylvan settings, bending in her frock, perhaps, to relish the touch of a flower. Yet the replies came in guarded, cajoling, exploratory. Why? What did the photographs say? The wideness of the eyes told of a heavy dream life. The brow was the brow of someone who could be lied to, and successfully. And the wide mouth and tropical henna of the hair suggested that when Annalise gave herself to you, she would give herself utterly, and probably wouldn't ring the house. In this last particular alone, appearances were deceptive. Annalise was deceptive, but not predictably. Also, she had a figure of full womanly power and beauty, except for her legs, which were fat and always hidden up to the last moment. These legs were the bane of her life. What you did with famous people just wasn't your fault. Different rules applied. You were swept away. And when it was over, and it was usually over quickly, well, you were wryly left with your albums and scrapbooks, your poems, your train tickets, your memories, your dreams, your telephone calls to his wife and children, your letters to the editors of all the tabloids. Keith had met Annalise on the street. She came up to him and asked, in her husky and theatrical voice, if he was television's Rick Purist of TV quiz show fame. Keith hesitated. So might some medieval hermit have hesitated when the supplicant poor staggered through the dripping forest to his hovel and asked if he was the Emperor Frederick or Baldwin IX, Count of Flanders, risen from the dead and come to redeem them, to give succor, to free from sorrow. Well, now, the hermit must have wondered in his rags, am I or aren't I? It might be fun for a while. On the other hand, Keith peered at Annalise's heaving chest and trusted to instinct. He admitted it to be so. He was television's Rick Purist. Thus, the opening, tone-setting phoneme of their relationship, his slurred "yeah," was an outright lie. He accepted an invitation to join her for tea in her West Hampstead bedsitter. Keith drank the sherry while she showed him her memorabilia of the great and talked about the primacy of the human soul. 25 minutes later, as Keith leadenly climbed into his trousers and headed for the door, he glanced back at the sofa bed in the confident hope that he would see Annalise no more. But one night, a month or two later, he grew fond and wistful, and called her at 3 o'clock in the morning from the Black Cross. She read out a poem she'd written him. Keith went round there anyway. A month after that, he opened his tabloid and saw a piece entitled "Stolen Hours with TV's Rick." There was a picture of Annalise in her frock savoring the scent of a municipal bloom. There was another picture of Annalise without the flower and without the frock and cut off at the knee. There was also a picture of a puzzled Rick Purist. He did indeed look a bit like Keith. Here in cold print, Keith learned that he was very romantic and a fantastic lover, who was, moreover, built for love. Rick Purist denied it all. Rick's wife, Tracy, was standing by him. Words could not describe the elation Keith felt. He bought 30 copies of the newspaper and was about to shower the Black Cross with them. But just in time, he realized that this would be an inappropriate response to a really singular slice of luck. Powerfully eroticized all the same, Keith called in on Annalise that very week. She knew by now, to her cost and embarrassment, or to the cost and embarrassment of the tabloid's editors, that Keith was not Rick Purist. But she forgot and forgave and invented new fictions for him. Keith as Fly-by-Night, as Man with No Name, a crossword of aliases, a Proteus and Pimpernel. Keith didn't get it, but he certainly liked it. Never before had his unreliability and heartless neglect been seized on and celebrated as the core of his appeal. Obviously, there were little complications. Obviously. Sometimes when he stumbled into her bedsit in the small hours, Annalise was not alone. An adoring Baldy or Four Eyes, some Wally, Wimp, Nerd, or Narda, might be sleeping on the chair or on the floor like a dog, in which case Keith would speed them into the night with a taunt and, whoops, a kick in the ass, pick himself up off the floor, and join Annalise in the sofa bed with her warmth and her breasts and her laughter. On other occasions he surprised her in bed with famous people. This didn't happen very often. Keith didn't go around there very often, and the famous people were no longer very famous, but it did happen. A classical musician, some terrified poet. These were the kind of celebrities and non-tabloid readers to whom Annalise was now reduced. No hard feelings. Fair was fair. Keith would take a few swigs of whatever was available, crack a few jokes, and be on his way, usually to Trish Shirts. Once he surprised her in bed with Rick Purist. Annalise was making amends, she later explained, for the disruptions she had brought to Rick's marriage. On came the bedside lamp. Keith and Rick looked quite alike. Keith stared. He'd seen Rick on the telly. It was one of the strangest moments in Keith's strange life. He soon hopped it. That night seemed to sum it all up, really. She lived out in Slough now, did Annalise, and Keith was a busy man. And Debbie? Little Debbie? Well, Debbie was special. Dark, rounded, pouting, everything circular, ovoid. Debbie was special. Debbie was special because Keith had been sleeping with her since she was 12 years old. On the other hand, so had several other people. All completely kosher and Bristol fashion because she'd had her tubes done, and you just gave cash gifts of 75 quid to her mum, who wasn't bad either. Keith was very straight with Debbie Kensett. Respect, consideration, nothing dirty. Natural love. You got a ghostly feeling as you separated from her on the small bed in the small room, its walls fadedly rendering the lost sprites and dwarfs and maidens of childhood, and the white smell of very young flesh. Plump and prim, and fat-legged, on the man-made lower sheet lay little Debbie. And shockingly naked, untasseled, ungimmicked, unschool-uniformed. Such extras were to be found, plentifully enough, in her top drawer, but Debbie was always naked for her Keith, as nature intended. She wouldn't suggest wearing those things. No, not with Keith. And Keith was always too embarrassed to ask. Last autumn, Debbie had celebrated her 15th birthday. In the past, Keith had gone round there as often as he could afford, or more often. He had sometimes knowingly bounced checks on Mrs. K. Since November, though, he was less frequently to be seen there. But Debbie would always be special to Keith. She would always be special. At least until she was 18, or 16. And finally, invariably finally, there was Trish Shirt, blonde and pale and getting on a bit now, thinnish Trish, but sturdy-legged, who couldn't remember how old she was or what kind of blonde her hair had been when she started out so many years ago. She lived under a supermarket on Ladbroke Grove, which was convenient and even necessary because she hated going out. Trish needed several tumblers of vodka before she could face the strip lighting and the caged goods. Keith brought Trish her dole, sparing her the fortnightly mortification, with money subtracted for her drink, thus sparing her a much more frequent ordeal. This figured strongly in the steady increase of his powers. Keith was like a god to Trish. "I'd do anything for you, Keith. Anything," she said, and Keith took her up on it. But every time he strode out of Koscheck, clutching the keys to the heavy Cavalier, or silently got dressed, or re-zipped himself, while staring at her pale body, Keith vowed that this visit would be his last. Every time he pushed open the plywood door, every time Trish came to welcome him on her knees, Keith was that little bit angrier. For this he would give Trish payment. God save us, what was he doing to himself? Why was he here, with her, with that, when he had fun-loving little Debbie and sinuous Annalise, and Peggy and Iqbala and Petronella and Fran? Well, it was true that Trish had something to be said for her. Trish had a certain quality. She was nearest. How to account for Keith's way with women, such as it was? How to account for Keith's talent? He had a knack. Keith could tell women what they were thinking. No doubt this has never been easy, but it's quite an accomplishment with these women in these days. On the other hand, how much of a way with women did Keith really need? One was drunk, one was nuts, and one was 15. The lady killer. These, then, were Keith's birds. The nearest he had ever come to love, funnily enough, was with Chick Purchase. For years, Chick had invaded and usurped his thoughts. Keith hated him with a passion, and Keith could have loved the guy. It all went back to that business disagreement at the plant off the M4 near Bristol. But there were also rumors, legends about an incident at a party, an incident involving Keith and Chick's sister, Charlotte Purchase. Some spoke of improper suggestions, others of attempted rape. Whatever the truth of the matter, Keith, fresh out of hospital after a daring raid on a rival's drugs pub, had been promptly re-hospitalized by Chick. Looking back on it now with mature hindsight, Keith said that it was all crap about the attempted rape, which he claimed had been an unqualified success, and that a darker tale lay behind the enmity, something of which a man might not easily speak. At the bar of the Black Cross, it was generally agreed, in fearful whispers, that the two men had fallen out over a disputed dart score. Well, there was no coming back from that. And Keith could have loved the guy. "And how are you, Harry?" asked good Lady Barnaby.
"Good," said Keith. "I'm good, Lady B. Everything ship-shape?"
Keith made a perfunctory tour of the house, checking the refurbished boiler, the patched and sanded kitchen floorboards, the shifted furniture, the new window pane. The old window pane had been personally smashed by Keith Tallant a few days ago, as a means of speeding his introduction to Lady Barnaby. It was Guy Clinch who had first drawn Keith's attention to the old woman, pointing out a stooped figure on Ladbroke Grove. Knew her husband. The house is far too big for her now. Keith did what he usually did when he wanted to get to know a member of the opposite sex. He followed her home. Then the brick in the soiled handkerchief.
"Excuse me, missus,"
Keith had panted when Lady Barnaby eventually came to the door and peered through the letterbox.
"Some black kids just put a brick through your downstairs window. I chased them, but they got away."
It took a while before she let Keith inside. The old dear was all aflutter. She had been humming over a flower arrangement a few feet from the exploding glass. She wept on his shoulder. They drank half a bottle of cognac. Keith calmed her with tales of his unpleasant experiences with our colored brethren. Ever since that day, Keith was always looking in on Lady B, to do odd jobs, or rather to supervise them. He had no idea about any of that, merely leasing out the work to various cowboys he knew in White City. Lady Barnaby was fiercely grateful to Keith. She often said that it did her old heart good that people like him still existed. "Well, Harry, what do you think?" asked Lady Barnaby uneasily. Uneasily, Keith slapped the boiler and pronounced it a fine piece of work. In fact, even he could tell that something very serious indeed was about to go wrong with it. He felt nervous being in the same room, or on the same floor, as this laboring gravity bomb in its padded vest.
"Real craftsmanship," he said.
"Listen to it, though, Harry, that terrible clanging, and those spitting noises."
"That's just the vents, adjusting to the increased flow, Lady B. The cladding. It's the cladding, as such.
Wait for me. In the kitchen, Keith said,
You're gonna have a smashing time in Yugoslavia, Lady B. What? Are you sure? I saw your mouth water when you took a look at that brochure. Your own suite, private pool, 5-star dining. It's gonna be heaven out there, love. Oh, heaven.
Briefly, Keith thought of the holiday package he had concocted with his mate in the bucket shop off Harrow Road. The hotel half-built and half-rotting, the shadow of the abandoned factory, the blighted shore.
You never know, he said. You might meet someone nice.
Harry!
Nah, come on, 'cause you're a pretty old lady, Lady B. You are, not like my mum. Tell you what, I'll run you out to the airport on Friday morning. Shut up, nothing simpler. I'll see you then. And if you have any probs, Lady B, you know what to do. Any little thing, cry out for Keith. Harry.
Keith had a late lunch at the Amritza and then returned to the Black Cross and played darts for 11 hours. Expedient to a fault in most things, Keith was a confessed romantic when it came to his darts. The deal went something like this.
A house in Twickenham or thereabouts, in the environs of Twickenham, an aviary, park the wife and kid, keep greyhounds, a household name, figure in the England manager's plans, throw your heart out in an England shirt, an ambassador for the sport, a credit to the game. Give every barmaid in Britain one. No female pub-goer on earth can resist a celebrity darter, a personality. Tours of Scandinavia, Australia, Canada, the States. Build up a personal library of every victory on video. Be on television, a face known by millions. On TV, innit? TV! TV! Earlier in the summer, while completing, with infinite pain and difficulty, his entry form for the duo-share Sparrow Masters, the knockout interpub darts competition in which he was doing so well now, Keith pondered and agonized for several days before filling in the section marked Hobbies. He wanted to put darts and leave it at that. But darts was work. It would be like saying that his hobbies were cheating, burgling, and receiving. Besides, he had in the past won 2 self-sufficiency awards from the British Darts Organization. Darts bursaries, darts scholarships, as it were, to help him in his bid to go pro. He wasn't too clear on all this, and the cash grants had kept Keith self-sufficient for about 15 minutes each in the turf accountants. But a struggler in the world of small businesses wouldn't tell you that his hobby was expanding a timber yard or running a fag shop, now would he? What, then, were Keith's hobbies? He couldn't put birds. It might get back to Kath. He couldn't put horses, or walking Clive, or going to the pub. Pool and fruit machines had, if little else, the stamp of authenticity. He toyed with certain fictions, potholing, rallying, growing vegetables. But his pride rebelled against the imposture. Growing vegetables? You must be... In the end, he searched his soul for the last time, white-knuckled his grip on the biro, and put TV. It was no less than the truth. He watched a very great deal of TV, always had done. Years and years of it, eons of TV. Boy, did Keith burn that tube. And that tube burnt him, nuked him, its cathodes crackling like cancer. TV, he thought, or modern reality, or the world. It was the world of TV that told him what the world was. How does all the TV time work on a modern person, a person like Keith? The fact that he would have passed up a visit to the Louvre or the Prado in favor of 10 minutes alone with a knicker catalogue, this perhaps was a personal quirk. But TV came at Keith like it came at everybody else, and he had nothing whatever to keep it out.
He couldn't grade or filter it. So he thought TV was real. Of course, some of it was real. Riots in Kazakhstan were real. Stuff about antiques was real. Keith watched these shows in a spirit of professional dedication. Mass suicides in Sun City were real. Darts was real. But so to Keith was Syndicate and Edwin Drood, the musical, and Bow Bells, and The Dorm That Dripped Blood. Not an active reality like, say, Darts, on which the camera obligingly spied and eavesdropped. No, an exemplary reality, all beautifully and gracefully interconnected, where nothing hurt much and nobody got old. It was a high trapeze, the artists all sequin and tutu. "Look at that bird," enacted far above the sawdust, the peanut shells, and poodle droppings up there beyond a taut and twanging safety net called money. In the days after their first meeting, the image of Nicholas Six began to work on Keith's mind. It worked like television. He thought of her often, while inspecting a shop window in Oxford Street, while herring after his scattered urges in the last moments before sleep, while finishing himself off with Trish Shirt. Although many of these thoughts were frankly pornographic, but class porn, you know, not like the rubbish you get here, by no means all of them were. He saw himself in lace-up swimming trunks, on a lounger, frowning over a balance sheet by a personal plunge pool, and Nicola walking past in bikini and high heels, bringing him a drink and tenderly tousling his hair. "L.I., innit?" he whispered. Or Keith in a tuxedo on a patio outside Palermo. Glass table and candles, and her in a flowing gown. An international entrepreneur with wide business interests, redeemed and freed from sorrow. On the other side, where darts might yet take him, where he belonged. He left it for a bit, then called her. His exit from the Black Cross that afternoon was marked for its air of studious and purposeful calm. Outside, the day was still. The flares of Keith's trousers billowed gracefully as he walked to the heavy Cavalier. With lips compressed and sternly pushed forward, he picked his way through the doubled traffic. In fact, Keith was displeased. He hadn't much cared for the sound of her on the phone. That small voice might be doing no more than wasting his valuable time, or playing it cool. But that was okay. No woman could play it cooler than Keith. Keith with his prodigies of thoughtlessness. Like being late. Keith was always late for his dates, especially for the first one, and if he had a standby, he seldom showed up at all.
"I'll be right over,"
Keith had said. He now double-parked outside the Indian Mutiny on Cathcart Road. Seated at his usual table, Keith ate poppadoms and Bombay duck while the staff fondly prepared his mutton vindaloo. "The napalm sauce, sir?" asked Rashid. Keith was resolved in this as in all things.
"Yeah, the napalm sauce."
In the kitchen, they were busy responding to Keith's imperial challenge, to make a curry so hot that he couldn't eat it. The meal arrived. Lively but silent faces stared through the serving hatch. The first spoonful swiped a mustache of sweat onto Keith's upper lip and drew excited murmurs from the kitchen.
"Bit mild,"
said Keith when he could talk again. That day, the Indian Mutiny had no other customers. Keith chewed steadily. His lion's hair looked silver in the shadows. Tears inched their way over his dry cheeks.
"Bland, Rashid,"
said Keith later as he paid and undertipped.
"What are you looking at? It's 5%. Bland. Dead bland." "Nicky? Keith,"
said Keith after the long push on the buzzer. A second buzz, and the door succumbed to his touch. He turned and looked out at the dead-end street. Keith contemplated the stairs. The mutton vindaloo ripped another stunning burp out of him. lingering only to inspect the lock and to hold a brown envelope up to the light and to lean against the wall for 5 minutes with his brow on his wrist, Keith began the heavy climb. He came to the top and found a door. He opened it.
Jesus,
he said. More stairs. Nicola stood on the brink of this final story, wearing a soft woolen dress the color of a Siamese cat, 3 of its 9 buttons, its 9 lives, already unfastened, and emerald earrings like tiger's eyes in the pockets of her black hair, and the silver collar, and every finger of her clenched hands barbed with rings. "Come on up."
"Champagne,"
said Keith.
"Cheers,"
he added.
"Jesus."
He followed her down the passage and into the sitting room, wiggling a finger some millimeters from her backside. Then, with a serious sniff, he confronted the room and its mental arithmetic. Nicola turned to face him, and Keith's calculations continued. The sum got bigger, including jewelry. Outlay. TV, he thought. When she raised a hand to her throat, Keith fumbled and crashed round his mind, looking for a pun on choker. He didn't find one. He said,
"Prestigious."
"Do you want to drink or something?"
"Work before pleasure, my love,"
said Keith, who was quite drunk already. On the whole, he wished he wasn't, because hangovers played havoc with a man's darts. But he had seemed to need those 7 pints of lager. You got to with that stuff. And the chain of brandies with which he had rounded off his meal. Keith wondered why. It was out of character so early in the day. Not that it mattered, because Keith could hold his drink. No one knew the difference. He thought, with all modesty, of the times he had burst through Trish Shirt's plywood door and walked straight into the wall, and she never said a word. Keith just carried it off. "You're quite drunk already, aren't you, Keith?" said Nicola.
"Little celebration,"
said Keith smoothly. "But you don't do that," he was thinking. "You don't say it. No, you don't. That's what you never do." Keith looked at his feet, wrong-footed, and felt her eyes move strictly over his pub hair. Nicola's legs, he saw, were set combatively apart, and the last button of her dress was unfastened. Nicola's dress. Keith had been intending, at an early stage in their encounter, to ram his hand up it. But not now, he thought. No way. She looked at her watch and said, "I suppose we might as well get started." And Keith was being led into the kitchen. Grimly and without profit, he fingered the faulty vacuum cleaner, peered into the block-prone waste disposer, manhandled the hingeless ironing board. "This is hopeless," said Nicola. "I'm a busy man," thought Keith. "I can't just drop everything. I come up here—"
"I come up here,"
he said.
"I'm a busy man. I can't just drop everything."
"There's the coffee grinder." The coffee grinder was produced. They both stared at it. It looked okay to Keith. "Do you think it's the fuse?" she asked confidentially.
"Could be."
Grinder, he thought. Here we go. Grind her. A good... She offered him a screwdriver and looked on with interest. "I can't do it. The screw's too tight." Screw, thought Keith. Too tight, yeah. He was surprised again to find no joke, no ice-breaking salacity on his slowly smiling lips. "Hang about. It's coming. Too tight. Screw. If it's... You can't have a..." He applied the tool with will. The blade ground into the scratched head and skidded off into the mons of Keith's thumb. "Fuck!" he said, and dropped everything. Now, I had no choice but to end that chapter right there. I, too, had to drop everything. Maybe I can go back later and soften the transition if there's time. Keith's version just couldn't be trusted for a second longer. She loves him up in the bathroom? She makes him a cash offer? No, no. I had to make my move. No rest for the wicked. I had to get out there. Up to that point, the talent narrative was of such mortifying squalor, it had to be no less than pedantic truth, in my opinion. It was relayed not to me alone, but also to Dean, Thelonious, Fucker, and Bogdan in the Black Cross. Everyone tacitly agreed that Keith was emerging well from the tale. How is this? Remember, modern. Because it was all a tribute to Keith's indifference, to Keith not caring about anything. This would pave the way for still greater triumph in the sexual arena, where, of course, in Keith's version, an impenetrable mendacity took hold. A real shock this morning. A cockroach in Mark Asprey's apartment. It dashed the length of the kitchen from beneath one labor-saving facility to another. It looked like a little coach and four with a tiny driver wielding a tinier whip. Now, I knew they'd reached here, these big fat black ones, and colonized the place, but in Mark Asprey's apartment, the Clinches evidently have them too. I expected and hoped that the first roach wave would respect the local traditions. I thought they'd all hang out at Keith's. But try explaining class to a cockroach. Cockroaches don't understand the English like I do. I understand the English. I'm ashamed to say I pride myself on it. I want to hang out at Keith's. I long to be asked over. Darts lessons, which turn out to be incredibly horrible, only get you into Keith's garage. The lone tower block at the end of Golborne Road. I can see it from my bedroom window. I'm working on it. Auxiliadora will start coming in this week. I am beset by invitations from Lansdowne Crescent. I see myself standing outside the master bedroom, naked, with my clothes in a little bundle, knocking on the door. So I tethered the diaries in their original ribbon and went around to Nicola's apartment. That's the thing. I just did it. Unlike Guy Clinch, I have Nicola's address and phone number. I have all her past addresses and phone numbers, too. They're all there on page 1, her nomad progress through the city. Chelsea, Blackfriars, Regent's Park, Bloomsbury, Hampstead, and so on. And now the dead-end street. She's never been so far west before. Nicholas VI has lived care of an awful lot of people. But they didn't take enough care, and she soon moved on. Number 6, :SIX, said the tab. Yes, hello? The voice was guilty and defiant. No one likes to be surprised at home on late afternoons. No one likes to be surprised. And I could have been Keith. I said, "My name is Samson Young. Hello. We met in the pub, remember, the Black Cross, and later that day we saw each other on the street. I have something of yours I would like to return to you." "I don't want it." "Yes, you do." "No, I don't." "Okay, then I'll try the police." "Christ," she said. "Another literalist. Look, come back in an hour." I played a mild hunch. That's what writing is, 100 hunches, 100 affronts to your confidence, 100 decisions every page. I said, "There's no need for you to dress up for me. I'm not a contender in all this. I'm disinterested. I won't stay long, and I don't care how you look. I won't dissuade you." There was a silence. Then she hung up. There was another silence. Then the buzzer sounded, and I pressed my way through. It took me at least as long as it took Keith to get to the top. I passed the usual stuff, lurking bikes, the loathed mail of tan envelopes, mirrors, potted plants. On the last flight, past the inner door, you could feel it well before she actually appeared on the stairs. Now, I'm no chaser, and I failed in love, but I felt these powerful feminine auras, these feminine shockwaves. Nothing like this, though. Such intensity, poised and cocked and ready to go either way. Oh, entirely ready. And when she appeared at the top of the stairs, the white dressing gown, the hair aslant over the unpainted face, I fielded the brutal thought that she'd just had 15 lovers all at once, or 15 periods. I followed her into the low room. "It's characteristic," I said. "Pleasantly anarchical," meaning the room. I couldn't get her to look up at me. Her demeanor appeared to express great reluctance, or even physical fear. But it's hard to know what's really happening on a first date. "Do you want a drink or something?" "You have one." A half-empty bottle of red wine stood on the table by the window. On another table, Keith's flowers stood dying in their bowl. Nicola left the room. I heard the surge of the faucet. Then she returned with the rinsed glass. The cork came off silently. Set against the clear light of the panes, the glass bore 2 faint smears of red, wine at the base, lipstick at the rim. Today's wine, yesterday's lipstick. She wore no lipstick now, nor had her dressing gown been recently washed. There was a certain pride in this. Her body had, after all, been recklessly adored, every inch of it. Even her secretions, even her waist, she perhaps felt, even her dust was adorable. She smelled of tragic sleep and tobacco. Not cigarette smoke, but tobacco, moistly dark. 2 wicker chairs faced each other by the small table and its lamp. She sat in one chair and rested her feet on the other. The phone was at arm's length. So this was her telephone posture. I felt hope. She would communicate. I was looking at her, but she wouldn't look at me. Everywhere else, but not at me. "Sit down," she said wearily, indicating the couch. I placed the diaries on the floor at my feet. "So you read them?" "It wasn't difficult," I said. "I couldn't put them down." She smiled to herself secretively, so I added, "You have a way with language, and with much else. In fact, I'm envious." "Everything? You read everything?" "Yep." She blushed to her fierce annoyance. It was quite a light show for a while, the olive skin thickening with violet. Yes, some tints of rose were present in her darkness. She arranged the hem of her dressing gown and said, "So you know all about my sexual—" "Your sexual weakness, predilection, bugbear?" "Perversion." "Oh, it's quite common." "Is it?" She looked at me now, all right. Her lower lip hung in considered hostility. I'd better get this one right, I thought, or it could be all over. And if I wanted the truth from her, then I had to give the truth too. And I must have the truth. "Are you going to go to the police about it?" she asked. "We are, most of us," I said, "in some kind of agony. I'm not here to judge you." "Thanks. What are you here for?" I was close to full confession, but I said, "I'm just an observer, or a listener." "What's in it for me? For me, you're just an unwelcome complication." "Maybe not. Maybe I'll help simplify. I'm intrigued by what you say about the death of love. Nicola, let me be your diary." At this point, she must have made her decision. I found out why she made it just before I left. We started with Keith's visit and talked for about 45 minutes. She answered all my questions, even the most impudent, with considered clarity and intense recall. I had to resist the temptation to take notes. And she threw in a tour of the apartment, through the inner passage, into the bedroom, and out again. "I'm going to keep my promise and slip away," I said. "Can I call you tomorrow? Oh, you're a Scorpio, right? When is your birthday?" This was vicious. What's the matter with me? Who do I think I am? But she didn't seem to mind. "Isn't that Guy Fawkes night?" "Yes, bonfire night." "You know it's also the day of the full eclipse." "Yes, I know. It's good, isn't it?" We both stood up. Then we did something that people hardly ever do in real life. We looked at each other. For 20 seconds, 30, 40. It was especially tough for me, with my eyes and everything. In the flinch that at one point she gave, I noticed that her teeth, strongly slanted, wore the faintest signs of neglect. The discoloration, vertical, resinous, was itself fatalistic. Well, why bother? Those stains gave me my first and only erotic pang of the afternoon. Not the warm outlines of the breasts, nor the conviction of nakedness beneath the cotton sweetly soiled. No one had looked at me that way for quite a time, and I was moved. When she shaped herself for a question or a statement, I could see what was coming, and I knew it was fully earned. Don't say it," I said. I astonished myself and clasped my hands over my ears. "Please, not yet. Please, don't say it." And now she raised a hand to stifle or cover a smile she knew to be wicked. "My God," she said, "you really are." On the way back, 2 swearing children offered me a handful of sweets, jimmies or Smarties. I considered, as I listened to the squandered obscenities of the 7-year-olds. I really ought to think about what I'm doing, accepting candy from strange children. Before I left, Nicola gave me back her diaries and told me to throw them on a skip somewhere. I tried to look casual about it. I couldn't tell her that I'd spent half the day Xeroxing them in their entirety. Mark Asprey has a Xerox, a beautiful little thing. It seems to work like a toaster, when it works, which it doesn't, not right now. I went to the Bangladeshi stationer's in Queensway. It was a real drag and cost just enough to tip me into a money panic. I cracked at once and rang Missy Harder at Hornick Ultrason. Naturally, I didn't talk to her direct, but I had words with her assistant, Janet. Not quite true. I had words with Missy Harder's assistant's assistant, Barbro, Janet's assistant. Missy Harder will apparently return my call. Of course, it's far too early to start thinking about an advance. Or it was then, a couple of hours ago. But I don't see how I can be stopped, now I've found common cores with the murderee. I'm ridiculously pleased in Chapter 4 with that bit about the Emperor Frederick and Baldwin IX, Count of Flanders. When Annalise comes up to him in the street and he wonders whether to go with the Rick Puris ticket or stick to Keith. I stole it from The Pursuit of the Millennium by Norman Cohn. Like everybody else, I'm finding it harder and harder to pick up a book, but I can still manage brief engagements with Cohn, with his fascinated, his fully gripped intelligence. Also, I'm nearly halfway through Hugh Brogan's 1-volume history of America. Soon I'll have to rely on Mark Asprey's shelves, or Mark Asprey's writings, which don't look promising. These pseudo-Baldwins and pseudo-Fredericks, medieval hermits, medieval bums often, deified by desperate populations, by the inspired hordes of the poor. They had a good run, some of them. They led uprisings. They marched on capitals and squatted in palaces. They screwed around. They partied like there was no tomorrow, for a time. But they all paid the price, on the stake. And when they did, pseudo-Fredericks and pseudo-Baldwins sprang up to replace them, quickly risen from the dead. Then they got torched, too. Even the Old Testament expected the apocalypse shortly. In times of mass disorientation and anxiety, but I am trying to ignore the world's situation. I am hoping it will go away. Not the world, the situation. I want time to get on with this little piece of harmless escapism. I want time to go to London Fields. Sometimes I wonder whether I can keep the world situation out of the novel. The crisis, now sometimes called the crisis. They can't be serious. Maybe it's like the weather. Maybe you can't keep it out. Will it reach the conclusion it appears to crave? Will the crisis reach the conclusion? Is it just the nature of the beast? We'll see. I certainly hope not. I would lose many potential readers, and all my work would have been in vain. And that would be a real bitch. Chapter 5. The Event Horizon. Like the flowers on a grave bearing the mother of a sentimental hoodlum, Keith's bouquet leaned and loitered in its bowl on the round table. Nicola always beheld these flowers with disbelief. The colors spoke to her of custard, of blancmange, a leaden meat tea served on pastel plates, the desiccation of a proletarian wake for some tyrant granddad or some pub parrot of a granny, mad these 30 years. She found that, far from brightening the place up, as Keith had predicted they would, the flowers rendered her flat more or less uninhabitable. In India, where Nicola had once been, certain colors are associated with the colors of certain castes. These were low-caste flowers, casteless flowers, untouchable flowers. But Nicola didn't throw them away. She didn't touch them. You wouldn't want to touch them. Keith's talent was expected, and the flowers would remain. Nicola didn't yet know that Keith's blue eyes were completely flower-blind, or flower-proof. He wouldn't see the flowers, and he wouldn't see their absence. Just as a vampire, another class of creature that cannot cross your threshold uninvited, gives no reflection in glass or mirrors, so flowers, except in the common noun sense, he knew birds liked them, as did bees, sent no message to Keith's blue eyes. He telephoned on time the day the flowers died. Even as she picked up the receiver, she felt how you feel when the doorbell goes off like an alarm in the middle of the night. An unpleasant mistake or really bad news. She steadied herself. After the repeated pips, themselves punctuated by Keith's ragged obscenities, she could hear the squawkings and garrottings of the Black Cross at 3:15. Even though pubs were now open more or less round the clock, there was one near the entrance to the dead-end street, they still exploded at the old closing times, coded memories deep in the genes of pubs. Keith's tone was mawkishly pally, seeming to offer the commiserations due to a shared burden. Faulty household appliances, shoddy workmanship, life, as if they had known each other for years, which, in a sense, she thought, they almost had.
"Tell you what, then, darling,"
he said with that lugubrious lilt.
"Yeah, I'll be right over." "Sweet,"
he added when Nicola said yes. She arranged herself for Keith's visit with considerable care. When Nicola was just a little girl, she had a little friend called Enola Gay. Enola shared in all Nicola's schemes and feints, her tantrums and hunger strikes, in all her domestic terrorism. She, too, had the knack or gift of always knowing how things would unfold. Enola didn't exist. Nicola invented her. When adolescence came, Enola went and did a terrible thing. Thereafter she kept a terrible secret. Enola had borne a terrible child, a little boy called Little Boy. "Enola," Nicola would whisper in the dark. "What have you done, you wicked girl? Enola! Enola Gay!" Terrible though the child was, Enola shone through Little Boy with the light of many suns. Nicola knew that she would never generate such light herself. She was vivid. She was divinely bright. When she walked the streets, she seemed to be lit by her personal cinematographer. But it wasn't the light that burned in Enola Gay from Little Boy. That light came from the elemental feminine power, propagation. If Nicola had had that light, her power might have approached the infinite. But she didn't have it, and never would have it. With her, light went the other way. The black hole, so long predicted in theory, was now, to Nicola's glee, established astronomical fact. Cygnus X1. It was a binary system. The black hole was orbiting a star 30 times the mass of our sun. The black hole weighed in at 10 solar masses, but was no wider than London. It was nothing. It was just a hole. It had dropped out of space and time. It had collapsed into its own universe. Its very nature prevented anyone from knowing what it was. unapproachable, unilluminable. Nothing is fast enough to escape from it. For Mother Earth, the escape velocity is 7 miles per second. For Jupiter, 37 miles per second. For the Sun, 383 miles per second. For Sirius B, the first white dwarf they found, the escape velocity is 4,900 miles per second. But for Cygnus X1, the black swan, there is no escape velocity. Even light, which propagates at 186,287 miles per second, cannot escape from it. "That's what I am," she used to whisper to herself after sex. "A black hole. Nothing can escape from me." Sodomy pained Nicola, but not literally. It was its local prevalence, as it were, that pained her so greatly. It was the only thing about herself that she couldn't understand and wouldn't forgive. How generally prevalent was it? And an unwanted humiliation, this, to seek safety in numbers. It wasn't like masturbation, which everyone secretly knew everyone secretly did, apart from the odd fanatic, or ostrich, or liar. Masturbation was an open secret until you were 30. Then it was a closed secret. Even modern literature shut up about it at that point, pretty much. Nicola held this silence partly responsible for the industrial dimensions of contemporary pornography. Pornography, a form in which masturbation was the only subject. Everybody masturbated all their lives. On the whole, literature declined the responsibility of this truth. So pornography had to cope with it, not elegantly or reassuringly, as best it could. When you came to sodomy, instinct declared that nowhere near everybody did it. But one could harbor one's suspicions here, too. Nicola remembered reading, with a blush of pleasure, that fully 75% of female v. male divorce suits featured sodomy under one subhead or another. Anything from physical cruelty to unreasonable demands. How unreasonable was it? How cruel? What did it mean when a woman wanted it? The tempting location, so close to its better sister, but wherever it was, in the armpit, behind the kneecap, it would have its attractions. Be literal and look at the human mouth. The mouth was a good distance away, and the mouth got it too. Literature did go on about sodomy, and increasingly. This hugely solaced Nicola VI. Now, if she could consider it as a 20th century theme, just as Keith Talent would be proud to represent his country in an England shirt, so Nicola, in garter belt and stockings and ankle bracelet, would be perfectly prepared to represent her century. It started, she supposed, with Joyce, who was clearly interested in it, a murky nostalgia. Lawrence was interested in it, earth, blood, will, yes, and enforced degradation. Beckett was interested in it, a callowly, uncomplicated yearning, Nicola decided, to cause distress and preferably damage, trauma to the female parts. As for the Americans, they all seemed to be interested in it. With John Updike, it was mainly just another thing humans could do, and everything human interested Updike. Of Norman Mailer, one didn't need to inquire too deeply, a mere time-killer before greater violence. Philip Roth, with what must be farcical irony, bedroom farcical irony, refers to it as anal love. V.S. Naipaul, on the other hand, who was very interested in it, speaks of a sexual black mass. Well, black anyway. And a black hole was mass, pure mass, infinite mass. No, not everybody did it. But Nicola did it. At a certain point, and she always vowed she wouldn't, and always knew she would, Nicola tended to redirect her lover's thrusts down there in the binary system. She had a thing of readying herself with the third finger of the left hand, the marriage finger. It was appalling, the crassness with which the symbolism suggested itself. The marriage finger, seeking a different ring in the place whence no babies came. It was the only time she ever lost control. Not during, certainly not, but after, later, with silent tears of dismay. How much had she cried about it? How much tearful? How many inches a year? What saddened and incensed her was the abdication of power, so craven, the surrender so close to home. And power was what she was in it for. Nicola had lived deliciously, but she was promiscuous on principle, as a sign of emancipation, of spiritual freedom, freedom from men. She was, she believed, without appetite, and prided herself on her passionless brilliance in bed. But then the subtle rearrangement and the abject whisper, and it poisoned everything somehow. Again, not literally. Although Nicola liked doing what nobody else did, although she liked danger, she didn't like that kind of danger, vandal danger with no form to it. She was promiscuous, but her lovers weren't. They usually had wives instead, and her gynecologist assured her one night, when she still had time to care about such distant matters, that it was safe enough if you did it last. Well, when else would you do it? Would you do the last thing? The thing itself was the last thing. It always seeded the end of the affair, and Nicola took some comfort from that fact. Maybe it was just her strategy for sending love back the other way. The only other compensation was an artistic one. At least it was congruous with her larger tribulation. At least sodomy added up. Most types have their opposite numbers. Groups have groupies. There are molds for all men and vice versa. The professional has his perky. Scowlers get scowlies, so smuggies, loudies, cruelies. So the failed suicide must find a murderer. So the murderer must find a murderee. After about 15 minutes, Nicola was sure that Keith was going to be late, significantly late. She changed her plan. She adopted Plan B. Her life had a Plan B, or it had, to live on. But intimations of early middle age had settled that. With these intimations, other intimations, the second half of life and natural death. These intimations were very informative. They were packed with news, and no thanks. You got old quick, like the planet. Like the planet, you could only prostrate yourself before the wonders of modern medicine, modern can-do. But can-do was nothing when compared to already done. You had to trust in cosmic luck, the heavenly operation, facelift, transplant, divine rain. She changed her immediate plans. Had Keith been prompt, he would have surprised Nicola in tennis shorts, T-shirt, and reversed baseball cap, the outfit she wore when, in an ecstasy of vexation, she did her weekly dusting. But he was late, so she took off her shorts and put her jeans back on and coolly went to the shops with the canvas bag. When Nicola walked the streets, she was lit by her personal cinematographer, nothing too arty either, a single spotlight trained from the gods. She had a blue nimbus, the blue of sex or sadness. Any eyes that were available on the dead-end street would find their way to her. Builders in the gutted houses, a frazzled rep in a cheap car, a man alone at home pressing his face against the window pane with a snarl. There were 3 shops at the junction, tobacconists and sub-post office, Asian grocery and off-license, and, incongruously, a travel agent's, a shop that sold travel. At the first, Nicola bought fuses and picked up her French cigarettes. The tiny old creature behind the counter, impossible to entertain the idea that she had ever been a woman, ordered the cigarettes especially, and Nicola felt the ghost of an obligation to give warning to stop. I can tell her I've quit, she thought. At the grocer's she bought lemons, tonic, tomato juice, and what she confidently hoped would be her last-ever plastic bottle of toilet cleanser. The tobacconist overcharged her, the grocer gave short measure. Passing the travel agents, with its great lists of destinations, and prices hysterically reduced in normal times, but now brutally upped, even Amsterdam cost the earth, Nicola abruptly realized that she would never go away again. Would she? Ever? Not even a few days with Guy in Aix-en-Provence, or a weekend with Keith in Ilfracombe or Jersey, or some other paradise of duty-free? No, there just wouldn't be time. On the way back near the entrance to the dead-end street, she was stared at by two builders who sat half-naked eating Scotch eggs and drinking beer on the porch steps of a corner house they was supposedly, or at any rate cursorily, renovating. Nicola had noticed them before, this exemplary pair. One was 16 or 17, lean and suntanned, and wholly delighted by the onset of his powers. The other, the senior man, puffy, 30, with long hair and few teeth, and quite ruined, as if he got a year older every couple of months. The boy climbed to his feet as Nicola approached. "Miss World!" he said in a quavering voice. He wore an expression of ironic entreaty. "Give us a smile, please! Ah, come on, light up! It might never happen!" Nicola smiled. Nicola turned to him as she passed, and smiled beautifully. She arranged herself for Keith's visit with considerable care, despite the fact that she knew how things would go anyway, more or less. Of course, she was in a funny situation with reality, though this never occurred to her with any weight, coaxing it into a shape she knew it already had, somewhere in phantom potentia. Simply doing the next thing that came naturally, Nicola had what she called a whore's bath, standing naked on a towel before the basin in the mirror. As she washed, she mentally developed an erotic design. It would be humiliating and quite unnecessary to think too specifically on the matter, but one had to be prepared. Taking an example at random, the pretty divots of her armpits, so aromatic and erogenous, so often praised and slobbered over, clearly such excellent value, these might have to go. He might want them shorn. Not yet. It would depend. Her underwear she selected without a flicker of hesitation. Suspender belt, stockings, brassiere, but all white this time. All white. She sat on the bed, tipping backwards, then stood up with her head bent sharply, making the right adjustments. Nicola was amazed. Nicola was consternated by how few women really understood about underwear. It was a scandal. If the effortless enslavement of men was the idea, or one of the ideas, and who had a better idea, why halve your chances by something as trivial as a poor shopping decision? In her travels, Nicola had often sat in shared bedrooms and cabins and boudoirs and powder parlors and watched debutantes, predatory divorcees, young hostesses, even reasonably successful good-time girls shimmying out of their cocktail dresses and ball gowns to reveal some bunched nightmare of bloomers, tights, long johns, wife-fronts. A prosperous hooker whom she had hung out with for a while in Milan invariably wore panties that reminded Nicola, in both texture and hue, of a bunion pad. To ephemeral flatmates and sexual wallflowers at house parties, and to other under-equipped rivals, Nicola had sometimes carelessly slipped the underwear knowledge. It took about 10 seconds. 6 months later, the ones that got it right would be living in their own mews houses in Pimlico and looking 15 years younger. But they mostly got it wrong. Over-elaboration, or lack of self-love, or sheer lack of talent. Plus minor vagaries, like the persistent and profitless fallacy of black underwear, which showed the right brothely instinct, and beat boxer shorts and training bra, but missed the point. Perhaps women couldn't believe how simple men really were, how it could all be decided in 5 minutes at the hosiery store. At this particular end of this particular century, they wanted tight, bright, white underwear. White underwear. They wanted the female form shaped and framed, packaged and gift-wrapped, stylized, cartoonified, and looking, for a moment at least, illusorily pure. They wanted the white lie of virginity. Men were so simple. But what did that do to the thoughts of women, to the thoughts of women like Nichola Six? Never in her life, not ever, had Nichola decisively discarded any item of clothing. The flat's large second bedroom had become a super-closet. It was like a boutique in there. The suits, the party dresses, the theatrical costumes and disguises, the belts, the scarves, the hats. Imelda Marcos herself might have wondered at the acreage of Nicola's shoes. If Keith Talent were dressing her now, if Keith were designing her, she speculated, how would he want things to go? What did he want at the top of the stairs? Nicola in thigh-high pink boots, rayon miniskirt, and bursting blouse. Yes, either that, or Nicola in low-corsaged opal ball dress and elbow-length ivory gloves with a sable-trimmed brick-quilted dolman, a comb of brilliance, and a panache of osprey in her hair. Queen of diamonds, queen of hearts. But of course, you couldn't do it quite like that. "Come on up," she said. As Keith followed her heavily into the apartment, Nicola did something right out of character. She cursed her fate. Then she swiveled and inspected him, from arid crown to Cuban heels, as he cast his scavenging blue eyes around the room. Keith stripped of all charisma from pub and street. It wasn't the posture, the scrawniness of the shanks and backside, the unpleasant body scent — he smelled as if he'd just eaten a mustard-coated camel — the drunken scoop of his gaze, unappealing though these features certainly were. Just that Nicola saw at once with a shock. I knew it all along, she said to herself, that the capacity for love was extinct in him. It was never there. Keith wouldn't kill for love. He wouldn't cross the road. He wouldn't swerve the car for love. Nicola raised her eyes to heaven at the thought of what this would involve her in sexually. And in earnest truth, she had always felt that love in some form would be present at her death. "Well, let's get started," she said, directing Keith towards the kitchen and its dead machines. Once there, Nicola folded her arms and watched, increasingly astonished by how things evidently stood between Keith and the inanimate world. Such flexed and trembling helplessness, such temper loss and equipment abuse. She was inept in the kitchen herself. She had never, for instance, produced anything even remotely edible from the electric cooker, now long disused. But this frenzy of domestic quackery. Keith went at the ironing board like the man in the deck chair joke. The tube of the Hoover became a maddened python in his grasp. After his final misadventure with the coffee grinder plug and the screwdriver, Nicola handed him a paper tissue for his gouged thumb and said in a puzzled voice, "But you're completely hopeless. Or is it just being drunk?"
It's all right, said Keith rapidly. "See, I don't normally do none of this myself. I got a team in White Sea. Real craftsmen. Here we go." With difficulty, there were blood and sweat and tears on the Bakelite by now, Keith at last wrenched off the cap. Together, they stared down at the pastel trickler of the plug's innards. Their faces were close. Nicola could hear the soft, baffled panting through Keith's open mouth. "Looks okay," he volunteered. "It could be the fuse." "Yeah, could be."
"Change it?" she suggested, offering him a new fuse from the paper bag. Chipping a yellow fingernail, swearing, dropping screws, confusing fuses, Keith accomplished this deed. He then slapped the plug into the wall, pressed the switch, and briskly actuated the coffee grinder. Nothing happened.
"Well,"
said Keith after a while,
"it's not the fuse."
"Then could you take a look at the lavatory seat at least?" The bathroom was unexpectedly spacious, carpeted, and full of unnecessary air. There seemed to be a great distance between the fat bathtub and the red chaiselong. Here was a set that had experienced a lot of nakedness, a lot of secretions and ablutions and reflections. Through the round window above the bath, the sun cast its spotlight. Keith's face flickered or rippled as Nicola closed the door behind them.
"The toilet,"
he announced with savage clarity. He approached the commode and raised the wooden lid. Nicola tingled suddenly. Her armpits tingled. She knew what Keith was looking at, the small, fecal stain on the cold white slope. On seeing it there earlier, Nicola had resolved to clean the bowl. She knew, however, that if she didn't do it at once, then she wouldn't do it. She hadn't done it at once, so she hadn't done it. "The seat wobbles," she said, "and it slips." As Keith knelt and toyed doubtfully with the lid, Nicola sat herself down on the red sofa. She assumed a thinker's pose, chin on fist. Keith glanced her way and saw what was there to see. The light gray cashmere, the white stockings, the brown underflesh of her crossed left leg.
"Wobbly toilet,"
Keith said to her in a gurgling voice.
"Can't have that. Might do yourself an injury. Might ruin your married life."
Nicola stared at him. There was perhaps an infinitesimal swelling in the orbits of her eyes. Several replies offered themselves to her with urgency, like schoolboys raising their hands to please the pretty teacher. One was, "Get out of here, you unbelievable lout." Another, remarkably, and this would be delivered in a dull monotone, was, "Do you like dirty sex, Keith?" But she stayed silent. Who cared? There wasn't going to be any married life. She stood up. "You're dripping blood. Here." She fetched a tin from the shelf. The light changed as she moved towards him. Now she applied plaster to the meat of Keith's gently quivering thumb. Seen close up, flesh looks genital. Minutely hair-lanced, minutely pocked. If his hands looked genital, what would his genitals look like close up? The physiological effects of this thought told her all over again that he was the one. Their hands dropped. In different dizzinesses they saw, against the cold bowl, his bright blood meandering through the dark of her waist. "This is disgusting," she thought. But it's too late now. "Through here," she said. 5 seconds later, Keith was standing in the passage as Nicola zestfully loaded him up with ironing board, iron, hoover, coffee grinder. While she did this, she talked to him as if he were subhuman, or merely representative. "Would you very kindly? A great help. If you could also be most grateful." She loomed above him. Keith's Cuban heels began to edge backwards down the stairs. He peered up at her, so very hampered. He looked like a busker. He looked like a one-man band. She said, "I'd better give you a deposit," and reached for something on the side table. She came closer. "The man in the black cross, Guy."
"Yeah, Guy,"
said Keith. He's someone of importance, isn't he, Keith?"
"Definitely."
"Oh, really?" Nicola had expected Keith to balk at any favorable mention of Guy Clinch, but his tone was respectful, even admiring. At this moment, he seemed to need all the support and associational glamour he could get.
"Definitely. He works in the city. He's titled. I've seen it on his checkbook. The Honourable, innit?" said Keith shrewdly. Nicola stepped forward. With her fingers she was rolling 2 50-pound notes together. Keith twisted himself in preparation. "Wait," she said. "You'll drop everything." He was wearing a black fishnet shirt with a patched chest pocket, but his darts were in that, so she rolled the money tight and placed it in his mouth. "Is he rich?"
she asked. Keith worked the tube note sideways, as if his lips were used to having money between them.
Definitely.
Good. There's a thing you and I might do together, a money thing. Have him call me. Will you do that? Soon? He twisted again and nodded. There's just one other thing. And what was it, this one other thing? She had a sudden, antic desire to lift her dress to the waist, to pivot and bend, like a terrible little girl with a terrible little daddy. She said, erectly, My name is Nicola, not Nicky, or, her lips closed in a flat smile, Nick.
Right.
Say it. He said it. Her eyes returned to the black fishnet shirt. She placed a finger on one of its wide central squares. This sort of stuff, she said thoughtfully, it should be on my legs, not on your chest. Goodbye, Keith.
Yeah. Cheers.
Nicola returned to the sitting room and lit a cigarette. She heard him crash down the stairs, Keith with the money in his mouth. For a minute or so she smoked intently, with dipped head, then moved to the tall window in the passage. She saw him across the street, toppling in graphic difficulty over the open boot of his car. It was the right car, the murderer's car. With a boyish flinch, Keith looked up into the evening sky, whose pale pink, as usual, managed to suggest the opposite of health, like the face of a pale drinker. Their eyes met slowly through the glass. Keith was about to essay some kind of acknowledgment, but instantly ducked into a fit of sneezing. The reports of these sneezes, quacked and splatty, traveled towards Nicola at the speed of sound. Keith's curs sneezes. With his hand flat over his mouth, he worked his way round the car and climbed in, and moved off softly down the dead-end street. Sneezes like a cur, said Nicola to herself. It was 6 o'clock. She yawned greedily and went to the kitchen for champagne. Lying on the sofa, she sketched out the next few moves, or she turned up the dial, revealing the contours that were already there. Guy would call the day after next. She would arrange to meet him in the park. She would choose a cold day so that she could wear her blonde fur coat. Beneath that, at least, she would be able to keep some entertaining secrets. Her shoulders shook as she laughed, quietly. When she laughed, her whole body shook. Her whole body laughed. In the popular books, when they tried to get you to imagine a black hole, they usually conjured a sample photon of light wandering nearby, or, more popularly and more phallically, an astronaut in a spaceship, a man in a rocket. Approaching the black hole, the traveler would encounter the accretion disk, circling matter bled from the neighbor star and containing perhaps the wreckage of other men, other rockets. Then, notionally, the Schwarzschild radius, marking the point at which the escape velocity equaled the velocity of light. This would be the event horizon, where space-time collapsed, the turnstile to oblivion, beyond which there was only one future, only one possible future. Now there can be no escape. During the instantaneous descent, all of eternity has passed on the outside. Caught in the imploding geometry, the man and his rocket enter the black hole. Or look at it the other way. Nicola 6, considerably inconvenienced, is up there in her flying saucer, approaching the event horizon. She hasn't crossed it yet, but it's awfully close. She would need all her reverse thrust, every ounce, to throw her clear. No, it doesn't work out. It doesn't work out because she's already there on the other side. All her life she's lived on the other side of the event horizon, treading gravity and slowing time. She's it. She's the naked singularity. She's beyond the black hole. Every 15 minutes, the telephone rings. It's Ella from L.A. It's Ria from Rio. It's Maruka from Morocco. I have to break in over their hot cooings to tell them an unappetizing truth. I am not Mark Asprey. He's in New York. I give them my number. They hang up instantly as if I'm some kind of breather. Scented letters with lipstick imprints pile up on the mat. The girls, they come around the whole time. They practically picket the place. When I tell these pictures and visions, little duchesses, dazzlers, and poule de luxe, that Mark Asprey isn't around, they're devastated. I have to reach out to steady them. The other morning, an adorably flustered-looking creature called Anastasia was there on the stoop, hoping for a few minutes with Mark. When I broke it to her, I thought I might have to call an ambulance. No, not so good for a guy not so lucky in love, or in art. As I stand in the passage, scratching my hair in thought, and look up to see the framed dream queens and the inscriptions scribbled wildly across their throats, "To my Apollo, nobody does it quite like you. Oh, I'm so completely yours." Anastasia couldn't have been sweeter. I gave her a good hug, and she stumbled off, mouthing apologies, her face a mask of tears. But some of the other ones, some of the snazzier ones, look at me with incredulous distaste. Can I blame them? Especially when I'm in mid-chapter, exhausted, exalted, quilted in guilt, and unshaven to the whites of my eyes. Yesterday evening there was an unusual telephone call. It was for me. When I heard the sound, the subtle crepitation that 3,000 miles makes, I thought it might be Missy Harder, or Janet, or at any rate Barbaro. It was Slizzard. I like him personally and everything, but calls from Dr. Slizzard fail to set my pulse racing. He wants me to go and see some people in a research institute south of the river. "How's America?" "Crazy like an X-ray laser," he said. Slizzard admits that the visit isn't really necessary, but he wants me to go along. "Send me the pills," I said, but I also said I'd think about it. "Tell me, Auxiliadora," I began, "how long have you worked for the Clinches, for Hope and Guy?" Auxiliadora was great. She gave me, while she worked, at least 3 chapters' worth of stuff in about 15 minutes. A good cleaner Auxie may well have been, but she was certainly a sensational gossip. Look how she smears and bespatters. She read their letters and eavesdropped on their telephone calls. She went through trash can and laundry basket alike with the same forensic professionalism. Interesting sidelights on Lizzie Boo, fine material on Marmaduke. I listened, seated boldly at Mark Asprey's desk, not his working desk in the study, but his writing desk in the living room, where I imagined he tackled his love mail. I was recuperating from Chapter 5. Heavy stuff, some of it. I can already hear Missy Harder telling me that America won't want to know all this, particularly if we're looking at a pub date in, say, late spring, when the crisis and the year of behaving strangely will both be over one way or another. But Nicola is heavy stuff. Nicola is heavy. I guess I could tone it down if there's time, but tone it down to what? I guess I could make something up, as I believe the expression goes. Spanking, or whatever. Her on top, love bites. But I can't make anything up. It just isn't in me. Man, am I a reliable narrator. I was sitting at the desk, as with equal flair, Auxie cleaned the flat and dished the dirt, and making notes with a casual doodling action, and warmly looking forward to the domestic haven, the blameless hearth of Chapter 6, when there was a light rattle of keys, a slam of the door, and another woman strode furiously into the room. She was Spanish, too. Her name was Encarnacion, and she was Mark Asprey's cleaning lady. She told me this in English and said something of the same to Auxiliadora in a volley of oath-crammed Andalusian. I quickly located Mark's welcome note. Sure enough, there was a P.S. about his Spanish treasure, who was holidaying in her native Granada, but would shortly return. It was all very embarrassing. In fact, it was all very frightening. I haven't been so scared for weeks. I took Auxie to the door and apologized and paid her off. Then I went and hid in the study. When Encarnacion flushed me out, I moved back into the sitting room to find the large walnut table, previously bare but for a bowl of potpourri, infested with new gongs and cups and obelisks, dug up by Encarnacion from some bottomless trophy chest, and about a dozen photographs of Mark Asprey, making acceptance speeches, being fawned over by starlets, or in frowning conversation with deferential fellow big brains. He looks like Prince Andrew. Maybe he is Prince Andrew, the prince as a bachelor, before he got so stout on Fergie's cooking. The grinning eyes squeezed by the fleshiness of the cheeks, the inordinate avidity of the teeth. Dinner tonight at Lansdowne Crescent. Lizzie Boo will be there. On the way over, I'm due to stop in at the dead-end street. Cocktails with Nicholas Six. As against that, I'm close to despair about getting into Keith's place. I have just this one idea, and it's a long shot. Kim, the kid, the little girl. Keith's house is not a home, and it's not a house either. It's somewhere for the wife and child, and somewhere to flop until Keith comes good on the ponies or the darts. Though often lost in praise of his dog Clive, he never mentions his girl Kim, except when he's especially drunk. Then it's, "I think the world of that little girl," and "that little girl means the world to me." But if prompted or goaded, he will deign to denounce Kath's idleness and lack of stamina when it comes to the kid. "I mean," he said to me in the Black Cross, or it may have been the Golgotha, his drinking club. The Golgotha is open 24 hours a day, but so is the Black Cross. "What she expect? Moaning on, baby this, baby that, can't sleep, babies is what skirt does." "It can be very hard, Keith," I cautioned. "I've looked after children, babies. They worship their mothers, but they torture them, too. They torture them with the sleep weapon." He looked at me consideringly. You don't need much empathic talent to tell what Keith's thinking. He doesn't do that much thinking in the first place. The very difficulty, the disuse of the muscles, writes headlines on his forehead. Keith and his tabloid face. Shock, horror. You just read his flickers and frowns. Now it was something like, "What would a bloke look after babies for?" He said, "Yeah, but it's not like real work as such. Half the time you just bung 'em in there, in that pen thing. Why was you looking after kids?" 2 years ago I lost my brother. This was true, also unforgivable. David. I'm sorry, I owe you one. It's this writing business. Oh, yes, they had a 2-year-old, and another one just arrived. I was with them through all that. Keith's face said, "Sad, that. Happens. Say no more." But I did say more. I said, "All Kath needs is a couple of hours a day with the baby off her hands. It would transform her. I'd be glad to do it. Guy employs male nurses," I threw out. "Take her to the park. I love kids." Well, he didn't much like the idea, clearly. He started talking about darts. "No," I thought, "you've lost this one. Babies, infants, little human beings, they're a skirt thing. The only blokes who love babies are transvestites, hormone cases, sex maniacs." For Keith, this was all very turbulent ground. The child molester, the nonce, the short eyes, was the lowest of the low, and Keith had come across that sort before, in prison. He talked freely about prison. In prison, Keith had gotten his chance to beat up child molesters, and he had taken it. In prison, as elsewhere, everyone needs someone to look down on, someone categorically worse. The serial granny slayer got his go on the exercise bike. The copycat sniper had his extra sausage on Sunday mornings. But the short eyes... Suddenly Keith told me why. The hidden reason behind all the visible reasons. Keith didn't say it, yet it was written on his brow. The prisoner hated the child molester, not just because he needed somebody to look down on, not only out of base sentimentality either, but because it was the one place left for his parental feelings. So, when you striped the short eyes with your smuggled razor, you were just showing the lads what a good father you were. I was grateful to Keith for the insight. That's right, I remember now. We were in Hosni's, the Muslim cafe where Keith sometimes briefly recuperates from the Golgotha and the Black Cross. Just then, one of the pub's semi-regulars passed our table. He leaned over and said to me, "Here, I know what you are, a four-wheel Sherman." An explanation was effortfully supplied. Four-wheel equals four-wheel skid equals Yid. Sherman equals Sherman tank equals Yank.
"Jesus," said Keith. "Jesus," he added with an iconoclast's weariness. "I hate that crap. Your almonds don't half pen. Jesus. You ever gonna stop with that stuff? You ever gonna stop?"
Most of Mark Asprey's apartment quite likes me, but some of it hates me. The light bulbs hate me. They pop out every 15 minutes. I fetch and carry. The mirrors hate me. The bits of Mark Asprey's apartment that hate me most are the pipes. They groan and scream at me, sometimes at night. I've even considered the truly desperate recourse of having Keith come in and look at them, or at least listen to them. After its latest storm, after its latest fit or tantrum or mad act, the sky is blameless and aloof, all sweetness and light, making the macadam dully shine. Sheets and pillows in the wide bed of the sky. Still no word from Missy Harder. Chapter 6. The Doors of Deception. In his dream, Guy Clinch edged closer to the bare body of a softly faceless woman. For a moment of dream time, she turned into a 13-year-old baby, smiling, crooning, then once more became a woman without a face. Not even a baby face. This wasn't a sex dream. It was a love dream, a dream of love. He edged towards an oozing yes. In actuality, in real life, Guy Clinch was edging towards a rather different proposition. Inches from his touch lay Hope in her dressing gown, unblinkingly wakeful and far from faceless, the healthy oval and its long brown eyes. Inches from his head, on the innumerable pillows, crouched Marmaduke, his hands joined and raised. As Guy entered the warmth field of his wife's body, Marmaduke's twinned fists thumped down into his open face. "Ow!" said Guy. The flesh fled in rivulets. He looked up in time to see the blurred arrival of Marmaduke's next punch. "Ow!" he said. Unplayfully, he sat up and wrestled Marmaduke to the floor. "Take him," said Hope in a tranced voice. "Was he very bad? And quick with breakfast. Come on, you little devil." He picked up Marmaduke, who embraced the opportunity to sink his teeth gum-deep into Guy's neck. Guy gasped and began the business of trying to force open Marmaduke's jaws. Hope said, "He needs changing. He seems to have eaten most of his nappy again." "Loaded or unloaded?" "Unloaded. Hold his nose. He'll give up in a couple of minutes." Guy pinched the sticky nostrils. Marmaduke's teeth tightened their grip. The seconds ticked by. Finally, he released his mouthful, sideways, for greater tear, and sneezed twice into his father's face. Holding the screaming child out in front of him like a rugby ball or a bag of plutonium, Guy hurried towards the adjoining bathroom. This left Marmaduke with only one option for the time being, the reverse kick to the groin, which he now duly attempted. Guy put him face down on the far corner of the bathroom carpet. He managed to shut and bolt the door and crouch on the lavatory seat before Marmaduke was up and at him again. There were two reasons why Guy favored the seated position. First, because it helped accommodate the unenlargeable erection he always woke up with, and secondly, because Marmaduke, while feigning babyish absorption in the flush handle, had once smacked the seat down on him with incredible suddenness and force, dealing Guy a glancing blow that had nonetheless empurpled his helmet for a month and a half. As Guy used lavatory paper to staunch the flow of blood from his neck, Marmaduke paced, yelling round the room looking for good things to smash. "Milt!" said Marmaduke. "Toast! Milt! Toast! Milt! Toast! Milt! Toast! Milt! Toast!" "Coming!" sang Guy. Milk toast, thought Guy. An American dish served with honey or syrup. Hope likes that, and so does Lizzie Boo. Hello, something missing. The strainer. Marmaduke paused and spitefully watched his weaving father, the man with 2 pairs of hands. "Toast!" he said, in an altogether more menacing tone. "Toast, Daddy! Daddy! Toast, Daddy! Daddy! Toast! Yes, yes!" He stood there, skillfully buttering toast as Marmaduke clawed at his bare legs. Then the moment came, and Marmaduke sprang for the knife. After a fierce struggle beneath the table, Guy disarmed him and climbed to his feet, holding his nose where Marmaduke had bitten it. The knife again. He adored all knives. A calling, but for which occupation? Friends and relatives, on their rare and foreshortened visits, always said that Marmaduke, when he grew up, would join the army. Not even Guy's ancient father, a brigadier in World War II, had seemed to draw much comfort from this prospect. Now he crouched smiling and offered up a piece of toast to Marmaduke's drooling mouth. "Good Lord," he murmured. Guy had often suggested that they get specialist advice about Marmaduke's eating. After all, they were getting specialist advice about everything else he did. The child had, of course, been to several celebrated dietitians and had been placed on regimes designed to quench him of vigor. The most recent one, said the doctor in his teak-paneled consulting rooms, would have reduced an Olympic sprinter to helpless enervation within a matter of days. It hadn't worked on Marmaduke, whose natural taste, incidentally, was for chips and hamburgers and monosodium glutamate and any kind of junk. Guy had seen greedy infants before, but nothing like this. The famished desperation, the neck-ricking bolts and snaps, the coruscating saliva. Halfway through his 5th brick of honey, butter, and bronzed wholemeal, Marmaduke released a dense mouthful and ground it into the tiles with a bootied foot, a sign of temporary satiation. Guy stuck a bottle in him and carried the child upstairs at arm's length. He locked him into the bedroom, then returned for the tray. Hope lay back on her barge of pillows. This was more like how things were supposed to be. The tea tray, the telephone, the wallet of mail. The weekend skeleton staff had arrived and were amusing Marmaduke in the nursery above. Only faintly could you hear his screams, and theirs, and the occasional sickening impact. Guy lay on the sofa reading the papers. Hope ran her glance cruelly over one gold-trimmed invitation after another. She said, "I saw Melissa Barnaby yesterday, out back." "Oh, yes," said Guy. Lady Barnaby. Good, sad Lady Barnaby with her milky eyes. She babysat for Marmaduke in the old days once or twice. No, once. The telephone called to the restaurant just as the cocktails were arriving. She was looking rather well. She said she felt 10 years younger. She'd found this marvelous young man. He's fixed up the house, and now she's off to Yugoslavia for a week. 'How nice.' "We need one." "What?" A holiday in Yugoslavia? A marvelous young man. It says here that tourists are advised not to visit Comic-Con countries. Idiots. They're deploying quiet wall. Darling, he asked, how was it? Did you get any sleep at all? Some, I think, between 5 and 5:15. Lizzie Boer relieved me. He was terrible. Hope's sleep was a sacred subject in this house. More sacred, possibly, more hedged with wonder and concern than the subject of Marmaduke himself. Guy had recently come across a scientific description of the amount of sleep Hope got, or claimed to get, during her nights with Marmaduke. It arose in speculation about the very early universe, nanoseconds after the Big Bang. A trillionth of the time it takes the speed of light to cross a proton. Now, that really wasn't very long at all. On the alternate nights when Guy did Marmaduke, he usually got in a good 3/4 of an hour, and frequently dozed while the child wearily belabored him or beat his own head against the padded walls. Poor you. Poor me. Guy, said Hope. She held a wax document in her hand. What, she asked, is this shit? Guy went on reading, or at least his eyes remained fixed to the page. In the last month he had given £15,000 to charity, and he was feeling terribly guilty. 15 grand? Said Hope. Save the children, huh? She herself had given a similar amount to charity in the last month, but to galleries and opera houses and orchestras and other repositories of social power. What about our child? Who's going to save him? Marmaduke, said Guy, will have plenty of money. You've seen how he gets through it. 18 months old and already it burns a fucking hole in his jeans. In his Oshkosh bagosh. You need therapy, Guy. When this whole thing started, I begged you to have therapy. Guy shrugged. We're rich, he said. Get out of here, you're giving me cancer. After a deft and speedy bowel movement, Guy showered, then shaved. The French soap, the cutthroat razor. He dressed in an assortment of profoundly expensive and durable odds and ends, hand-me-downs, some of them, clothes worn by his father, by cousins, eccentric uncles. His closet was a city of business suits. But on most days now, his clothes no longer needed to say anything. The outer man was losing his lineaments. Soon there would just be an inner one, palely smiling. A flowingly tailored tweed jacket, shapeless khaki trousers, a bright blue shirt, the thumping shoes. Guy's feet were enormous. As he came down the stairs, he met with a rare sight. Marmaduke calmly ensconced in his mother's arms. Hope held him protectively while denouncing a nanny, a brawny Scandinavian whom Guy had not seen before. In his left fist he clutched his bays, a posy of long blonde hair. "And where do you think you're going?" said Hope, turning from one defendant to another. Out. Where to? What for?" "See some life." "Oh, life! Oh, I get it! Life!" Reflexively, but with all due caution, and a shrewd glance at Marmaduke's free hand, Guy bent trimly to kiss his wife goodbye. Then everything went black. He was in Ladbroke Grove by the time his vision returned. The sloped length of Lansdowne Crescent had reeled past him in the sun, popping and streaming in gorgeous hemorrhages, and only now at the main street, with its man-made noise and danger, did he feel a real need for clear sight. The eye fork again. The first and second finger of Marmaduke's right hand searchingly poked into Guy's candid orbits. Wonderfully skillful, you had to admit. Such timing. He shook his head with the respectful admiration one knows before a phenomenon, and thought of the 6-foot nurse he had seen the other week running down the front doorsteps, not even pausing to sue, with a bloody handkerchief pressed to her nose. Personal injury suits were another way Marmaduke had found of costing Guy money. None had so far proved serious, but there were now quite a few pending. Marmaduke and his permanent tantrum. The only thing that silenced him was a parental tantrum, one that left the adult actors still shaking and weeping and staggering long after Marmaduke's original tantrum had resumed. Guy came to a halt on the street and blinked twice with his whole forehead. He raised a hand. With two soft pops, he freed his lower eyelids and waited for the sluicing tears. He had begun to enter the world of duplicity. He was passing through the doors of deception with their chains of lies, and all London swam. What kind of man was this? How unusual? Guy gave money to charity. For every other man in his circle, charity began at home, and ended there, too. Or not quite. Charity continued for a mile or so into the next postal district and arrived at a small flat with a woman in it. These men winced at their wives' touch. They jerked up too soon to kiss them hello or goodbye. And Guy wasn't like that. The thing was, he was straight arrow. His desires described a perfect arc. They were not power-biased. They were not perverse. He may have had at least two of everything, but he had only one lady. Hope was it, his single woman. When they met at Oxford, this was 16 years ago, there was something about Guy that Hope liked. She liked his curly-ended fair hair, his house in the country, his shyness about his height, his house in Lansdowne Crescent, his habit of hooding his eyes against a low sun, his title, his partiality to cherries, especially ripe ones, his large private income. They lived together during the last academic year and studied together at facing desks in the double sitting room. Is Samson Agonistes epic or tragedy? What were the long-term effects of Pearl Harbor as opposed to those of Sarajevo and Munich? And slept together vigorously in the small double bed. They had both been unhappy at home, had both felt underloved. Now they became each other's family. So marriage, and London, and the city, and... Hope's social ambitions took Guy by surprise. The surprise wore off after a while, during the 1000th dinner party, perhaps, which was more than could be said for the social ambitions. They didn't wear off. They shone with a gathering brilliance. One of their effects was that Guy naturally came across many beautiful and accomplished and dissatisfied women, at least a dozen of whom propositioned him, in secluded corners, in crush bars, towards the end of masked balls. Nothing really happened. These advances were often sufficiently subtle to escape his notice altogether. True, every few years he secretly fell in love. The red-haired wife of the Italian conductor, the 17-year-old daughter of the computer heiress. It was like an illness that passed after a couple of weeks. The love virus, efficiently repelled by a determined immune system. Most worrying and dramatic by far was the case of Lizzie Boo, Hope's big little sister. Hope knew something was up the minute she found Guy in the visitors' room weeping over Lizzie Boo's ballet pumps. Lizzie Boo was sent away that time, 7 years ago. All forgotten now, or not even forgotten, a scandalous family joke. Hope herself normally retained several men friends, a party-going philosopher, a dandy architect, a powerful journalist, but she was so strict and impeccable that it never seriously occurred to Guy. No, nothing of that kind. For himself, the world of other women shaped itself into a great gallery, like the Hermitage, crammed with embarrassments of radiance and genius, but so airless, so often traversed, so public, a gallery where Guy sometimes sauntered for an hour, or where he sometimes hurried looking straight ahead, squares of sublimity moving by like passing cars, or where he was sometimes to be found, though not often, standing before a blazing window and wringing his hands. Marry young, and a melancholy comes over you at 30, which has to do with thwarted possibilities. It was worse for Guy. Hope was a little older and had had her fair share of guys at Oxford earlier on, and at NYU, and for that matter in Norfolk, Virginia. So, a new adventure. They overcame their eco-political anxieties and decided to go ahead and have a baby. Even then there were difficulties. Guy's difficulties. A process that began with him equably switching from jockey pants to boxer shorts ended up with him out cold and his legs in stirrups while a team of Japanese surgeons and a particle beam laser rewired his nethers. Thus, after half a decade of trying, Marmaduke. For years they had worried about the kind of world they were bringing their child into. Now they worried about the kind of child they were bringing into their world. The gap or hollow that the baby had been meant to fill, well, Marmaduke filled it, and more. Marmaduke could fill the Grand Canyon with his screams. It appeared that from here on in, a mixture of fatigue, depression, and incredulity would be obliged to keep them faithful. Most of the psychiatrists and counselors agreed that Hope's unreasonable fear of getting pregnant again might soon start to fade. Their last attempt at lovemaking had featured the pill, the coil, the cap, and 3 condoms, plus more or less immediate coitus interruptus. That was July. This was September. But he wasn't about to stray. He was straight arrow. Divagation, errancy, to Guy this spelt humiliation. It would be disastrous and inexpiable. No second chances. She'd kill him. The girl in the black cross with the extraordinary mouth, he would never see her again. Good, good. The flu, the malaria she had given him would be gone in a week. The thought of his life with an absence where Hope now stood, or wearily reclined, was enough to make him stop dead in the street and shake his hair with his hands raised and claw-like. He walked on steadily. He would never stray. "I mean, that's life," said the young man. "You can't argue with it. It's just one of them things." He paused, and without fully straightening his body, leaned forward and spat through the open door into the street. "Okay," he resumed. "I got into a fight. I came out the wrong side of it, and that's life. No complaints. Fair enough, that's life." Guy sipped his tomato juice and stole the odd glance over his broadsheet. Good God, so that's life. The young man continued his tale. The 2 girls he told it to listened in postures of mild sympathy. "I was out of order. Got taught a lesson." He shrugged. "That's it." Conversationally, philosophically, and often pausing to hawk blood into the street, the young man explained how this very recent altercation had cost him a broken nose and cheekbone and the loss of nearly all his top teeth. Guy folded his newspaper and stared at the ceiling. The rapidity of change. Anyone in Guy's circle who sustained equivalent damage would have to go to Switzerland for a year or 2 and get completely remade. And here was this wreck back in the pub the very next morning, with his pint and his tabloid, his ruined face, and the occasional through the open doors. Already he had changed the subject and was talking about the weather, the price of beer. The 2 girls thought no less of him for it, particularly the scarred brunette. If he was lucky, and assuming he had one, he might get to take her home. Life goes on. And this was life. It really was, uncared for and taking no care of itself. Keith came in, causing the usual low pub murmur. He saw Guy and pointed a finger at him, then wagged his thumb backwards, indicating John Dark. John Dark, the corrupt policeman, the bent copper, the tarnished badge, the iffy filth. Dark was short and well-scrubbed, of that no-hair-but-good-teeth mold of man, and a horrid jumper expert. He was the only regular in the Black Cross who looked at Guy with critical inquiry, as if he, Guy, really should know better. Dark's own position was ambiguous. He had a certain standing, but nearly everyone treated him with theatrical contempt. Especially Keith. Guy inferred that Keith would be with him in a minute. And sure enough, after a few words with Fucker about the Cavalier, Fucker being the pub car expert, Keith came over and leant forward seriously on Guy's table.
"You know that skirt who was in there, Nicola?"
"Yes, I know who you mean."
"She wants you to—"
Keith looked around unhappily. With impatience, he acknowledged the salutes and greetings of Norvis, Dean, Thelonious, Kirtley, Truth, Netharius, Shakespeare, Bogdan, Matchek, and the two Zbigs.
"We can't talk here,"
he said, and suggested they repair to the Golgotha, his drinking club, and discuss things over a quiet glass of Porno, the drink he always drank there, a Trinidadian liqueur.
"It's a matter of some delicacy."
Guy hesitated. He had been to Keith's drinking club once before. The Golgotha, while no more private than the Black Cross, and no less noisy, was certainly darker. Then he found himself saying, "Why not come back to my place?" Keith hesitated. It occurred to Guy that the offer might seem offensive, since it was an invitation that Keith could never return, a one-way offer, unreturnable. But Keith glanced at the pub clock and said cannily, "Good one." They moved together through the activity of the Portobello Road, Guy tall and questing in the sun, Keith stockier, squarer, his hands bunched in his jacket pockets, his flared trousers tapered and throttled by the low-flying wind, his rolled tabloid under his arm like a telescope. Out on the street, they couldn't talk about Nicholas Six, because that's what they were going back to Guy's place to talk about. As they turned into a quieter avenue, their own silence grew louder. Guy chose a subject which had often helped him out in the past. "Are you going to the match?" Both men supported Queen's Park Rangers, the local team, and for years had been shuffling off to Loftus Road on Saturday afternoons. In fact, they might have come across each other earlier, but this had never been likely. Guy stood in the terraces with his pie and bovril, whereas Keith was always to be found with his flask in the stands.
"We're away today," said Keith through his cigarette. "United, innit? I was there last week."
"West Ham. Any good?" Some of the light went out in Keith's blue eyes as he said,
"During the first half, the Hammers probed down the left flank, revelling in the space. The speed of Sylvester Drayon was always going to pose problems for the home side's number 2. With scant minutes remaining before the half-time whistle, the black winger cut in on the left-back and delivered a searching cross, converted by Lee Fredge, the East London striker, with inch-perfect precision. After the interval, Rangers' fortunes revived as they exploited their superiority in the air. Bobby Bondovich's men offered stout resistance, and the question remained, could the Blues translate the pressure they were exerting into goals? In the 74th minute, Keith Spare produced a pass that split the visitors' defence, and Dustin Housley rammed the equaliser home. A draw looked the most likely result, until a disputed penalty decision broke the deadlock 5 minutes from the final whistle. Keith Spare made no mistake from the spot, thus the Shepherd's Bush team ran out surprise 2-1 winners over the outfit whose theme tune is "I'm Forever Blowing Bubbles."
Keith's belated sigh of effort reminded Guy of the sound that Marmaduke would occasionally emit after a rare success with some taxing formulation like "more chips" or "knife mine." Guy said, "The new boy in midfield, Neil, did he do all right?"
"No frizzle. He justified his selection,"
said Keith coldly. They walked on. Guy had, of course, been friendly with people like Keith before, in the city. But the people like Keith in the city wore 1,000-pound suits and platinum wristwatches and sported uranium credit cards. At weekends, they sailed yachts, or donned red coats and mounted horses and went chasing after some rabbit or weasel. They collected wines. At lunch they crooned over their Pomerols and Gevrey Chambetins and modern first editions. You often heard them talking about what New Year letter or Stamboul train might nowadays fetch. They weren't poor like Keith. Keith had his fistfuls of fivers, his furled tenors and folded fifties, but Keith was poor. His whole person said it. And this was why Guy honored him and pitied him and admired him and envied him, and, he sometimes thought, even vaguely fancied him, because he was poor. "Here we are," said Guy. He assumed his wife would be out or sleeping. She had been out and would soon be sleeping, but Hope was right there in the hall when Guy showed Keith Talent into the house. It went quite well, considering, Guy thought. When he introduced them, Hope put considerable energy into dissimulating her astonishment and contempt, and Keith confined himself to an honest nod and a not-so-honest smile. He didn't look at all uneasy until Hope said that Lady Barnaby was downstairs saying goodbye to Marmaduke before gallivanting off to Yugoslavia. "If you got company," said Keith, edging back towards the door. From below came a harsh shout of childish triumph, followed by an unforced scream. Lady Barnaby sprinted up the stairs and appeared holding her forehead in one hand and her spectacles in the other. Urgently, Guy moved forward, but Lady Barnaby seemed to recover very quickly. Perfectly all right, she said. "If you're sure. Oh, Melissa, I'd like you to meet Keith Talent, a friend of mine." Keith did now appear to be quite overwhelmed by the occasion. Perhaps it's the title, thought Guy. It's a good thing he doesn't know about mine. Lady Barnaby blinked up gratefully, raised her glasses to her eyes, and slowly nodded towards the hat-stand. "Oh, my God," said Guy. "This is awful. Did Marmaduke do that? How? You simply must let us pay for them. Not with his fingers, surely." A nanny now stood at the top of the stairs. Resignedly, she explained what had happened. Lady Barnaby had come ill-advisedly close to the high chair to feast her eyes on the boy. Marmaduke had cobwebbed both lenses with a skilful stab of the sugar tongs. "Have you got another pair?" asked Guy. "Whoops! Darling, I think perhaps you ought to see Melissa home." In the drawing-room, Keith asked for brandy and was given one. He drank that and asked for another. Guy, with whom alcohol did not always agree, poured himself a derisory Tio Pepe. They sat down facing each other on broad sofas. Guy felt that his instinct had been sound. Good to hear this in your own house. There could be little harm in it now. "It's like this," said Keith, and hunkered that little bit closer. "I went round there, okay? See if I could help her out with anything. I do that. It's like a sideline. Nice place she got. And I thought, in addition—" Keith tailed off fondly. "Well, you know what I'm like." But Guy did not know what Keith was like. He waited. "You know," said Keith, "I thought she might want seeing to." "The flat?" "No. How do you mean?" "Christ." Keith elucidated the point. "And?" said Guy nauseously. "Well, it's hard to tell, you know, with some birds. She's funny. An enigma, innit? You know the type. Half the time she's coming on dead tasty, and I mean sorely in need of it. And then, you know, suddenly it's Lady Muck." "So nothing happened?" Keith considered. At least one nice memory seemed to tickle his nose, but he said, "Nah, fuck all, really. And I'm taking my leave, and, as I say, she asks about you, wants you to phone her like, says she requires your help." "What about?" "Don't ask me, mate." He looked around the room and back again. "Maybe she likes her own sort. I mean, I'm nothing, am I? I'm just a cunt." It was hard to know how to react, because Keith was smiling. Throughout, he had been smiling when he wasn't coughing. "Oh, come on, Keith," said Guy, palely. The door opened. Hope stood there inexorably. "I'm going to bed, Kenneth," she said. "Would you put that cigarette out, please? I took her back, and she's calmer now. She's a little worried about going to Yugoslavia with only one set of glasses. Her boiler sounds terrible. It's lucky she's deaf. I was glad to get out of the house. If you use the kitchen, I want everything cleared away, without trace."
"Birds,"
said Keith when Hope had gone. He was taking the last few draws of his cigarette, one hand cupped under the long coal as Guy searched for an ashtray.
"Can't live with 'em, can't live without 'em. Tell you what, your wife's a cracker, and that kid of yours ain't bad neither, Ava," said Keith.
Duplicity consumed time. Even deciding to have nothing to do with duplicity was time-consuming. After Keith left, to run a local errand, Guy spent an hour deciding not to call Nicola Six. The urge to call her felt innocent, but how could it be? He wasn't about to run upstairs and share the experience with his wife. A pity, in a way, he mused, as he paced the room, since all he wanted was the gratification, the indulgence of curiosity. Sheer curiosity. But curiosity was still the stuff that killed the cat. At 4 o'clock, leaving Hope asleep and Marmaduke safely cordoned by nannies, Guy popped out to make a telephone call. He imagined it would take about 10 minutes of his time to find out whether there was anything he could reasonably do for this unfortunate girl. Why, there was a telephone box at the very junction of Lansdowne Crescent and Ladbroke Grove. There was no one in the telephone box, but there was no telephone in it either. There was no trace of a telephone in it, and there was no hint or vestige of a telephone in the next half-dozen he tried. These little glass ruins seemed only to serve as urinals, as shelters from the rain, and as job center clearinghouses for freelance prostitutes and their clients. In widening circles Guy strayed, from one savaged pissoir to another. He hadn't used a telephone box in years, if indeed he had ever used one. He didn't know what had happened to them, and to vandalism, though a serious glance at the street people who glanced at him so mirthfully as he rummaged behind the dark glass or stood there shaking his head with his hands on his hips might have told Guy that vandalism had left telephone boxes far behind. Vandalism had moved on to the human form. People now treated themselves like telephone boxes, ripping out the innards and throwing them away, and plastering their surfaces with sex signs and graffiti. By now, feeling thoroughly foolish, Guy queued for the use of a telephone in the General Post Office in Queensway. On a floor that smelled and felt to the foot like a wet railway platform, Guy queued with the bitter petitioners of the city, all of whom seemed to be clutching rent books, summonses, orders of distraint. It was time for Guy's turn. His hands were shaking. That number, easy to remember, impossible to forget. She answered, to his horror, and well knew who he was. "Ah, yes." She thanked him for calling, with some formality, and asked if they could meet. When, following Keith's course and Nicola's silence, he suggested her apartment, she murmured demurringly about her reputation, which reassured Guy, as did her accent, whose faint foreignness now seemed not French so much as something more East European and intellectual. Another silence ensued, one that deducted 20 pence from Guy's original investment of 50. The park tomorrow? Sunday, by the Serpentine, and she gave him instructions and thanks. The telephone call had taken 2.5 hours. Guy went out into the street and buttoned his jacket against the sudden cold. The clouds, which were behaving so strangely these days, had gathered themselves into a single cylinder, east to west, like a god's rolled towel, like the slipstream of a plane the size of America. He ran home ecstatically to relieve the nannies, get hollered at by Hope, and spend 16 hours alone with Marmaduke. At dawn on Monday morning, Guy sat in the pale light of the kitchen. He had relieved Lizzie Boo at about 3 a.m. and helped bandage her, after remarkable scenes in the nursery. But then, around 5, something like a miracle happened. Marmaduke fell asleep. Guy's first impulse was to call an ambulance, but he was calmer now, content to monitor the child on the closed-circuit TV screen with the volume turned up full and look in on him every 5 minutes or so and feel his forehead and his pulse. For the time being, Guy just sat there whispering words of thanks and pinching himself in the amazement of all this silence. Quietly, he approached the twin doors that led to the garden. The garden twinkled and simpered at him in its dew. Guy thought of Nicholas VI and the continuous and inexplicable waves of suffering which the planet had somehow arranged for her, the lips, the eyes, averted in their pain. He blinked and imagined he could see a dark-braided girl playing alone beneath the curtain of the willow tree. Perhaps it was Enola. Perhaps it was Enola Gay. Enola, searching for little boy. Guy unlocked the doors to the garden. "God! God!" Marmaduke would have said. It had previously been Garna, Garna, if he had been there to warn him, but Guy went out through the doors. On Sunday he had walked with Nicholas VI in London Fields. Kneeling, the children launched their boats into the cold agitation of the water. The smaller craft wobbled all the more eagerly, as if activity could redress their want of size. Among them, a black-sailed Unfamiliar. Her story came at him now like a series of paintings, or tableaux vivants. No, more like memories of another life. The orphanage and charity school, her years as governess, nurse, novitiate, her current life of good works and scholarly seclusion. Impeccable, innocent, and tragic in her blonde fur coat. Guy raised his fingertips to his eyelids, then lifted his head and stared. On days alone with Marmaduke, how he had tried to invest every minute with wonder and discovery. Daddy's getting dressed. Shirt, trousers, shoes. Yes, shoes. Look, bathroom, tap, sponge, toy boat. Now, ho, 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 Daddy's making coffee. That's right, coffee, not tea, coffee. Oh, look out there, the garden, and flowers, and grass, and a little bird singing, and such lovely clouds. The oohs and ahs of ordinary life had made little impression on Marmaduke, who just shouldered his course through the day with the usual grim ambition. But something had now made wonder work for Guy. He woke up and he thought, air, light, matter, serious, poor, beautiful, everything you care to name. Marmaduke was stirring. Marmaduke was waking. Marmaduke was screaming. He's alive, thank God, thought Guy. I'll not touch her. No, I'll not touch her, ever. I'd say she really did a number on Guy Clinch. No half measures there. It beats me how she keeps a straight face. She really did a number on him. What was that number? It was 6. 6. 6. One thing about London, not so much dog shit everywhere. A lot still. Compared to New York, even old New York, it's the cloaca maxima. But nothing like it used to be, when the streets of London were paved with dog shit. Explanation. The English still love their dogs, for some reason, but the dogs aren't living as long as they used to. Nothing is. It's weird. I mean, one expects snow leopards and cockatoos and sasabis to buy the farm eventually, but dogs? I have an image of Fat Clive sitting in a zoo. How will we teach the children to speak when all the animals are gone? Because animals are what they want to talk about first. Yes, and buses and food and mama and dada, but animals are what they break their silence for. Keith's account of the football match. I've heard many such summaries from him, of boxing matches, snooker matches, and of course darts matches. At first I thought he just memorized sections of the tabloid sports pages. Absolutely wrong. Remember, he is modern despite the heels and the flares. When Keith goes to a football match, that misery of Stringer's cliches is what he actually sees. A pleasant enough evening at the Clinches last week. Publisher and his wife, architect and his wife, director of the National Portrait Gallery and his wife, sculptress and her husband. A lone tennis player called Heckler, the South African number 7. All the men were extremely attentive to Hope, and the thought occurred to me that she may be sleeping with one of them, or will be soon, which would liven things up even further. Me, I am developing Lizzie Boo, a fulsomely pretty girl. She is also voluble, indiscreet, and I think not too bright. She's perfect for me. So maybe I will have a little love interest of my own. I need it. I sit here at Mark Asprey's vast desk. Encarnacion has adoringly divided his mail into 2 stacks, the love letters and the royalty checks. Among the quills and antique inkwells, there is an exquisite geometry set, 19th century, Arabian. The clasp comes away with satisfying slickness. I'm going to try it. Look at that. It's beautiful. My dartboard drawing. Admittedly, it took me all morning, what with the dummy runs and everything, the ridiculous errors, all that shading. It was great, though. I felt about 11. Bespectacled, hunched sideways over the desk with my tongue out the corner of my mouth, alone in the universe. I took as my model the illustration in a booklet of Keith's, Darts Master the Discipline. I also used the pen he gave me, the one shaped like a dart. Look at that. It's beautiful. Oh, Keith, take me home. I must avail myself of Mark Asprey's car, that dinky A to B device of his which seems to shimmer to attention every time I walk past it and lower at me reproachfully on my return. The cab fares are killing me. It's curious. You seldom see a black London taxi anymore. You can call them and arrange a rendezvous within a mile of Marble Arch, but apparently they stick to the West End and the city. Black cabs are like the buggies on Central Park, a tourist thing, a nostalgia thing, and a money thing. They're blindingly expensive. The drivers wear modified beefeater outfits. You can see how it happened. Envy preemption, or the simplest prudence. Black cabs are socially insensitive. Traffic jams can get ugly, or uglier still. People get dragged out of these burnished hearses. So, nowadays, cabs aren't even minicabs. They're just any old heap with a removable sign up on the dash. You get in front. Then the driver removes the sign. Or sometimes he doesn't. He leaves it there. It's okay. It's cool. It looks sufficiently shitty inside. No one outside can be bothered to mind. The place in Clapham is a research institute. I sit and wait. It feels like school. It feels like London Fields. The truth is, I am stalled. You wouldn't call it writer's block. You might call it snooper's block, tower block. I can see Keith's tower block from the bedroom window. I scan it with Mark Asprey's powerful binoculars. He's up there on the 11th floor. I bet it's the one with all the ruined satellite equipment dangling from the little balcony. Chapter 7 looms like Keith's tower block. A fortress. There's no way in. When I entered the garage for my first darts lesson, Keith turned suddenly and gripped my shoulders and stared me in the eye as he spoke. Some kind of darts huddle. "I've forgotten more than you'll ever know about darts," says this darting poet and dreamer. "I'm giving to you some of my darts knowledge." And I'm giving him £50 an hour. "Respect that, Sam. Respect it." Our noses was still almost touching as Keith talked of such things as the address of the board and gracing the Aki and the sincerity of the dart. Oh yes, and clinicism. He then went on to tell me everything he knew about the game. It took 15 seconds. There's nothing to know. Were I the kind of writer that went about improving on unkempt reality, I might have come up with something a little more complicated. But darts it is. Darts. 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 In the modern game, or discipline, you start at 501 and score your way down. You must finish exactly on a double, the outer band. The bullseye scores 50 and counts as a double 2 for some reason. The outer bull scores 25 for some other reason, and that's it. In an atmosphere of tingling solemnity, I approached the Aki, or throwing line, 7 feet 9 1/4 inches from the board, as decided, glossed Keith, by the World Darts Federation. Weight on front foot, head still, nice follow-through. "You're looking at that treble 20, whispered Keith direly. "Nothing else exists. Nothing." My first dart hit the double 3. "Insincere dart," said Keith. My second missed the board altogether, smacking into the wall cabinet. "No clinicism," said Keith. My third I never threw. On the backswing, the plastic flight jabbed me in the eye. After I'd recovered from that, my scores went 11, 2, 9, 4, 17, out a bullseye, 25, 7, 13, 5. Around now, Keith stopped talking about the sincerity of the dart and started saying, "Throw it right, for Christ's sake!" and "Get a fucking thing in there!" On and on it went. Keith grew silent, grieving, priestly. At one point, having thrown 2 darts into the bare wall, I dropped the third and reeled backward from the Aki, saying, most recklessly, that darts was a dumb game and I didn't care anyway. Keith calmly pocketed his darts, stepped forward, and slammed me against a heap of packing cases. Our noses were almost touching again. "You don't never show no disrespect for the darts, okay?" he said. "You don't never show no disrespect for the darts. You don't never show no disrespect for the darts." The second lesson was a nightmare, too. The third is tonight. Warily I eye my pimpish darts pouch. 69 pounds 95, darts compris, courtesy of Keith. Guy came over just now for tea, and I returned his short stories with a few words of quiet discouragement. He was right. They weren't any good or anything. He's a sweetheart, and he has some nice perceptions, but he writes like Filboid Studge. I told him, with an inner titter, that the stories ran too close to life. He just gathered them up shyly, nodding his head. See, he didn't care anymore. He didn't care, just smiled and gazed out of the window at the speeding clouds. All in all, debriefing him was quite a sweat. I was reminded of the line in More Die of Heartbreak, and I checked in the dictionary. The second definition of infatuation is inspired with extravagant passion, but the first definition is made foolish. Guy asked my advice about Nicola. I gave my advice. It was bad advice, and with any luck he'll take it. Then he left. I walked him downstairs and out into the street. The pigeons waddled by in their criminal balaclavas. Pigeons have definitely seen better days. Not so long ago they were drawing Venus's chariot. Venus, goddess of beauty and sensual love. Somewhere else in More Die of Heartbreak, Bellow says that America is the only place to be because it contains the real modern action. Everywhere else is convulsed in some earlier stage of development. That's true, but England feels like the forefront of something, the elegiac side of it, perhaps. It makes me think of Yeats's lines, and here my memory still holds. We have fallen in the dreams the ever-living breathe on the tarnished mirror of the world, and then smooth out with ivory hands and sigh. Now I must go to Keith's garage. How I suffer for my art. Midnight. I return in a state of rapture. I have an hysterical urge to burst right into Chapter 7, to write all night and beyond. Oh, something is tickling my heart with delicate fingers. Easy now. Courage. What happened? Keith and I were packing up after my darts lesson. I sat there on a stolen case of porno. The atmosphere was better tonight because towards the end I threw a treble 20. That's right, I got a dart to go in the treble 20, the flattened nose of the board's face, the treble 20, what darts is all about. Keith picked me up and whirled me around in the air. Actually, it was bound to happen in the end. The darts went wherever they liked, so why not into the treble 20? Similarly, the immortal baboon, locked up with typewriter and amphetamines for a few Poincaré time cycles, a number of eons with more zeros than there are suns in the universe, might eventually type out the word darts. I was sitting there going on about how tired Kath must be and how good I was with children. I also threw in some lies about the impossible squalor of my earlier years. So many times I've said all this, I'm almost toppling over with boredom myself. "Oh, sure," I said. "When I was your age, I was still dodging the shit in the South Bronx. The rats were this big. You'd come out of the walk-up and see the body of a child like a broken—" "You got that—" I gave him the 50 pounds. Intolerably, he started talking about darts again. My darts, or rather, my mechanical security. We began to leave. I grimly assumed that we would be looking in at the Black Cross for a nightcap and a few dozen games of darts. But as we went out through the little door, Keith paused and looked at me unhappily. "We going indoors," he said. "First." For the 300-yard journey, we relied on the heavy Cavalier. We parked under the shadow of the craning block, which sparked and flickered like 10,000 TV sets stacked up into the night. Keith hurried. He summoned the elevator, but to his silent agony the elevator was dead, or elsewhere. We climbed the 11 floors, passing a litter of sick junkies sprawled out on the stairs in grumbling sleep. With referred rage, Keith denounced them through his wheezes, a mixture of personal oaths and campaign slogans from the last election. We walked the walkway. Avoiding my eyes, he leaned on the bell. And when the door opened, I understand. I understand how Guy felt as the veil went up like a curtain or a skirt to reveal the woman in the Black Cross. It comes in leaps and bounds. Sometimes it comes not as thunder, but as lightning. Sometimes love comes at the speed of light. There's just no getting out of the way. Faded, patient, Kath Talent stood in the kitchen colors, in the pale margin of the kitchen. She had Kim in her arms, and the child was an angel. Chapter 7. Cheating.
"Good morning, Lady B."
"Good morning to you, Harry."
"So," he said as he swept through the door, "today's the big one."
I've been watching the news." Keith strode into the sitting room and switched off the television, pausing briefly to wonder how much it would fetch. "The weather there," said Lady Barnaby, "and Yugoslavia is listed as one of the—"
"All stuff and nonsense, Lady B, all stuff and nonsense. It's a lot. Then we're off. Oh, yeah, Lady B, we got a little prob. The motor's on the blink. Never mind, we'll take yours. The holiday of a lifetime. What, are you sure?"
Listening to Lady Barnaby's decidedly hysterical laughter and calmly aware of the set of house keys and documents she always kept in the glove compartment, Keith barreled up the motorway, giving her It's a Long Way to Tipperary and a lightly bowdlerized version of Roll Me Over in the Clover. They drove through veil upon veil of scalding heat mist. The sky pulsed blue, blue, blue. Whereas the cyclones and ball lightning in Yugoslavia and northern Italy had even made it onto the pages of Keith's tabloid. "It seems silly to be going away in this weather."
"Green ass," said Keith dismissively. "El Nino, innit? Tomorrow just be pissing down."
The remark carried little conviction. But Lady Barnaby seemed to take a surprising amount of comfort from it. Her bones knew the old English weather, whereas Keith was accustomed to a more versatile sky. Just piss down is what it just didn't do in England. Not regularly, not any longer. It did that now in places like California and Morocco. "Look at the congestion," said Keith. After a half-hour delay in the rotting exhaust pipe of the access tunnel and a rather longer wait at the short-stay car park, Keith guided Lady Barnaby to the check-in stall at Terminal 2. Here the computer pronounced Lady Barnaby's ticket near worthless. Keith took the news with cold resignation. The cheat at the bucket shop had cheated him. What he didn't yet know was that the cheat who had cheated him had been cheated by the cheat who supplied the bucket shop. As a result, Lady Barnaby was flying to a non-holiday and flying one way. Keith managed to panic her about missing her flight and about losing her luggage, which they had luckily relinquished at the door. He stood there smoking and whistling and coughing and swearing as Lady Barnaby countersigned all but 3 of her traveller's checks. She entered departures in a ragged dash. Vowing vengeance on her behalf, Keith picked up some bent duty-frees from his contacted freight, drove smartly to Slough for a breakneck get-together with Annalise Furnish, and then, back in London, rounded off a busy morning by selling Lady Barnaby's car. "Ella," said the baby. "Ella," said Kim. "Ella." Keith glanced up long-sufferingly from his tabloid and his lunch. His lunch consisted of chicken pilaf and 4 Bramley apple pies. His tabloid consisted of kiss and tell, and then more kiss and tell, and then more kiss and more tell. Alien stole my boobs. Marilyn Monroe and Jack Kennedy still share nights of passion. In Atlantis. My love muscles tightened from beyond the grave. All his life, Keith had been a reader of the most vulgar and sensational of the mass-market dailies. But 2 years ago, he had made a decision and gone down market, to the smaller circulation Morning Lark. He was still adjusting to the wrench. The Morning Lark, in Keith's view, made up for what it lacked in coverage with a more positive and fun-loving approach to life. There was no chance of tragedy or disaster driving Beverly or Frisbee off page 3, or page 2, or page 1. And although the girls in the Morning Lark weren't as pretty as the girls in the mass-market daily, they were certainly more numerous. Ah, the lovely smile on her. Cheers you up for the rest of the day. But now Keith was soberly rereading the filler about the death toll in Yugoslavia. He pointed at the pram with a finger. Kath slipped slowly forwards from her chair. "Ella," said the baby. The pram dominated the hallway. The pram was the hallway and more. Its handles stuck into the kitchen. Its fluted bonnet took up half the lounge. Again, Keith glanced up long-sufferingly as Kath returned, or pivoted, with the baby in her arms. The baby, who was neither tired nor wet nor hungry, established position on her mother's lap demurely. Kath gave a quick nod and said, "I'm very worried, Keith." Keith drank tea with a mouthwash action. "Yeah?" he said. "What?" said the baby. Kath said, "It's the news."
"Oh, that," he said with relief.
"The verification," said Kath.
"Lie,"
said the baby. Keith said,
"Nothing in it. What reason?"
"I don't know. You look at the—"
"Oil,"
said the baby. Kath said, "A flare-up, a flashpoint somewhere."
"Eh?"
"Wall,"
said the baby. Keith said,
"Jesus, it'll blow over, okay?"
"Oh,"
said the baby. "They've been cheating," said Kath. "Both sides. They've been cheating for 15 years.
"Who says?"
said Keith. There was nothing about it in Keith's tabloid.
"TV?"
"I've been down the library," said Kath lightly. "The proper papers." This touched a nerve in Keith, for he was very loyal to his tabloid, regarding its readers as one big family. But it also touched a chord. It was through the library that Kath had won Keith's heart. She had taught him how to read and write, easily the most intimate episode of his life. Oh, easily. The thought of it made tears gather behind his eyes, tears of shame and pride, tears of difficulty, of intimacy.
"Fuck off,"
said Keith equably, his usual way of registering casual disagreement.
"So, who's cheating who?"
"They both started cheating as a hedge against the other side doing so," said Kath, with the Irish fluidity that Keith had always silently admired, and now silently hated. "They're accusing one another of non-compliance and inaccurate denial." Keith started on his first Bramley apple pie. He knew all about inaccurate denial. Keith used it a lot, this technique. He was forever inaccurately denying things. Quite recently, he had had to do some very concerted inaccurate denial with regard to his wife. Instead of inaccurately and routinely denying to someone or other that this or that was stolen or worthless or broken or ruined, Keith had been obliged inaccurately to deny that he had given Kath nonspecific urethritis. It was the sternest test this tactic had ever faced. Keith had been cheating on Kath with a girl who had been cheating on Keith. Her name was Peggy Obbs. First, Keith went round to the clinic. Next, he offered a cash gift to Petronella Jones and a bottle of pills to Trish Shirt. Then he hastened across town and started beating up Peggy Obbs. While he was beating up Peggy, Peggy's brother Mickey came home and started beating up Keith. When Keith explained why he was beating up Peggy, Mickey stopped beating up Keith and started beating up Peggy, with Keith's help. After that was over, things got a little unpleasant. He came home to find Kath crying by the cooker and saw the doctor's slip and the chemist's bag. But Keith was ready. He denied it. He denied it hotly, indignantly, and inaccurately. He seized her shoulders and told her to put a coat on that minute. They were going straight round to the doctor and have him do some denying. He was kneeing her out of the door by the time she shook free and went to comfort the weeping baby. As Keith started off to the Black Cross, he told Kath not to dare blame him for her woman's troubles ever again. For a couple of weeks he gave her hell about it, then let the matter drop, exhausted, apart from everything else, by all this inaccurate denial, which was admittedly effective, but he found uniquely tiring. And, by the way, this nonspecific urethritis wasn't the old kind of nonspecific urethritis, which everybody in Keith's circle already had. It was the new kind of nonspecific urethritis, implying widespread inflammation of the lumbar regions, heavy and repeated doses of antibiotics, and, in an ideal world, at least a couple of months in bed. But who could manage these months in bed? Who had time for them? The planet needed a couple of months in bed, but it wouldn't get them. It wouldn't ever get them. Keith finished his fourth Bramley apple pie and said, "Shut it." A soft female cough came through the kitchen wall from the neighboring flat. Then they heard a contented swallow and the sound a paper tissue makes when run across a smooth upper lip.
Iqbala, said Keith. She got a cold.
She got a new boyfriend, too.
She never.
Yodeling her head off again she was this morning, like a pig having an operation.
The dirty little bitch.
Hark at him so indignant. You never said anything about the other boyfriend. Keith fell silent. This was true. He never said anything about the other boyfriend. He never said anything about the other boyfriend because he was the other boyfriend. Many times he had slipped next door, one finger raised to his lips. Being indignant about the other boyfriend had proved to be quite beyond his powers. He just told Kath and Iqbala to turn the telly up loud. Kath said, "Look at that now." Little Kim was asleep, seated more or less upright on her mother's lap. The baby's powerful face, fully formed but in miniature, with its collection of glassy roundnesses, its crescents and half-moons, lolled forward on the white trim of her jumpsuit. The cheeks broadened at the base, pushing out the lower lip, as brightly succulent as a slice of sushi, the likes of which neither Keith nor Kath had ever seen.
"Good as gold," he said. "Get her down, girl."
To free the passage, they backed the pram into the kitchen. To accommodate the pram, the table had to be shoved still tighter to the walls. Keith then faced the draining task of pushing Clive in under it with his feet. When two adults were active in the kitchen, they performed closely, as in a dance, almost a smooch. But Keith wasn't feeling affectionate. His mode changed. He thought of Guy's house and found himself in the rare state of total cluelessness. He had no clue to that kind of space and what it might mean. Keith grew up in a low-rent basement flat in Chesterton Road, about 6 streets further down the grove from Lansdowne Crescent, where, so far as he knew, his mother lived on speechlessly. 2 rooms, kitchen and bathroom. All his youth he had sat in this flat and wondered how he was going to get out of it. Conversely, a great deal of his adulthood had been spent wondering how he was going to get back into it. A while ago he learned that on his mother's death the flat would revert to the council, and that, in Keith's estimation, was the end of that. It was certainly the end of his mother. He confronted the image, the bright astronomy of what Guy had, and Keith's stream of consciousness simply stopped flowing. It dried up. TV, he thought. It was the best he could do. Kath edged back into the room. Keith dogged her with his eyes, revising his catalogue of her physical deficiencies. Everything he cherished, everything he looked for in a woman, Kath didn't have. She was no Annalise Furnish or Debbie Kensett, no stocky little bra-burster with pumpkin bum and milk bottle legs. Maybe short legs were shortcuts. Yeah, they didn't mess about. Short legs were shortcuts to the biz. When he met her 5 years ago, she looked like the girl in the advert for Double Cream. The eyebrows rurally pale, the hair and its innocent russet. Now she looked to Keith like a figure glimpsed at dawn through a rainy windscreen. "Look at the state of you," said Keith, and watched her shoulders tighten over the sink. She paused in her work. "I'm tired," she said to the window. "I'm so tired."
"You don't say," thought Keith. "Oh, really?"
He couldn't express, let alone feel any sympathy for someone so proclaimedly in need of an ambulance. And when you considered the simple heroism with which Keith endured his bad chest, his curry-torn digestive system, the itchings and burnings of his sedimentary venereal complaints, his dart's elbow, his wall-eyed hangovers... He stood up, saying, "I happen to be under considerable pressure at the minute. I'll work my guts out." He made an expansive gesture. "Who do you think's paying for all this?" In the kitchen, or indeed anywhere else in the flat, making an expansive gesture was not necessarily a good idea. One of Keith's outflung hands banged into the door, the other into the fridge. "Get your head down now, for Christ's sake." "I think I will."
"What, After you made my tea?
Yes, said Kath. After. An hour later, Keith sat catching up on his viewing, his knees inches from the screen. Not that he had much say in where his knees went.
Ella,
said the baby.
Ella, 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 Ella. Ella, 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 Ella.
With a sigh and some slow nodding, Keith extinguished his most recent cigarette, switched off the shootout he was watching, and climbed to his feet. He looked down at Kim, whose Moses basket was wedged between the TV and the inactive two-bar fire. He stretched, barking his right elbow nastily against the wall, and flexed his back, yawning, until his head bumped into the door. Outside, the balcony was strewn with satellite receivers, all stolen, all broken. No space out there. No space where Clive could furiously swivel. Keith shook Kath awake and then took the dog for his evening walk. Keith always did this, religiously, when he wasn't up to no good elsewhere. All you had to do was step into the street, and you were surrounded by royalty. The Prince Albert, the Duke of Clarence, the Earl of Warwick, Maharaja wines. In the yellow light of the shops, while Clive sniffed at some or other excrescence, Keith looked again at a certain brunette in the Morning Lark. She was pretty. Her name was Pretty, too, or Pretty, at any rate, was what she called herself with grinning literalism. A bit like Nicola, thought Keith, or Nicky. But Nicky wasn't pretty exactly like Pretty.
I blew that one. We'll go round there and teach her a lesson.
The arguable connections between pin-ups and pornography and sex and violence, just to clear them up while Keith is at hand. With people like Keith, a pin-up was enough to get him going in that general direction. But almost anything was enough to get people like Keith going. 5 minutes in a populated region of Saudi Arabia would get Keith going. And you can't yashmak female reality with its legs, its breasts, its hair, its eyes. A shame about Petronella getting married like that, even though she was tall and skinny, but still quite keen by the sound of her. Thus, Keith would pay another farewell visit to Trish Shirt later. He walked the full 300 yards and let Clive precede him into the Black Cross, not wanting to miss Guy. Keith wasn't disappointed. 6 hours after his own arrival, Guy Clinch stepped over Clive's ash-strewn body and stood there swathed in the smoke and the spores. 11 o'clock, and the Black Cross was loud and crowded and cocked tight, hair-trigger. One false move, and it could all explode. The smoke was hot. The air was hot. Hot Clive lay like a doorstop. Even the wind outside was as hot as the late-night breath of Keith's TV. Jesus. Keith shouted into a wall of sound. Earlier in the evening, someone had gone and put a brick through the jukebox. But God, the barman, had started playing Irish folk songs over the PA system at balding, teeth-loosening volume. Apart from making God cry, the main effect of these folk songs, which promised a fresh dawn for a proud and drunken nation, was to make everybody shout all the time. Their third and unforeseeable effect was to make Keith even angrier with his wife, with Trish, with darts and debts, with all the pressures on the modern cheat. He shouted and shouldered his way through to Guy, who lingered with his usual sight tenacity by the pinball machine, inoperative because a girl was sleeping on it, or lying on it anyway. Also nearby were Shakespeare, Dean, Thelonious, Bogdan, and the Big Two.
"Did you call her?"
Keith shouted. Guy flinched. "Yes," he shouted back.
"Did you see her?"
Guy nodded and mimed an affirmative. Then Keith shouted,
"Did you fuck her?"
Guy staggered back from him. He shook his head and his hand in time. "You don't understand," he shouted. "She doesn't. She's not."
Shouted
Keith.
"Ah!"
He shouted even louder. Keith took Guy's arm and pulled him through the open doors into the street, suddenly pausing on the way to stroke Clive's back with his foot. Then he turned. "What are you after, then?"
"Nothing. She's not like that."
"They're all the fucking same. Did you try her?"
Guy smiled palely and said, "Of course not. You know me, Keith." But Keith did not know Guy. All he knew about Guy he got from TV. He said,
"Listen, I want something, I'll go for it. Me, I'm in there, boof."
"You're barking up the wrong tree, Keith."
"I'm like a dog," said Keith. "You kick me, I don't run and hide. I'm back, I'm in there."
Keith didn't look as pleased by this simile as he thought he was going to be. In fact, his sweating face spoke of general disappointment and confusion. "Keith, you're upset."
"You're all the fucking same,"
he said, and turned back through the doors with an exemplary briskness. He knew Guy wouldn't be man enough to follow. 2 hours later, as Keith lurched with Clive down Lancaster Road to pay his last call on Trish Shirt, he reviewed something Nicky had said to him that time. "Is he rich? There's a thing you and I might do together. A money thing." And furiously wondered if there was any way he could sell her to Guy Clinch.
"I've hit form just when I needed it," said Keith. "Come good at the right time. As long as I maintain my composure, I don't fear no one, Tony, not throwing like I am. No way will I crap or bottle it on the night. I'd just like to thank you and the viewers for the superb support. The fans is what darts is all about."
"You're known for your big finishes, Keith,"
said the voice, which was what? Which was TV, dream life, private culture, learning how to read and write, worldly goods.
"I believe they call you Mr. Checkout, or the Finisher."
"That's right, William," said Keith. "But I've worked on my power. It's an improved Keith talent you're looking at tonight, a more complete darter. Still, you know what they say, trebles for show, doubles for dough. You can get all the maximums and ton 40s in the world, but if you can't kill 'em off, if you can't stick it in at the death—"
Keith coughed for a few minutes. He wasn't on TV or anything, far from it. The garage, the dusty morning light. He was sitting slumped on a cardboard box in a posture of weary meditation. Just now, on the phone, Dean had given him some chastening news. Guess who was in the other half of the draw for the Sparrow Masters? Chick Purchase, whom Keith hated. Chick, whose very name tasted in Keith's mouth like hospital food. To tell the truth, Keith was looking and feeling distinctly seedy. In fact, he had a wall-eyed hangover. Not that he'd tarried overlong at Trish Shirt's. Clive was still sniffing about the stockroom, looking for a good place to lie down, when Keith reeled back out of there. But then he had stopped by at the Golgotha for a pensive glass of porno. And later, around 5, he had gone back to Trish Shirt's. On the other hand, as against that, you wouldn't catch him going there again. No way. Seedily, he peered round the garage, feeling its dust in his throat. He lit another cigarette. The bottles of drink on the workbench he now viewed with contempt. He generally found a vodka or two quite refreshing at this hour. It was 10 in the morning. But he wouldn't be touching a drop. Not now. No danger. It would be Lucasade until Friday. He had his darts match coming up. An away fixture at the Foaming Quart in Brixton, at Brixton's Foaming Quart. And he found, as he got older, and like the planet he was getting older at a peculiar rate, that darts was a stern mistress. Take this morning. Throw a dart? He couldn't even hold one. He couldn't even lift one. And Dean Pleat was expected with the van at 10:30. As they peered seedily about, Keith's eyes registered certain items scattered among the debris and the contraband. They lay where he had first hurled them. Vacuum cleaner, coffee grinder, ironing board, iron. What were his plans for these appliances? When feeling at his most rancorous, he thought that on a Wednesday or a Saturday, if he happened to be passing, he might dump them for 10 quid on the Tinker in Golborne Road. Now he reconsidered. Maybe that was just more short-end money, just more small thought. That time in her flat, when he gashed his thumb with that screwdriver, she dressed his wound while he stared into the brown sluice between her breasts. TV, Keith speculated. Brings them closer together, innit, like a bond. He remembered the taste of her money in his mouth and the way she put it there. A nauseous gust ruffled his head and seemed to clear it. He bent forward and whispered with certainty, She has need of me. Yes, she did. In a way that went beyond his known parameters. She had need of him. Keith stood up and began to pace the floor, his hands clasped behind his back. In this matter of posh birds, Keith was, after all, by no means inexperienced. There had been the odd housewife in his window-cleaning and petty theft period, Keith with ladder, bucket, and unreliable smile. The odd daughter, too, when he was on stakeouts for the local firm, appearing at the front door with some choice plausibility or other. Keith knew that some of these rich ladies liked a bit of rough, but they didn't all like it, not by any means. A lot of people had difficulty with this point. Tried drumming some sense into Norvis and Thelonious. They thought that all white women liked black men. They thought that the only ones who didn't, or pretended not to, were racist. Misguided, sadly misguided, thought Keith, sadly. Some women didn't like otherness. They didn't like the other when it came to the other. Hope Clinch now. There was a perfect example of a rich lady who didn't like a bit of rough. They looked right through you and out the other side. For them, you were nothing, not even animal. You were nothing. And Keith knew very well that he was a bit of rough, relatively speaking, at least for the time being. On the whole, he found Posh Skirt shockingly arrogant in bed, always wanting to get on top and other rubbish, and often drawing the line, if you please, at some of Keith's most favored stunts. There was, for instance, that mad bitch in South Ken, Miranda. She was at least 40 and a wild one. Single in those days, Keith had spent many a night in her Mews bedroom being oiled and teased and clawed. It went on all summer, and Keith nursed high hopes of the relationship. A car, maybe, a cash gift, or at least a loan. But he went off her, right off her, after she got the police around that time, when Keith paid a call on her one night with some pals. All right, it was late. He remembered switching the car lights off on the way there, and okay, things were taken, namely goods, drink, and liberties, and it looked bad for a minute there when they formed that queue behind him. But to scream so loud the neighbors called the filth in, that was betrayal. Soon after that, she changed her phone number and went away for a while. Keith was still in a state of high indignation when he showed up with the van and the boys, the same boys, and started bitterly stripping the house. Keith sighed. Tomorrow he would take Nicola's stuff to Good Fix in Cathcart Road. They would, of course, cheat Keith, and having brought it all home, he would have to take it all back again. The original faults would perhaps be corrected, but new ones would also be introduced. You had to do everything and pay for everything at least twice. That was the way it was. Raising a yellow finger to his lower lip, Keith pondered the whole future of cheating. Cheating was his life. Cheating was all he knew. Few people had that much money anymore, but it was quite clear that they had never been stupider. The old desire for a bargain had survived into a world where there weren't any. There weren't any bargains. Unquestionably, you could still earn a decent living at it, at cheating. Yet no one seemed to have thought through the implications of a world in which everyone cheated. The other morning, Keith had bought 500 vanity sachets of Outrage, his staple perfume. At lunchtime, he discovered that they all contained water, a substance not much less expensive than outrage, but harder to sell. Keith was relieved that he had already unloaded half the consignment on Damien Noble in the Portobello Road. Then he held Damien's tenors up to the light. They were crude forgeries. He passed on the notes, without much trouble, in return for 24 bottles of vodka, which, it turned out, contained a misty, faintly scented liquid. Outrage. The incident struck Keith as a sign of the times. Everyone was cheating. Everyone was cheating, because everyone was cheating. Poor Keith and the tragedy of the commons. In such times, the thoughtful man looked elsewhere, to his darts. Meanwhile, and always accepting that he might taste defeat on the Aki, that was darts, after all, making the game what it was, the cheating situation called for readjustment, for daring, for vision. Keith would have to cheat more, cheat sooner, and cheat harder than the next guy, and generally expand the whole concept of cheating. He picked up the darts and threw. A 20, a 5, and a 1. 26, the joke throw. As he plucked the darts from the board, Keith rehearsed his sneer of incredulous amusement and acknowledged the jeers of the crowd. Even Keith was human. That was the only thing wrong with darts. That was the only thing wrong with cheating. You couldn't cheat at darts. No way. There was the sound of a van outside. He recognized the faulty silencer.
Keith!
Yelled Dean.
Dean!
Yelled Keith.
Okay, let's go to work.
The days passed. Though making himself no stranger to pub or club, Keith drank nothing and worked hard because of the life that was in him. He sensed the pulse and body of the street trade and heard the cars lowing in the furrows. Like new corn, the young Swedes and Danes formed lines at his stall and were reaped. He walked dog and burped baby and drew the keening of wife after his will. The hot macadam pulled on his shoes like desire, and he had the surety a man knows when there is a sickly Saudi granny in the back of the Cavalier. He hearkened to the chirrup of fruit machine and the tolling of pinball table, humped the dodgy goods and defrayed life's pleasures with sweat of brow and groin and armpit, knew also the firm clasp of Annalise's ankles around his neck, the coarse reassurance of Trish Shirt's hair in his fist, and ever dazed from staring at the sun, the sauce of all generation. Heaven and earth was teeming around him, and how should this cease? Keith drove up the dead-end street and braked with needless violence. He didn't park, although a space was available. He double-parked. Then he emerged, in flared toreador pants, half-smock short-sleeved dart shirt, oxblood cowboy boots. The door buzzed open for him. Keith lugged the stuff up the stairs. Despite the heat, the journey seemed a lot shorter than it had the time before. Just goes to show, peak fitness. He climbed the final flight, dropped his cargo in the hall, and moved through the intoxicating emptiness of the 4 large rooms. It reminded him of something. What? Oh, yeah, burgling. He called her name, the trisyllable this time. Then he returned to the hall and saw the step-ladder, the tipped skylight. He ascended slowly into the brilliant photosphere. As the colors dripped from his vision, he saw a brown elbow and a brown shoulder and the rest of her lying there in white underwear. "Hello," said Nicholas Six. "Hello," thought Keith Talent. Incarnation is melting to me, but very slowly, on some glacial timescale. I am appreciably less frightened of her now. It's funny who has the power to frighten and who has not. Tall, broad, handsome, queenly, Incarnation wears black at all times. Some of her outfits have been recently purchased, others are silvery gray with use. There is probably enough steady death in the hills of her native Andalusia to keep Encarnacion in black for the rest of her life. How old are these Spanish ladies when they make the big switch to black? She is coming round to me. The hiring of Auxiliadora, that disgraceful solecism, we have started to put behind us. I am deferential. I spring clean the apartment before she gets here. I give face. Christ, as if I need to spend more time kissing ass than I do already. Encarnacion gives the odd smile now. She isn't exactly communicative yet, but on occasion she can be induced to discuss or haughtily enumerate the achievements of Mark Asprey. Like Kath Talent, who is a worried woman, I have been consulting the proper papers. A great deal of comment, most of it stodgily pharisaical, some analysis, jovial stuff about the verification procedures, and no news, not of a geopolitical nature anyway. The Gulf, Israel, of course, Germany, of course, Hungary, Cambodia, and so on, but no news. I'll have to go to Queensway for a trib. The television is even worse. Those glamorous ladies read out the bulletins as if they're fronting Blue Peter or Jackanory. The bright smile of kindergarten kindnesses, endless human interest pieces about the weather, soap and sitcom. Oh, and a quite incredible amount of darts. There's practically a whole channel of it, a whole network of darts. The weather is certainly playing along and doing its bit. Yesterday I went for a walk with Guy in the park. Above, the clouds were moving with preternatural speed. You felt as if larger units of weather were passing overhead like meteorological disks on a chart. Months, entire seasons sweeping by in less than 30 seconds. And great heat. The clouds sped, and not just laterally either. They seemed to bounce and romp and tumble. Yes, there was definitely something puppyish, something almost faggy going on up there when like plays with like. At one point, as I walked under a tree, I felt the warm kiss of a voluptuous dewdrop on my crown. Gratefully, I ran a hand through my hair, and what do I find? Bird shit. Pigeon shit. I'm feeling okay for once. I'm feeling medium cool, and a London pigeon goes and takes a dump on my head. It had this effect on me. Despair. I swore and stumbled around, bedraggled, helpless, the diet of a London pigeon being something that really doesn't bear thinking about. I mean, what the digestive system of a London pigeon considers as waste. Guy laughed briefly, then fell silent and produced a sky-blue handkerchief, used but clean, in bold contradistinction to a London pigeon. Guy's waists would be clean. From his height he dabbed at the quick-drying matter. He did this unsqueamishly and with delicacy. "Hold still," he told me. I tried. I put an arm around his waist to steady myself, but the top of my head doesn't really bear thinking about either, what with the writing I now find on my pillow at dawn and the daddy-long-legs that come and gather in my brush. Later we sat at a sidewalk table and drank coffee. Around us, young Arab husbands grumbled while their wives shopped. That mustache grumbled at this mustache. This mustache grumbled at that mustache. "Written anything recently?" I asked him. Guy paused and smiled and flinched. "Yes, I have actually, Sam. Poetry," he said. "Sorry, I don't handle poetry," I said daringly, and who does these days? But I offered to take a look at it anyway. I know what his poetry will be about, what poetry is always about, the cruelty of the poet's mistress. I myself attempt to call to Missy Harder at Hornig Ultrason. Barbro McCambridge's secretary, Olivia, eventually puts me through to Barbro. Next, Janet Slotnick's secretary, Rosalind, puts me through to Janet. At this point, I am a mere secretary away from Missy herself. But that's as far as it goes. I negotiate with Janet and her infuriating voice. She wants a sample. I offer to FedEx, or even through fax, the first 3 chapters to her. Janet says okay, but she also wants a treatment. I try to conceal the difficulties this would involve me in. I suggest a projection. We compromise on an outline. I could stall, but for how long? Money anxieties are starting to smirk and gibber at me, and an artist shouldn't have to work under that kind of pressure. I want patronage. True, I get some free meals at the Clinches, and Lizzie Boo, I hope, will insist on going Dutch when I take her to the movies. But Keith's dart lessons, rounds of drinks at the Black Cross, little presents for Kim, I have overheads. I guess I could just wing it. But all I know for sure is the very last scene. The car tool, the murderer waiting in his car, the murderee ticking towards him on her heels. I don't know how to get to the dead-end street. I close my eyes, trying to see a way. How do writers dare do what they do? And there's just chaos. It seems to me that writing brings trouble with it, moral trouble, unexamined trouble, even to the best. I know. I'll ask Nicola. She already has an outline. She can damn well do it. No news, but plenty of rumor. Where do they come from, all the rumors? A kind of inverse skepticism takes over when there's no news. An Apollo object, ripped loose from the asteroid belt, is heading towards us at 10 miles per second. It's so big that when its leading edge hits, if it hits, its trailing edge will be up there where the aeroplanes fly. A unique configuration of Earth, Moon, and Sun will cause hemispherical flooding. There will be sunquakes and superbolt lightning. A nearby supernova will presently drench the planet in cosmic rays, causing another great extinction. Oh, and nuclear weapons, those dinosaurs. The supernova stuff strikes me as a pure definition of rumor. How do we know about the supernova until we can see it? Nothing, no information can reach us faster than cosmic light. There's a speed limit up there. The universe is full of signs circled in red saying 186,287. And let's not forget the second coming, also awaited in quiet confidence, or not so quiet. On the street, the poor rock and sway like burying parties. All their eyes are ice. "Call it off, Nicola," I said. I felt I had to say it sometime. "So far, there's absolutely nothing inevitable about what you've entrained. Forget it. Do something else. Live." "It's funny, isn't it," she said, "that there's nothing more boring in any kind of narrative than someone vacillating over something you know they're going to do. I keep noticing it in the trash I watch and read. Will the spy come out of retirement for one last big mission? Will the gangster heed his wife's warnings or go for the clinching bank job? It's a nightmare sitting through that stuff. It's dead. Dead." "Is it necessarily such a drag?" I said, sparing a protective thought for my paragraph about Guy and the telephone call. "Sexual vacillation is okay, surely." "Oh, yes. Will the priest succumb to the Jezebel? Will the gypsy seduce the virgin? These are questions that deserve question marks. They are the story. With the other stuff, there's no story until they're out of the way." I said uneasily, "But you're not in a story. This isn't some hired video, Nicola." She shrugged. "It's always felt like a story," she said. Nicola was sitting opposite me by the table and the telephone in her white dressing gown. The dressing gown had been washed recently, and now it was the elderly wicker chair that looked used and intimate and Nicola steeped. She folded her legs up beneath her. She had sat curled that way for many, many hours of her life here. Introspections, piercing boredoms, incensed outwaitings. But with me she can let her hair down. "Has Guy been here yet?" "No, soon.
It's the next but one thing. I'm going to speed things up. Massive escalation.
You really need Guy? Couldn't you just edit him out? I felt I had to say this, too. For a moment, I also felt real alarm that she might accede. If she did, I was looking at a very grim novella. Besides, I'd already FedExed the first 3 chapters to Janet Slotnick.
I agree it's a drag in a way, but I do need him. Keith can't go it alone. There's not enough in him.
Of course, it could be managed. Easy. A bungled rape, strangulation. I could have managed that on the first date. The time he followed me home, I could have managed that.
But what do you think I'm after? A senseless killing? Anyway, events are moving now. I just let the next thing happen.
Oh, yeah. Nicola the Determinist. The next thing. Well, how's it going to go? Could you outline it for me? She exhaled in weariness and irritation. I felt the same with Janet. She said,
"Clearly, things will progress along 2 broad fronts. There'll be some intermeshing. I don't like... Why am I telling you all this? I'll tell you why you're telling me all this. It's because, I went on archly, it's because I'm a civilian. I'm immune. I salute your beauty and your originality and so on, and your power to shape reality. But for me, it doesn't work. None of it. The bedroom voodoo, the free spirit nihilistic heroine bit, the sex actress bit, it just doesn't get to me." She did a fish mouth, and her eyes lengthened. "Get you? Aren't you the one?" I raised a hand. "That isn't why," she said. "I'll tell you why." She looked around the room and back again. "Are you ready? Can I say it now?" I looked around the room and back again. I nodded. "You're dying, aren't you?" "We all are," I said. Well, yes, we all are, in a way, but in different lanes, at different speeds, in different cars. Nicola's streamlined A to Z device is traveling at 100 miles an hour and will not swerve or brake when it hits the wall of death. Keith's personal Cavalier needs decoking and pinks on cheap fuel and has far too many miles on the clock. No use fiddling the speedo on this highway, with bad trouble brewing in Big End and Manifold. Guy might drive forever at a prudent 35, with tons of gas. But here comes the fog and the pile-up dead ahead. Me, I'm in a rattletrap lurching much too fast over bumpy ground. I have left the road. I am out of control. The hood flies up. There goes a wheel. Only one outcome. Bury my bones in London fields, where I was raised. That's where I bought the farm. Yes, I bought the farm out there in London fields. I must do something for the child. Chapter 8. Going Out with God. Enough of her childhood had been spent in church to give Nicola an interest in religion. She was interested in religion, in a way, and it's a rare good-time girl who waives all hope of sugar daddy. Nicola was certainly mighty keen on blasphemy, and so she often found herself imagining that she was going out with God. Or not going out with him, not anymore. He had slept with her once and once only. She did that to show him what he would be missing forever and ever. In bed, Nicola had made him do the act of double darkness, the double beast with only one back. Then, never again. God cried in the street outside her apartment. He telephoned and telepathized. He followed her everywhere, his gaze imparting that fancy blue nimbus. God got Shakespeare and Dante working as a team to write her poems. He hired Parthenope, Ligeia, and Lucosia to sing her lullabies and romantic ballads. Appearing in various forms, he tempted her with his charisma. He came as King David, Valentino, Byron, John Dillinger, Genghis Khan, Courbet, Muhammad Ali, Napoleon, Hemingway, the great Schwarzenegger, Burton Else. Preposterous flowers materialized on the stairs. Exhaustedly, she flushed the innumerable diamonds down the toilet. God knew that she had always wanted her breasts to be very slightly larger and infinitesimally further apart. He offered to arrange it. He wanted to marry her and have her come and live at his place, in heaven. All this could be achieved at the speed of light. God said he would fix it so she lived forever. Nicola told him to get lost. Of course, there was another man in her life. His name was the devil. Nicola didn't see nearly as much of the devil as, in a perfect world, she would have liked. Sometimes, when the mood took him, he called her late and got around to his soul club after hours and abused her on stage while his friends looked on and laughed. Her thing for the devil, it wasn't love. No, she could take or leave the devil in the end. Nicola only did it because it was good fun, and it made God mad. Guy Clinch in the park had been quite an experience. You know how it is when two souls meet in a burst of ecstatic volubility, with hearts tickling to hear and to tell, to know everything, to reveal everything, the shared reverence for the other's otherness, a feeling of solitude radiantly snapped by full contact, all that? Well, such interactions of energy are tiring enough when you're in love, or think you are. But let Nicola trumpet the assurance that they're much more tiring when you're not, when you're just pretending. Guy Clinch in the park had been murder. Let's talk about you. That's enough about me. I'm sorry, am I rambling on terribly? It's funny, but I don't think I've ever talked about this before. That's enough about me. Let's talk about you. While, with an expression of dreamy self-pity, she frailly hugged her fur coat to her body — the day was helpfully cold — and spoke about her spiritual struggles at the convent, it was only the thought of the spangled garter belt and cat-house panties, the riot of underwear she wore beneath, that prevented Nicola from flopping back on the bench with her feet apart and saying, "Oh, I can't bear this stuff. I'm lying. Never mind." She had to maintain an actress's discipline. It was like the 15th rehearsal with some dud-leading man who kept on flubbing his lines. Time and again, Nicola nearly corpsed. Yes, it'll be all right on the night. She played for time, taking little rests by staring in saintly silence at the water. The toy galleon with black sails in whose wake... And when Guy was in full voice, on the third world, on his writing, on the material inequities he found he just couldn't accept, Nicola stayed conscious by wondering how she would have processed Guy Clinch a few years ago, or a few months ago. She would have seduced him that afternoon and sent him back to his wife with a graphic love bite on either buttock. Suddenly he was talking about the subsidizing of thermal underwear for the elderly in winter, and Nicola suddenly felt she had done enough. As they parted on the Bayswater Road, it took all she had to make that second fake impulsive swivel and give that second vague wave goodbye. When she got home, she slipped out of her coat and twirled into bed, still wearing her high heels. When she awoke around midnight, she bathed and then compulsively cooked herself a bushel of pasta and sat eating it and watching television and drinking nearly 2 bottles of Barolo. He called the day after, which was just as well. As it was, Nicola listened patiently enough to the furtive, the terrified, the pant-wetting pips of the public telephone. "I've been thinking where it might be nice to meet tomorrow lunchtime," he said. "If you still can and want to. The Wallace Collection, do you know it? Off Baker Street. It's always soothing, I find. Or the Soane Museum in Lincoln's Inn Fields. Extraordinary little place, rather melancholy, but in a pleasant kind of way. Or we could meet in the V&A. "Yes," said Nicola. "Or in a restaurant?" Yes. What kind of restaurants do you like?
Expensive ones was the answer, but Nicola didn't say that. She simply named a restaurant of world historical costliness in St. James's and said she would see him there at 1. Guy was early. He came rearing up out of the banquette when she walked through the door. The boyish brightness of his rough silk tie spoke to Nicola of an insufficiently examined self, or an insufficiently critical one.
"This was a mistake,"
she said timidly as she removed her gloves and laid them on the tablecloth.
"I mean the restaurant. I didn't know it would be so pretentious. I've hardly ever been to restaurants. The name just popped out."
Speaking sideways, Nicola ordered a Tanqueray gin martini straight up with 3 olives.
"I'm sorry."
"Nothing for me, thank you."
"Oh, don't worry."
She lit a cigarette and regarded him with respectful amusement.
"Are you shocked by my dependencies?" she asked. "I am. As you've gathered, I'm rather a nervous person, rather a ridiculous person, I'm afraid. It's not very often I go out into the world."
"Actually, I find it touching."
"You're very generous. Well, this is good fun, and I did so enjoy our talk in the park."
"I think I went on a bit."
No. In the modern world, it's not often, but today I must be sensible. I do have something I want to ask of you."
She was dressed for business. This was the story. During her early years in the orphanage, that peeling warren of municipal mortification, Nicola had befriended a little Cambodian girl, beautiful, abandoned, with hurt, 4-lidded eyes. Like partners in a concentration camp where the enemy wasn't cold or hunger or outright torture, but lovelessness. They kept each other going. Indeed, the tiny pals exalted themselves with the intensity of their secret and their bond. When she was 12, Nicola went on to the charity school, come blacking factory, while her soulmate was adopted or farmed out to a pitiless Iraqi. The man abused her. There was violence. She fell. Did Guy understand? Guy nodded grimly. Little Nicola, turning away from her rotting textbook or the headmaster's switch, would weep over her friend's long letters. She had the child, a son. She was then repatriated, never to return. Cambodia. She's still there. My God. "The proxy war," said Nicola coldly. Occasionally, a blood-smudged dispatch written on toilet paper or elastoplast found its way through to her. Mother and child were variously sighted in a refugee camp in Thailand, a resettlement facility in Burma, a prison in Laos. "It's hopeless there," said Guy. "The whole area." "You know, in a way it's ruined my life as well as hers. I feel so desperately incomplete without her. I think that's why I never... But that's another story. I must bring them back. I'll never feel whole until I bring them back. You have connections, don't you, Guy? Is there perhaps something you could do? Inquire?" "Yes, I could certainly try." "Could you? Their names are here. I'd be eternally in your debt." She smiled fondly. Little Boy was always known simply as Little Boy, though he's almost a man now. Her name is Enola Gay. I called her Enola Gay." She checked Guy's face. Nothing. And a little knowledge might have helped him here. A little knowledge might even have saved him. With a crisp fingertip, Nicola directed the waiter to replenish her glass with the Chardonnay she had picked. She watched Guy's uplifted face as it filled with purpose. Then she squeezed lemon onto her 11th oyster and waited before adding the Tabasco. It flinched reassuringly. After all, you eat them alive. "I take it you're married?" she said abruptly. Yes, and I too have a little boy." Nicola inclined her head and smiled without opening her mouth. "My wife, Hope, and I have been married for 15 years. "Nuclear," said Nicola. "That's not so common anymore. How romantic. Well done." "I wonder if there's any more black pepper," said Guy. Later, on the street, they were getting ready to part. Feeling the need of contrast, badly feeling the need to mix things up, Nicola walked away from him, stretching her arms as if they were wings for flight. Her dark gray business suit was, she knew, nonetheless flatteringly cut, making much of her hips, making little of her waist. The city heat, re-established and used and trapped for some days now, prompted her to unbutton and remove her jacket. She slung it over her white-shirted shoulder and turned to him with a shake of the hair and a hand on her hip, giving herself a thought instruction that went like this: "You're something very negligent on a catwalk somewhere with a lot of old men watching and wondering how hard and how expensive you'd be to fuck." "Are you all right? I must say you're looking terribly well." "Am I?" She shrugged. "Perhaps I am. But what for?" Additional wine and 2 glasses of Calvados had got her through a deadly hour during which Guy, in innocent and meandering style, had sought to convey certain information about his heart, that it was a good one, that it was in the right place, that it would seem to belong to another, and that it was true. The alcohol and the conversation combined to assist Nicola in her next project, which was to start crying. Years ago, when she studied the method, her instructor told her that sadness, misery, tragedy wasn't always the way. You had to think about the things that made you cry in real life. Whereas her classmates all got by with images of lost puppies, vanished fathers, Romeo and Juliet, starving Namibians, and so on, Nicola found that her one sure path to tears lay through memories of irritation and, above all, boredom. So, as she picked out the orange beak of a black cab in the cyclotron of one-way West End traffic and then turned to Guy distractedly, her head was full of missing buttons, passport cues, utility bills, wrong numbers, picking up broken glass. "You're crying," he said joyfully. "Help me. I'm so terribly alone. Please, help me." As her taxi edged up St. James's to Piccadilly, Nicola turned in her seat. Through the dark glass she watched Guy swaying, swimming, drowning in the heavy air. And he was quite nice in a way. The fool, the poor foal. Guy, the fall guy. On paper, at least, he certainly didn't deserve the humiliation and havoc she planned to visit on him. But this was how it was, when, among other considerations, you had really got to the end of men. Paradoxically, or at any rate surprisingly, Nicola Six disapproved of bikinis. She execrated bikinis. For 20 years and all over the world, she had been ricking necks on fashionable beaches. The double take. A modern beauty in a racing one-piece? The men stared, and so did the women. The girl's belly, though enviably contoured, for some reason had no interest in being seen. Ditto the breasts. For toplessness, too, she held in contempt. Women sometimes thoughtfully covered themselves for a while after Nicola strode by. Here was a person who didn't want her body familiarized. Looking down at their own torsos, bared alike to sun and eyes, the women resentfully sensed this prideful gamble. And the men, they knew that if they ever magicked themselves into the hotel room, the quiet villa, the cabin, the changing hut, they would see something that the beach had not seen, that the sun and the waves and the eyes had not seen. Nicola loathed bikinis. The bikini she regarded as the acme of vulgarity. and how the lines demarcated the godlike thorax, making polyps of the breasts. Nevertheless, a bikini was what she was wearing when Keith Talent jacked himself out onto the roof that day and stood there blinking in the blaze. She had bought it that morning, and it was exceptionally vulgar. Nicola's bikini, cutely skimpy with cutaway thighs and bright white against her Persian flesh. At first, Keith clearly thought, as he was meant to, that she was sunbathing in her underwear. He looked away for a moment, alarmed at having surprised her in this disquieting improvisation. But then he made out the silk-aping waterproof of the curved white.
"Hello," she said.
Keith coughed a few times.
"She wore an itsy-witsy teeny-weeny,"
he then volunteered.
"Yeah, cheers."
"Do you know the etymology of bikini, Keith?"
"Oh?"
"Yes, you're right. Origin is more like it. From is more like it. From Bikini Atoll in the Marshall Islands, Keith, the site of the U.S. weapons tests in 1946 and 1954. First, atomic bombs. Then, in the 50s, the hydrogen bomb." She laughed ruefully and continued, "I still don't see how this inevitably leads to a scanty two-piece beach garment worn by women. I looked it up in Brewer before you came, Keith. He chummily suggests a comparison between the devastating effects of the explosion and the devastating effects of the costume." As she spoke, Nicola was looking not at Keith, but at her bikini and what it framed. She rightly imagined that he was doing likewise. The interproximate breasts, concavities of throat and belly, white pyramid, the racing legs. Keith did not know, could not have guessed, would never have believed, that half an hour ago this body had stood naked before the bathroom mirror while its mistress wept, drenching the feet of the god of gravity. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder, which is fun for the beholder, but what about the owner, the tenant? Nicola wondered whether she'd ever had a minute's pleasure from it. Even at 16, when you're excitedly realizing what you've got and imagining it will last forever, you're still noticing what you haven't got and will never get. Beauty's hand is ever at its lips, bidding adieu. Yes, but bidding adieu in the mirror.
"Bang,"
said Keith.
"What American men did there, one of the greatest crimes in human history. If you got the world's most talented shits and cruelty experts together, they couldn't come up with anything worse than bikini. And how do we commemorate the crime, Keith?"
She indicated the two small pieces of her two-piece.
"Certain women go about wearing this trash. It's very 20th century, don't you think?"
"Yeah, diabolical."
"You know those coral lagoons will be contaminated for hundreds of years."
Keith shrugged.
"Chronic, innit?"
"You're looking very pleased with yourself, Keith," said Nicola, affectionately as it might be. "And that's quite an outfit."
"Yeah, well, I'm on a roll," he said. "I'm playing tonight."
His head dropped in a bashful reflex, and then he looked up again, smiling.
"On a darts."
"Darts, Keith?"
He nodded.
"Darts, yeah. My confidence is high. I'm oozing confidence."
Keith went on to rehearse some of his darting hopes and dreams, and told how he planned shortly to burst into the arena of world darts itself. Nicola questioned him keenly, and Keith responded with a certain rough eloquence.
"I know the knockers take the piss, but there's considerable prestige in the sport these days, considerable. The final's televised. If I taste victory there, I go on to play Kim Twemlow, the world #1, before the cameras. Kim Twemlow. The man's like a god to me."
"I see. Well, I'm sure you'll prosper, Keith, and I wish you luck."
I got all your stuff fixed, Nicola. It come out a bit dear in the end."
He took the invoice, or the piece of paper with figures written on it, from within his darts pouch.
"But forget it. This one's on me."
"Oh, nonsense."
And she stood up. Keith turned away. She approached. With their shoulders almost touching, they looked out over the steamy roofscape, life's top floor, its attic or maid's room, with washing, flower boxes, skylights and ground sheets, huts and tents and sleeping bags, and then the lone steeple of the tower block, like the severed leg of a Titanic robot.
"Look,"
said Keith, and pointed babyishly with bent forefinger. Immediately beneath them, in a half-shadowed roof ridge, water had been able to gather and remain. Birds played in the pool.
"Like,"
Keith grinned fondly.
"it's like birds playing in the pool."
"Like birds playing in a pool, Keith?"
"You know, girls playing in the swimming pool."
"Ah, yes."
Nicola thought of the kind of video Keith might occasionally get his hands on. The white villa, the baby blue of a Marblean swimming pool, the handful of topless English slags playing. My, how they frolicked on diving board and lilo. Then, as the music modulated, one or two or three of them would slip away, with or without Manolo the gardener, for the lucratively back-breaking siesta.
"Let's go down,"
she said. They entered a world of blackness and moved heavily through the heat from room to room. One by one they activated coffee grinder, vacuum cleaner, flat iron. All worked, all were renewed. All would break down again, of course, as they both knew, within a few hours. For the backroom boys at Good Fix were destiny artists, were reality tinkerers also, in a way, bending the future to serve their own ends. Nicola asked Keith what she owed him, and Keith spread his hands, Hindu style. Leaving him in the passage, and feeling the force of his blue eyes on her rump, she went to the bedroom and closed the door behind her. She took a thick roll of 50-pound notes from beneath the mattress. Then she slipped her feet into her tallest white high heels, which were there by the bed, waiting. Standing in front of the mirror, she felt, in succession, like a chorus girl, like a horse, like a cartoon. Suddenly she was obliged to muffle a sneeze of laughter, wincing, horrified, but definitely laughter, laughter that showed signs of slipping off its ratchet and out of control. Was she just mad? Was that what it was? The same body, the same mirror, the same pair of eyes. Tears and laughter within the space of 45 minutes. All very dangerous, dangerous. Across the street was a dead house whose windows were corrugated metal. On its door was a white sign bearing red letters. Dangerous structure. This was her body. This was her plan. Lightly, Keith accepted the money and folded it into the pocket of his toreador pants. He took one step backwards down the stairs and then halted and looked her up and down with maximum insolence.
"Well," he said slowly, "now I'm at it. Got you fixed up. Is there anything else you'd like me to do for you?"
"You mean sex?" said Nicola, glancing at her watch. "We'll see, Keith. All in good time. First, some questions. You're married?"
"Not really. Put it like this. My wife thinks she is, but me, I'm not so sure."
"Children?"
"No. Well, yeah, I got a little girl. She's not even 1 yet."
At this point, the intercom buzzer sounded with timid brevity like a snatch of Morse. Nicola ignored it and said,
"I expect you could use some money, couldn't you, Keith? Particularly now."
"Yeah, absolutely."
"Can you keep your mouth shut, Keith? Do you have to run and tell the boys about all your good times?"
He coughed and said,
"No way. Never do that."
"All right," she said sternly. "Unimaginable treats await you, Keith. Forget about everything you've had before. This will be a different class. Sweetheart, don't look so worried. I'll expect certain things in return. You know what I mean. The qualities of patience and coolness, Keith, that I imagine you apply to your darts. Are you going to trust me? We're going to do this at my speed. All right?
You're on.
Take these. She handed him a shower attachment and a book, a paperback. You don't have to do anything with them. They're props. They're just props.
Who's that?
Said Keith warily, for the buzzer had sounded again, the merest blip.
The first test of your discretion is on his way up the stairs,
she said, pressing her thumb down on the release.
Remember, why should he have all the money? Watch.
With terrible intentness, she placed the roll of money into the prow of her bikini bottoms and patted it.
Keith, it looks like it.
Yeah.
It looks like it.
5 minutes ago, she had been close to hysteria, but now the hysterical lilt in her voice, although hideous to her own ears, was entirely willed.
It looks like a gun barrel in a holster, doesn't it, Keith?
Yeah.
Here.
In a slow glaze, he reached out with the back of his hand, the trembling knuckles.
Don't touch,
she said, and stood her ground. And he didn't touch. He just touched the material and the money. When she arranged this meeting with Guy over the telephone, Nicholas stressed the need for commando or bank caper synchrony.
Unpunctuality throws me utterly. It's tiresome, I know. The orphanage, perhaps.
But this didn't stop her keeping him waiting for a good 15 minutes.
Please sit down,
she called from the bedroom.
I do apologize.
She needed 15 minutes. One to envelop her bikini in a plain white cotton dress, another to give the bedclothes a fantastic worrying. What was the delightful phrase in Lolita? The guilty disarray of hotel linen suggesting an ex-convict's saturnalia with a couple of fat old whores. The rest of the time Nicola needed for makeup. Out came the actress palette. On went the actress bulbs. A profound and turbulent post-coital flush was the effect she was after. She even cobbled together the imprint of a punch or a hefty slap on her right cheekbone. This was surely going too far, but then that was the idea, wasn't it, to go too far? Her hair she vigorously tousled. It was ironic, sweetly ironic, because in 15 minutes she could have straightened hair and bedding, had they needed straightening, and powder-puffed away the very plumes and blotches with which she now lewdly and fierily daubed her face. But that's art. Always the simulacrum, never the real thing. That's art. Nicola emerged from the bedroom in a subtle hobble, patting her hair with one hand and limply fanning herself with the other. Guy stood sideways on at the bookcase. He was holding a slim volume up to his face, arms half-folded in a posture of clerical perusal. He turned and looked at her reproachfully. "I see you have a weakness," he said, "for D.H. Lawrence. Well, I have too. Of course, he can be a complete embarrassment, but the expressiveness is the thing. In fact," he went on, looking around brightly, "I can see many shared enthusiasms here. Your fiction shelves are the mirror image of mine, apart from the Americans, and the astronomy, the popular physics, and you're interested in chess." "Fairly interested," said Nicola. He turned to her again. She edged forward, extending a lower lip to blow the hair from her brow. Behind her the bedroom door was open, and a large movable mirror had been specially positioned, reflecting the bed and its satyr's heaven of throttled sheets and twisted pillows. "Do you play, or is it just theory?" "What?" With bandy-legged gait she came on into the room. Negotiating the round table, she winced twice, deeply private twinges, as if a ghost had gently goosed her. Guy's gaze of polite inquiry did not falter. With low indignation, she said, "Did you meet Keith on the stairs?" He seemed to need to concentrate for a second before agreeing that he had. "Keith was just picking up some stuff for me," she said, and gave her hair a defiant tremor. Guy's face now showed concern. "He had a book with him," he murmured to himself. He heard her exhale and added, "I'm sorry, you're tired, and my news isn't terribly encouraging. Would you rather I came back another time?" Waving a hand at him, she flopped onto the sofa. She didn't listen at all as Guy, taking a seat opposite, began chronicling his efforts to locate her friends. It was no surprise to her that the trail had proved cold. In truth, though it didn't strike her like this, the truth never struck her like this, she was thoroughly galled. What would she have to do to arouse suspicion in this man? If he'd come in and found her lying naked on the sofa with one leg hooked over the back of it, satedly mumbling to herself and relishing a languorous cigarette, he would have assumed she was suffering from the heat. Even if she got pregnant, she could spin him the line about immaculate conception. God did it. It was God's, the oldest trick in the book. Nicola had been looking forward to the series of good expressions with which she would have greeted his jealous bafflement. Dawning comprehension, incredulous disgust, definitive dismissal. The time had come, she reckoned, in the interests of variety and elbow-room, and in the interests of interest, to show him something of her temper. But here he was, in his blissful blandness. Perhaps the earlier act had worked too well. Sex with Keith. Such morbid perversity was beyond his experience, and was now beyond his imagination. Mind you, it was beyond her experience, too. Men of the people, men of the British people anyway, had never been her cup of tea. But nothing was beyond Nicola's imagination. Nothing. So then, Plan B. Quite a significant fraction of her life was now tending to feel like Plan B and not like Plan A. Guy looked well-aired and annoyingly sweatless in his plain blue shirt, whereas the wanton pancake seemed to be thickening in Nicola's pores, and between her legs she could sense the inadmissible cheapness of the white bikini. Well, the B road would take her, more dully, to the same destination. Perhaps, too, a useful doubt had been subliminally established. Nicola folded her arms. With vengeful frumpishness she watched as Guy talked, the way his expression childishly mimicked his speech with its soft frowns and hopeful glimmers. And suddenly she thought, maybe it isn't in him. Christ! She had always been sure, it was one of her predicates, that Guy contained a strong potentiality of love, which she needed, because the equation she was working on unquestionably needed love in it somewhere. And if it wasn't the real thing, if it was just a contemporary dilution or simulacrum, friendliness, helpfulness, goody-two-shoes love, perhaps love was dying, was already dead. One more catastrophe. The death of God was possibly survivable in the end, but if love was going the same way, if love was going out with God— "I don't want to be a total wet blanket," he was saying. "The man I know at Index is trying to make contact with a clearinghouse in Korat. There are several avenues still untried." The air grew still and silent. Tears had formed on her painted cheeks. "I'm sorry," he whispered. "I'm so sorry. I have a confession to make. Hear me out and then go away forever. Oh, what a strange, strange life. I never thought it would change, my life. I thought it would just go on like this, or I would end it. I never thought I'd meet anyone good enough. And I don't mean beautiful enough or grand enough. I just mean good. Good enough. And now it's happened, and— oh, Guy, I'm so completely thrown." She waited quite a time, until he said, "Say it." Then she made her eyes burn with all their green and said, "I'm in love. With you. There's just one other thing. I warned you I was a ridiculous person." He waited. He inclined his head. He asked, "What is it?" She sighed and said with the exasperation of despair, "I'm a virgin." When God got mad, he was a jealous God. He said that if she didn't come across at least one more time, he'd wash his hands of the whole planet. He had other planets, thanks, and in better parts of the universe. He promised plague, famine, mile-high tides, sound-speed winds, and terror. Ubiquitous and incessant terror, with blood flowing bridle deep. He threatened to make her old and keep her that way forever. She told him to fuck off. "To my everything, he is nothing. What I am, I wish to be, and what I wish to be, I am. I am beyond God. I am the motionless cause." Cross that firebreak, and then cross that one. Go too far in all directions, extremity upon extremity, and then more extremity, and then more. The moment I set eyes on him, I thought Keith Talent was an anachronistic kind of character. I thought that time and inflation and the new demographics would have mopped him up by now, or sent him somewhere else, to the north, or at least to the suburbs. Not so. The streets are full of jokers, dodgers, Jack-the-Lads, and Willie the Dips, whole crews of Keiths. Of course, hardly any of them will make it, will win through to the Cavalier, the printed brochure, the dreams of darts. They will stay out there on the street until whenever, in dumb hats and seam-busted zoot-suits, looking fantastically greedy and devious, and fooling no one. Fagin himself would have nothing to do with them. He'd be horrified. And these are the best and the brightest, and Keith is the best and the brightest of the best and the brightest. The others are yokels and village idiots, turnip swaggers, ditch people. But this is London, and there are no fields. Only fields of operation and observation. Only fields of electromagnetic attraction and repulsion. Only fields of hatred and coercion. Only force fields. Keith is anachronistic, too, in this matter of his libido. He's not in the Saturomaniac League, and the Saturomaniacs, I guess, will always be with us. He's an obsessional tail-chaser of the type that was meant to have died out years ago. He drools and slurps at everything remotely Bim-like on the street. He regales the entire pub with the things he does to Annalise Furnish and Trish Shirt. He'll even give you 15 minutes, no Burke protocols here, on how it went with Kath the other night. On top of all this, he makes no secret of his heroics in the handjob realm. And on his diet, I'm amazed he even gets around. Is it just me, or does Keith's hormonal tumult have something to do with reduced life expectancy? Never very extensive when looked at against an historical mean, Keith's life is now doubly compressed, condensed, and therefore speeded up. His life is on fast forward, or picture search. It's not just the animals who aren't living so long. Now they're briefer still, but animals have always lived brief lives. What we take from animals, what we take from our pets, without trying and without asking, is a lesson about death. An overview of the shorter span. After 2 cats and 9 hamsters, the adolescent is a bit better equipped for the awful call to his grandmother's bedroom. We're all keeping step, just about. At 8 years of age, Clive is already an old, old dog. To the movies with Lizzie Boo Broadner. Lizzie Boo, Hope's big little sister, taller, blonder, rounder-faced, fuller-figured. Lizzie Boo's breasts are a family joke. Ah, those family jokes. Ah, those secondary sexual characteristics, those SSCs. This is the big question about Lizzie Boo's breasts. Where did they come from? No other Broadner, past or present, has got Lizzie Boo's breasts. Hope hasn't got Lizzie Boo's breasts. She makes do with Hope's instead, which are a whole lot smaller. It was felt, the family joke continues, that Marmaduke might give Hope Lizzie Boo's breasts, or at least make Hope's bigger. But there's Marmaduke for you, disobliging to the last. When Marmaduke was done with Hope's breasts, they were mauled and drained and chewed and tugged all right, but no bigger. A lot sorer, but no bigger. And there's childless Lizzie Boo, 31 and just starting to worry, with her beautiful twins. It's very hot still, and she wears just a sleeveless T-shirt on the way to the flick. The clear lineaments of her embarrassing perfection spread agony on the street. The guys can't take it. She makes Keiths of us all, or everyone except me, everyone except the man at her side who doesn't dare look. The SSC's on her. Will you look at those SSCs? It was an old horror film from the 70s, a piece of shit called The Dorm That Dripped Blood. Various co-eds got sliced up in their underwear. Chainsaw, hunting knife, straight razor. The slicer was some species of ghoul, demon, or zombie, definitely a dead guy at any rate, with a grudge against the dean. He looked like a normal fat janitor most of the time, until he neared naked or lightly clad female flesh. Then the inner mutant burst out, rippling with worms and maggots and the usual appurtenances of the grave. I identified, especially when, during a supposedly scary bit, Lizzie Boo took my hand in hers. Hers is a warm hand, a light hand. I would have been more grateful for it if I hadn't been dying. Her hand stayed where it was well after the dorm that dripped blood had stopped being scary, well after the ghoul had been torched and staked. The lights came up, and she turned to me with her whole body and took her hand back with slow care. Her mouth was open. God, the wonder of female teeth. "What did you think?" she asked, really wanting to know. She likes me. She digs me. Why? Well, I have one or two ideas on this. Mainly, she likes me because Hope does too. I detect considerable sexual influence or sexual plagiarism between these sisters. Lizzie Boo may be the kind of girl who isn't quite sure who she likes until prompted by a larger approval. I felt this approval even as we walked to the movie, the image of Guy and Hope looming in the air behind us, smiling encouragingly, her hand resting on his shoulder, like parents. Secondly, of course, I am generally retiring with the ladies, and this has a lulling effect, especially on very pretty blondes with big SSCs, accustomed as they are to living in a garrison of hard-on and hair-trigger. I have never screwed around. Why not, goddammit? And I have never minded not screwing around, until now, and I think it shows. I'm certainly unlikely to have any of those unpleasant diseases. Thirdly, or maybe this is just point 2b, I'm not interested, which is always a come-on. Genuine lack of interest is bound to work in your favor, and when you're dying, I find, you really have no problem playing it cool. After our kiddie movie, we enjoyed milkshakes in a cafe on Kensington Park Road. It's all very difficult. She likes me. She puts a hand on my forearm for emphasis. She practically wets herself at all my jokes. She brandishes those SSCs. Lizzie Boo digs me, which is just as well, because if she wants to find the way to my heart, she's going to need a fucking shovel. She's going to need to dig up London fields. Lizzie Boo is so pretty and keen and affectionate and straightforward that I'll have to come up with a really world-class excuse. Got some good stuff about Guy's crush on her. Then I said I had to go home and work on my novel. No word yet from Missy Harder, or from Janet Slotnick, or indeed from Barbro McCambridge. The minute after I FedExed the first 3 chapters off to Hornick Ultrason, at trouncing expense, I sat there by the phone waiting for it to ring, to bounce about on its cradle like in a cartoon. But 3 days now, and nothing. A terrifying night in Brixton, watching Keith's darts match at the Foaming Quart. I lay down my life, or what's left of it, for this lousy novel, and do I get any thanks? Pretty well every day now, at noon, I walk or drive to the tower block of Keith Talent, to take Kim off Kath's hands for an hour or two, to look after Kim, to protect and to cherish little Kim. Talent himself is rarely at home when I call. He is out cheating. He is at the Black Cross. He is in his garage, in his cave of darts. When I do run into him on these occasions, he wears a hostile leer. Kath blinks up at me when I enter. She is sitting at the table with her head in her hands. I hope she will feel some benefit soon. But misery seems to have a way of making you forget what the other stuff is like, which is probably just as well, from misery's point of view, or you wouldn't put up with it. Sometimes you're down, and sometimes you're down. The rough with the rough, for worse and for worse. "Hi," I said as I squeezed into the kitchen, Keith having passed me wordlessly at the door. "Oh, Sam." She stood up. She paused. The aftermath of Keith's heavy breakfast still crowded the small table, which in turn filled the small kitchen. Fat mug of cold tea, grease-furrowed plate, V-sign of cigarette butts in the dollop of brown sauce. Crazily, Kath surveyed all this. "Why don't I take Kim out?" "Yes, that's best." The child raises her arms to me as I lean to take her. She got used to me very quickly. I smooth-talked her into it. She came across. I have this way with chicks. Of course, I don't want anything from her, though the tales she could tell. I carry her to the Memorial Park, to the park with its punks and drunks. I'm not really worried. The adult and infant combination is a relatively safe one. You don't get bothered, or not much anyway. Baby-related muggings have fallen off. The guy bending over the pram whispering threats with a broken beer bottle in his fist. Now, this is not a popular kind of guy. In slum and plutocrat Great Britain, so close to the millennium, he isn't popular. He is doubly unpopular. No one's behind him. Sentences reflect this. It's not worth it, for what the average mum has in her purse. So it doesn't happen. Or not much, anyway. What impresses and stays with me is the power of the baby's face. The power. It is knit tight, like a tautly prominent navel, chock full of possibilities, tumescent with potentiae, as if the million things that could happen to her, the essences of the million Kims there might one day be out there, are concentrated in this powerful face. But I wonder, Nicola's face is powerful too. The very thinness of the skin that coats her closed eyes is powerful. Perhaps with her the effect is reversed or diametrical, because Nicola's face, Nicola's life, contains only one future, fully shaped, fully designed, toward which she now moves at steadily climbing speed. So the municipal gardens, the Harrian flowers, the pastel totems of the playground, how do we interpret them? The untouchable youths in their spikes, the meteorology of the sky, the castless old wedged into benches, and the baby with her sweet breath and faceted roundnesses, as tender as an eyeball. You wouldn't want to touch her. You wouldn't want anything to touch her. Chapter 9. Doing Real Good. Wearing housecoat and slippers and carrying her mail in her armpit, Hope Clinch strode out onto the terrace, mechanically pausing to chuck a potted plant under the chin. The plant was an amaryllis, and it cost considerably more than the average weekly wage, but it wasn't thriving. It wasn't working. Soon it would have to be returned by Melba or Phoenix, or by Lizzyboo, perhaps, to the dishonest florist for replacement or repair. She sat at the table and opened her first letter. Looking down, she said, "I just talked with Melba about Lady Barnaby. Disaster." Guy had looked up from his crossword. He was still wearing his white cotton nightie. Guy often slept in a nightie. Hope had found this endearing for a while, 15 years ago. "Oh, yes, tell," he said. Beyond their garden lay the communal green, moistly overgrassed in every season, but not in this season. Guy knew what female dog-pea did to lawns, and it seemed to him that a bitch the size of a behemoth might have caused those swathes of brown. But dogs were not allowed in the communal garden. It was just the September sun that was doing it. The sun. Guy shut his eyes and wondered how something 90 million miles away could turn his lids into a Hockney swimming pool awash with fresh blood. Out on the lawn, like milkmaids at work, small children played among the fat guards and fatter nannies who lowed about them, urging caution. Marmaduke was not to be seen there. He was in his nursery, trying out a new au pair. They listened to his hearty ululations, Tarzan, as it might be, showing Jane how it went on the lianas, flinching every few seconds to the sound of some egregious collision. Guy smiled promptingly at his wife's bowed head. The marriage was there, breakfast being its chief sacrament, like the crockery on the Orchid table, waiting to be invaded. "The Yugoslavia trip," said Hope, opening another letter and reading it. "She arrived in the middle of the night. For some reason, the plane went via Oslo. The next morning, she was cleaned out by the cabbie who drove her to the hotel. Only it wasn't a hotel. You expect a toilet, but this was ridiculous. Some kind of barracks full of mad thugs." Hope opened another letter and started reading it. At this point, she completely flipped. No one quite knows what happened next, but she was found a couple of days later, wandering around Zagreb airport without any bags and without her glasses, which I feel kind of badly about. Marmaduke. Someone at the consulate shipped her back. She got home, and the house had been stripped bare. Melba says there's nothing there except floorboards and paint. Then she apparently passed out. But luckily she came to on the stairs just before the boiler exploded. It's still under a ton of water over there. How frightful. Is there anything we can do? Where is she now? In hospital. Insurance? Asked Guy doubtfully. Hope shook her head. She's wiped out. My God. So her marvelous young man wasn't so marvelous. You can't trust anyone these days, said Guy. You never could, said Hope. Now here came Marmaduke. Defeatedly watched by the stunned au pair, her presence diluted to a mere reflection in the glass, the little boy erupted through the double doors. Although Guy and Hope responded with grooved swiftness, Marmaduke was not to be denied. Surmounting Guy's challenge, he harpooned himself face first into the table leg before Hope had a chance to lift the tray. Then the world rocked. Broken glasses, chipped china, child blood, spilt milk. Spilt milk. Saddened as he was by Lady Barnaby's recent reverses, Guy easily succeeded in keeping a sense of proportion. After all, when it came to tales of extremity in strange lands, disorientation, shelterlessness, blinded decampment, he couldn't help but feel he was playing in a higher league. Well, not playing, just watching. A pale spectator among tens of thousands, high up in the bleachers. All week he had been driving into Cheapside quite early and closeting himself in his office with his coffee and his 4 telephones. He dialed. His voice knew the circularizing tones of charity, the quiet cajolery of good works. Bad works are all about money. So are good works, but of bad works he was ignorant, and he knew it. Of course, you said the word Indochina, and at once you caught the sound of breath escaping through telephone teeth, right through the receiver's helix and into your own inner ear. "Forget about everywhere else," said his contact at Index, with a brio to which Guy was not yet attuned. "Forget about West Africa and Turkmenistan. This is the shitstorm." He'd had no idea. Nobody had any idea. It seemed that there was no idea. Faced with this, and confusedly feeling the need of some bold and reckless act, Guy went out and bought some cigarettes, and sat there awkwardly smoking as he dialed. Why was he doing this? Like everybody else, Guy had little appetite for the big bad news. Like everybody else, he had supped full of horrors, over breakfast, day after day, until he was numb with it, stupid with it, and his daily paper went unread. The expansion of mind, the communications revolution. Well, there had been a contraction and a counter-revolution, and nobody wanted to know. Why am I doing this? He wondered. Because it's good? Thought, consecutive thought, ended there. In his head, Guy had rescreened his lunch with Nicola so many times that the film was worn thin and pocked with the crud and curds and queries that tarnished tired eyes. He could see her throat, her moving lips. On the soundtrack, her voice remained virginally clear, with its foreignness, its meticulous difficulty. She said she had Jewish blood in her. When Guy tried to pinpoint the attraction, he thought not of her breasts, not of her heart, but of her blood, and her blood's rhythmic tug on him. What could you do with someone's blood? Smell it, taste it, bathe in it? Make love to it. Share it. Perhaps you could put this down to protectiveness, which always contained something fierce, something animal. Was that what he was after? Was he after her blood? Though planetary and 20th century, and entirely typical of both, the events in Indochina demanded to be thought of astronomically. To begin with, they were obscure, distant, they were deepest black. The proxy war had put a curve on things when both sides agreed, or when both sides agreed, to play their game in the dark. This condition they quickly brought about by a declared policy, much publicized in the press and on television, of killing all journalists. No longer could the foreign correspondents hop from foxhole to foxhole with their media tags in their hatbands and then telex their stories over cocktails from the garden rooftops of scorched Hiltons. In response, rogue camera crews chartered jeeps and choppers. Malarial war freaks climbed out of opium bunks and firmed up their stringer ships. One-legged photographers with lumps of hose shrapnel still lodged in their brain pans stood on border roads with their thumbs in the air. They went in, but they didn't come out. Guy smoked and flinched and rubbed his eyes and wondered whether anyone could really bear to watch. What came out slowly or wrongly or weakly, like tired light. On the one hand, the monosyllabic affirmatives or distracted giggling of survivors thrown clear by the crash or the blast. On the other, the unsleeping testimony of the satellites, triumphantly affectless, seeming to exclude everything human from their diagrams of the dead. Corpse fields, skull honeycombs. This was a new kind of conflict. Spasm war, and unfettered war, and, unavoidably, super war were among the buzzwords. Proxy war, because the world powers seeded it and tested weapons systems in it and kept each other busy with it, but the money was coming from Germany and Japan and China and other brokers of the balance of power. If you want to get an idea of what's happening there, said his informant at the Red Cross, Read an account of what the Khmer Rouge did in the 70s and multiply everything by 10. Body count, area involved. No, square it, cube it. Guy did just that. And here was the astronomical. Because if millions were circling in the vortex of war, then other millions needed to know whether they were living or dead. And if there were millions who cared for the millions who cared, then pretty soon, he had never felt more alive. He had never felt happier. This was the ugly truth. Or not for many, many years. He came home in the evening to his wife's surprised approval. He suddenly had value after his day at the office, novelty value as well as the usual kind, and to Marmaduke's derisory atrocities. He fixed Hope's drink and took it to her at the dressing table and kissed her neck, his mind on other things, other necks. It was drunk-making stuff, all right. An excitation that sparkled the way her tonic did when it hit the ice. She patted his office cheek and smoothed his calculator brow, confident that he was out there making money. And what was he really doing? Guy had need of the great chaos he had tuned into. Feel the tug of mass misery and you want more misery, more mass. You have to get addicted. No wonder everybody on the sidelines had the urge to paint it black. Tough day? Not really. Poor you. Poor them. But good, good. His motives didn't bear inspection, not for an instant. He thought, when he thought, that he was learning something about life, which always meant death. He thought he had a chance to do real good. His motives didn't bear inspection, nor did they get any. Love, of all things, saw to that. Modern love, in some wild new outfit. I've got enough now, surely to God. Call her tomorrow, then, he thought, as he zipped Hope up. Guy was coming along nicely. He was doing real good. Lost, then, in his new mood of exalted melancholy, Guy climbed the stairs to Nicholas Six's door, past the prams and bikes, the brown envelopes, the pasted do's and don'ts of parenthood, citizenship, community. He paused halfway up, not for rest, but for thought. You know, of course, that it's a myth or half-truth about the inexorable prosperity of the Asian subculture in the United States. The first wave of mostly middle-class Vietnamese, they did well, right enough, but the next lot, the Cambodians, just imagine. The last time you saw your house, it was 100 feet off the ground and in flames, with your mother and your father and your 6 children inside it. You'd need time to recover from that. After that, you'd want to rest before taking on America. And presumably the next batch, if it ever comes, the next batch will be even more. As Guy went on up, he heard somebody coming down, a sniffling, shuffling figure with heavy boots. Guy stood to one side on what he assumed to be the penultimate landing, his chin abstractedly upraised. And all this was on top of the crisis, or rather, beneath the crisis, under its wing. This idea of the delegation of cruelty.
Hello, mate.
Keith. Sorry, I'm half asleep.
I know the feeling.
But Keith did look different. And it wasn't just the lion-tamer get-up and the freshly blow-dried hair. Actually, these extras seemed to go against the new slant of his presence, which was one of furtiveness or humility. He stood on restless legs with his head bowed, clutching some sort of bathroom attachment to his chest, and a book, a paperback. Neither was Guy empty-handed. He couldn't deliver 2 grateful refugees, but he had a present with him, a present for Nicholas Six. He had thought long and fervently about this present. What could he buy her? A Titian? A yacht? A diamond as big as the Ritz? Guy had wanted to buy her the Earth, but he had bought her a globe. Not the old kind, the new kind. A literal globe. The planet as seen from space, heavy, mysterious, baby blue in its shawls. He held it like Hamlet. Suddenly, Keith shrugged and wagged his chin sideways and said,
"I just been helping out."
"Yes, of course. That's what I'm here for, too."
"Same difference."
"I'm trying to help her trace someone, without much luck as it happens."
"Still, you do what you can."
"Exactly." Guy looked at Keith now with pitying fondness. Poor Keith.
"Oh, yeah, you coming tonight?"
"I'm sorry," said Guy. Keith stared at him with full hostility.
"To the darts."
"The darts, yes, of course, absolutely."
BMW, Mercedes 190E, 2.516. It's up there, mate.
And Keith shuffled and sniffed and hurried off down the stairs, with that book under his arm. Guy called her name in the passage and advanced with respectful evenness of tread. The sitting room was empty. It was also much as he had imagined. Interesting disarray beneath the lowish ceiling. Tall Guy warily sensed a certain pressure on his crown. A teacup here, a foreign magazine there, past their best tulips collapsing over the sides of a glass bowl as if seasick. A certain indolence in the furnishings, the usual pistol grips and worn webbing of too much video equipment. His own house was a pinewood of these inexpensive toys. The tobacco tang of thoughtful bohemianism. On the table beneath the window, by the wicker chair, an unfinished letter. "Nicola?" he said again, with a light shake of the head. Her voice, somewhat muffled, responded from the neighbor room with a patent untruth. She said she wouldn't be a second. He glanced uncensoriously at his watch, and stood to attention with his hands behind his back. After a while he moved to the window and looked backwards over his shoulder, and then sideways at the writing pad. "Dear Professor Barnes," he read, "thank you for sending me Professor Noble's paper, which I am obliged to say I found misleading and shoddily argued. I take his word for it that artists often have sexual relations with their subjects. One is amply persuaded that such things happen, but his anecdotes can have no useful bearing on the representational argument. I was on pins, wondering when he was going to say that Rembrandt's portraits of Saskia, or perhaps Bonnard's of Marthe, were suffused with sexual knowledge, or reflect on the painter's yearning to get inside his sitter or recliner. Such coarse speculation is where this line always leads. To lend a personal note," read Guy, completing the page. His hand reached out to turn it, but then he desisted with a soft shudder. "She knows about art," he thought bracingly. "And a beautiful hand. Not as strictly elegant as Hope's, rounder, more expressive, with something of Lizzie's feminine corpulence." It abruptly occurred to Guy that he had never done anything like this before. He had never been alone with a woman of his own age in the place where she lived, and in secret, without Hope knowing. Nicola's sitting room was much as he had imagined. What exactly had he imagined? He could claim, perhaps, that his reveries were chaste, but his dreams went their own way. Well, he thought, we can't help dreaming what we dream. Guy swept his gaze round to the bookcase and approached it with brisk relief. He took out the Rainbow and looked at its opening page. What was it Keith had with him? Ridiculous, slipped my mind. Villette? The Professor? Shirley? No. Much more obvious, but not Jane Eyre. I see. She's obviously been crying, Guy said to himself as Nicola stepped out of the bedroom. Her colorful face addressed him declaratively, saying what he didn't know. It didn't strike Guy that her erectness at such a moment was unusual, because Hope was like that too. She always addressed you with her tears or their aftermath. She would never cringe or hide. Looking past Nicola for an instant, Guy saw in the mirror the sorry anarchy of neglected linen. Yes, the habitat of deep, deep depression. My God, look! The poor creature can hardly walk. Such disorientation in the tread, and the suffering face seeming to flex from inner pain. Nasty welt or spot on the cheekbone there. Of course, these days, even the most radiant complexions. She'll bump into that table if she's not careful. Whoops. It's the same thing I always have with her, the urge, the need to reach out and steady her if I dared. "It's so hot," she said, as if in accusation. "Yes, I know," he said apologetically. For a while, Guy attempted some praise of her bookshelves, and there were other marginalia, chess, Keith, the heat again, but it seemed heartless to tug on these tenterhooks. As gently as he could, he began, and her presence, her force field, went quite dead as it withstood the first volley of the disappointments he had brought her. With her hands clasped on her lap, she sat bent forward on the sofa, the bare knees together, the ankles apart, but the toes almost touching, like a child in the headmaster's study. Nicola's full face never flickered, except once maybe when he mentioned the man at Greenpeace, in whom the name Enola Gay had briefly rung a bell, another lead that led nowhere. It was almost a deliverance when grief came, and those slow tears, astonishingly bright, began to map her cheeks. "I'm sorry," he said. "I'm so sorry." A minute passed, and then she said, "I have a confession to make." As she made it, as he heard it, a series of soft explosions, of intimate rearrangements seemed to take place in the back of his skull. Delicious and multiform, a great heaviness exerted itself on him. The force of gravity, reminding you of all the power you need just to lug this blood around. "One other thing. I warned you I was a ridiculous person." It was thrown out with baffled impatience. Guy smiled to himself. Palely, inwardly, Guy smiled and said, "I guessed as much." "You what? I'm sorry, I didn't know people could tell." "Oh, yes," he said calmly. "In fact, it's quite obvious." "Obvious?" He had long guessed it, he now felt, the pinkness and purity of Nicholas Six. And after all, it wasn't such a rare strategy, not in these cautious times, these times of self-solicitude. It made sense, he thought. It rang true. Because if you took hope away, then Nicola and I are the same. Virgin territory. Guy was now feeling the novel luxury of sexual experience. He had never knowingly met anyone less experienced than himself. Even Lizzie Boo, with her 4 or 5 unhappy affairs, struck him as an amatory exotic, love-weathered, like Anais Nin. And this might even mean that I will be able to love safely. But where did the contrary impulse come from? What alternate message from what alternate world was telling him to wrench open that chaste white dress, to take that brown body and turn it inside out? Only that you have this dark glow to you, something contained, untouchable. In pathetic confusion, she stood with her hands still clasped and moved towards the window. Guy groaned and got to his feet and crept up behind her. "Is this for me?" she asked. The globe stood there on her desk. She turned to him and raised both hands to her cheeks. "It's still quite pretty, isn't it?" "My dear, you're— No, not me. The earth," she said. "Please go now." "May I call you tomorrow?" "Call me," she said through her tears. "This is love. You don't understand. Call me. You can do what you like to me. You can kill me if you like." He raised a hand towards her face. "Don't. That might just do it. I might just die if you touch me." Over breakfast the next morning, Hope informed Guy that the car had been done again and he'd have to take it in. Guy nodded and went on with his cereal. The car got done about once a week. He watched his wife as she flowed up and down the kitchen in her dressing gown. Previously, if she had known everything, she might have called a psychiatrist. But now, after yesterday, she might feel justified in calling a lawyer, a policeman. As he got up to go, Guy felt the need to say something to her. "What are those pills you're taking?" "Oh, yeast." "What?" "Yeast." "What about it?" "Nothing." "What are you talking about?" "Sorry." "Christ." The car got done about once a week. In the street, Guy opened the door of the VW, it was never locked, and covered the broken glass on the driver's seat with the sign that said, "Stereo already gone." He drove to the garage in St. John's Wood. Before he climbed out, he removed the service book from the frazzled wound in the dash where the stereo used to be, years ago. The usual shrugs and nods. As Guy waited for the usual unreliable promise, he might have reflected on how easy the other woman had it. She didn't make you take the car in ever, and she swallowed her yeast in private. Guy walked down Maida Vale. Having lost their leaves too early, the trees sunbathed, wrinkled and topless and ashamed. London birds croaked in pity or defiance. The sun was doing what it did, and always had done, day and night, for 15 billion years, which is burn. Why didn't more people worship the sun? The sun had so much going for it. It created life. It was profoundly mysterious. It was so powerful that no one on earth dared to look its way. Yet humans worshipped the human, the anthropomorphic. They worshipped promiscuously. Anybody. An Indian keep-fit fanatic, an Ethiopian mass murderer, a 19th-century American angel called Moroni, Guy's own Catholic god, or Nobo Daddy. Almost humorous in some lights, the down on her upper lip. The sun was a unit away, an astronomical unit. But today you felt that the sun was no higher than Everest. Not good to be out in it, really. Giver of all life, the sun was now taking life away. The life-taker, the carcinogenic sun. A trick of perception? Or is there a certain spacing in the join of her hips and legs, a curved triangle of free air between the thighs, just at the top? Guy walked on down Elgin Avenue. He felt happy. In obedience, perhaps, to the weather, and if this sun were rendered in a children's book it would surely be smiling. Happy anticipations, happy memories, an embarrassment of happiness. He remembered one morning over a year ago. Yes, he had just burnt Marmaduke. In fact, the child had been sick on his shoulder. The dry-cleaning man comes and scratches the corduroy with a doubtful fingernail, and you say, "Baby sick," and everyone smiles, forgivingly, everyone understands. I was sitting on the bed with the baby, while she changed or bathed next door. I felt cold suddenly. His sick was cooling on my shoulder. And there was the baby's head, the hair slicked flat with womb gloss, biospherical, like a world, or a heavenly body. I felt its heat, the warmth of the baby's head, and I thought, oh, these puns and their shameful mediocrity, but I meant it, I really meant it. I now have a little son. And God, look out! The Portobello Road, the whole trench scuffed and frayed, falling apart and full of rats. Guy could feel the street frisking him, to see what he had and what he might give up. A queue of tramps had formed at the gates of the Salvation Army hostel, waiting for soup, or whatever was offered, the troops of the poor, conscripts, pressed men, hard-pressed. Tall and with clean hair, clean teeth, Guy moved past them painfully, the tramps and their tickling eyes. All he saw was a montage of preposterous footwear, open at the toes like the mouths of horses, showing horses' teeth. Once upon a time, the entrance to the Black Cross was the entrance to a world of fear. Nowadays, things had changed places, and fear was behind him, at his back, and the black door was more like an exit. 11:30, and the moment they'd all been waiting for. Heralded by his dog, a plume of cigarette smoke, and a volley of coughing, Keith's talent was so good as to step into the Black Cross. Keith's status, his pub twang, always robust, was now, of course, immeasurably enhanced after the events of the previous night. An interested general murmur slowly coalesced into light applause, and then slowly dissipated in fierce, scattered cries of goading triumph. Relief barman Pongo was the most eloquent, perhaps, when, having readied Keith's pint, he extended a plump white hand and simply said, "Darts!"
"Yeah, well, cheers, lads,"
said Keith, who had a wall-eyed hangover.
"You did it, man,"
said Thelonious.
"You did it."
Keith rinsed his mouth with lager and said thickly,
"Yeah, well, he crapped it, didn't he? No disrespect, mate, but there's always going to be a question mark over the temperament of the black thrower. First leg of the second set I was way back, and he goes tum 40 and has 3 darts at double 16. When he shitted that, I knew then that victory was there for the taking. In the third leg of the vital second set, I punished his 60s, and then the 153 kill. Treble 20, treble 19, double 18. Champagne darts, exhibition. That was probably the highlight of the evening. You can't argue with finishing of that quality, no way."
"It was a stern test,"
said Thelonious deliberately,
"of your darting character."
Bogdan said,
"You responded to the big match atmosphere."
"The choice of venue could have posed problems to a lesser player," said Dean.
"You you disposed of the
challenge of the Brixton left-hander," said Thelonious with a sigh. Keith turned to Guy Clinch, who was leaning on the pin table and watching them with a diffident smile.
"And you,"
said Keith, coming towards him.
"And you," he said with prodding finger, "you handled yourself superb. Handled himself excellent last night. Handled himself excellent."
Guy gazed gratefully enough into Keith's eyes, which did indeed, he thought, look most peculiar this morning. Keith's eyes contained a bright array of impurities and implosions, together with a vertical meniscus of unshed tears. But the strangest thing about them was their location. The mortified pupils seemed to be trying to put distance between either socket. They were practically in his temples. "My God," thought Guy, "he looks like a whale. A killer whale? No, some benignly wheezing old basker. A blue whale, a sperm whale, yes, and with the incredible pallor." Guy sipped his drink and listened to Keith's praise, and to the praise of Bogdan, of Norvis, of Dean, and Pat and Lance. He inspected their faces for evidence of irony, but all he found was approval and welcome.
"I never knew," said Keith. "I never knew you was so tasty."
Had there, after all, been that much to it? After his meeting with Nicola, Guy returned home and spent tea time with Marmaduke. Hope was playing tennis with Dink Heckler. He then had a long shower. Can be difficult, sometimes, getting all that custard and treacle out of one's hair. Changed, and at about 7 made his entry into the Black Cross, and into a delirium of darts. Banners and hats bearing the legend Keith, and shouts of "Darts, Keith!" and "Keith!" and Keith himself, highly charged, hoarsely yelling, "Darts!" Outside, 2 vans revved tormentedly. In they all piled, with the natural exception of Keith, who was relying on alternative transport.
"I'm taking him,"
fucker had said. "In that fucker!" and pointed through the doors at a gunmetal Jaguar. Then Guy got 40 minutes in the back of the van, where the whites and the Asians smoked and laughed and coughed all the way, and the blacks silent with unreadable hungers, and half-bottles of scotch grimly and unquestioningly passed from hand to hand. "On the way in, they was obviously going to start something," said Dean. "Really?" said Guy, who hadn't noticed anything untoward, except for the jostling and the raillery and a great presence, a great heat of bare black muscle. "How could you tell?"
"There's stabbed the big one,"
said the big two.
"Nothing serious,"
said Keith.
"The big one, he's all right, out next week sometime."
The darts contest took place not in the foaming court proper, with its stained glass and heavy drapes and crepuscular funk, but in an adjoining hall, such was the intensity of the local interest. As Keith said, the fixture had captured the imagination of all Brixton. Standing ankle-deep in sawdust, Guy guessed that the hall had been used recently, and no doubt regularly, as a discotheque, and also as a church. Less recently, it had served as a school. He just sensed this. There were no especially pointed reminders of the establishments he had attended, their thousand-acre parklands, Olympic swimming pools, computer studios, and so on, but the low stage, the damaged skylights, the Roman numerals of the clock, the quelling wood, all told Guy school. A boys' school, too. He looked around. This did worry him, and there were no women anywhere. Benches had been set out as in an assembly room, many of them tipped over in outbreaks of horseplay, and eventually everyone sat down. But when the match began, with no ceremony, everyone stood up. If everyone had sat down, you could have watched from your seat, but everyone stood up. So everyone stood up. Not that there was a great deal to see in the way of darts. Keith's opponent was very young and very black, and strikingly combined the qualities of violence and solemnity, the face perfect and polished, and the shaved head holding a tint of violet, like an impeccable penis, impeccably erect. With many hesitations and corrections, two old black men refereed and kept score with chalk and mic. Loping and sidling in electromagnetic shirt and toreador flares, Keith was easily the most coarse and slovenly figure on the stage, but he looked by far the best adapted. "You wound them up beautiful," said Dean.
"The hostility of the crowd,"
Keith agreed,
"put me under pressure. What they didn't know is Keith's talent thrives on pressure."
"You wound them up beautiful," said Dean.
"Showmanship, innit?" said Keith. "Sheer showmanship."
The hostility of the crowd, Guy had noticed, was certainly marked. Early on, it assumed the form of screaming and coin-throwing and foot-stomping, together with at least 3 quite serious attempts on Keith's life. Later, though, as Keith's darts told, as the crowd's dream was pricked into nightmare, there was much weeping and keening and beseeching. Had the women got in here at last? And Guy watched a man holding a slice of beer bottle to his own neck, muttering fast with his lids half shut and flickering. On stage, Keith responded with showmanship. This showmanship consisted of a wide variety of obscene gestures, a series of feinted kicks aimed at the heads of the groundlings, and a habit, especially incensing, of appearing to free, or of actually freeing, his underpants from between his buttocks just as he turned and prepared to throw. Anyway, after half an hour in the howling body heat, with Guy contributing to both the heat and the howl, shouting, "Darts!" and "Keith!" and "Darts, Keith!" with more and more license, it seemed to be generally agreed that the match was over and that Keith had won it. In a flourish of forgiveness, Keith turned to his opponent, who advanced on him suddenly with one dart raised like a knife.
"Stabbed himself, in the end, with his own dart."
"Passions were running high," said Norvis.
"Yeah,"
said Keith.
Beyond a doubt, he was ruined that costly miss in the second set.
"Had to be," said Dean. "Had to be." It was in the car park that Guy was unanimously held to have distinguished himself. He thought back. The ground's scooped and rutted surface exposed by the line of headlights under the familiar blackness of a London night, and the blackness of the human line in front of the two vans and Fucker's Jag, torches, eyes and teeth, the jink of chains, the smell of petrol or kerosene. At this point, Keith himself had fallen silent and hung back, a part of the company enfolding him, their champion or thoroughbred.
"I'd have gone in there myself,"
said Keith. "Nah, didn't want to give him the satisfaction."
"True, Dean, true,"
said Keith.
"Conserving my energies, already pondering the quarter-finals as such."
But Guy had gone in there. He made his way forward with rectilinearity, with giraffe's straightness of posture, and the lack of hesitation, the unanswerably clear ring of his voice as he simply said, "Excuse me," and, when the black boy ran at him, "Don't be a tit," and went on through, and then, once the line had been broken to let him in, how everything just fell away. Guy sipped on drink and praise and wondered. His father had been brave. In the war he had risen to brigadier, but he made his name as a teenage lieutenant in the guerrilla action in Crete, coming down from those hills coated in blood and medals. The night before, Guy had sensed no personal danger. He felt the black crew had something else in mind, something inscrutable. And anyway, the car park and its actors had seemed to occupy no more than 10% of his reality. At any moment, with mighty bounds, he could be free. Free on the mighty bounds, the quantum leaps of love.
"No,"
said Keith, peering at him earnestly with his soaking eyes.
"No, you did real good."
"If I'm brave," thought Guy, "or brave for now, then what do I feel in the street? The way the air just shakes you down, that Guernica of hobo's toes, and still feel. Not fear, then. Shame and pity, but no fear." A little later, at Keith's suggestion, they repaired to the Golgotha for a discreet glass of porno. The bar was 3 drinkers deep, and as they waited, Keith cocked a tenor and turned sideways to Guy, saying,
You, see that Nicky, then?"
Guy considered. He often had trouble with Keith's tenses. "Yes, I saw her that time."
"Helping her out?"
"That's right."
"That's right."
It couldn't be said that a silence fell between them, for there were no silences in the Golgotha, but by the time they reached the bar, where they would remain as long as possible, like everybody else, out of brute territoriality, a hiatus had arrived and now made itself comfortable, getting fatter and shoving out its elbows. Guy said, "I was... sorry."
"No, you was saying—"
"No, go ahead, please."
"No, I was just saying I can't be doing with all these birds. Saps a man's darts."
Keith coughed for a while and then said cheerfully,
"I respect my body. I got to take care of myself now, on the darts. It's tough with all this spare minge around, but you got to draw the line somewhere, you got to." Edged out from the bar, they stood by a pillar with their drinks, right in the teeth of the snapping steel band. "You wouldn't believe,"
Keith shouted.
"You wouldn't believe what I'm turning down. Take yesterday."
And as Keith launched into a squalid Decameron of recent gallops and tumbles, instant liaisons, valiant cuckoldries, eagerly requited grabbings and gropings, quickies and workouts, and hip-twangers and knee-tremblers, Guy reflected, and reflected wryly, on the utter artlessness of the standard male strategies. Class strategies, too, he allowed. It would take a stretch of cosmic time before Keith would acknowledge the cosmic distance that separated himself from a woman like Nichola Six. You had to be quite near to see and to feel. After all, if you looked out from the virusless morgue of Pluto, Guy was thinking of the latest Journia photographs, the sun was no more than an exceptionally bright star, admonitory and cruciform, a bright star. A cold, bright star like the brandished sword of God, long before you felt its heat. When he telephoned her early that afternoon, from a Mexican snack bar in Westbourne Park Road, Nicola's voice was everything he had hoped it would be. Direct, uncomplicatedly friendly, low with charged warmth, and sane. Yes, he had hoped for the firm clasp of her sanity, because he often feared for that delicate equilibrium. If not too good for this world, she was, in his view, far too good for this time. It was the way he saw her, as an anachronism, a museum piece, time-orphaned. She was just dashing off to a lecture, and here Guy screened an image of dedicated hurry, of books crushed to the breast, and a length of scarf held up by the breeze. But she did so terribly want to talk to him. Could he very sweetly ring her later this evening, at 6 o'clock, at 6 o'clock precisely? Of course. What's your lecture? Milton and sex. Well, that won't last long, said Guy, whose humour always came from the overflow of happiness, never from the undertow of irony. In any case, he mildly regretted the remark. Actually, I think they mean gender. Oh, yes. He for God, she for God in him, that kind of thing. Yes, that kind of thing. Must run. Guy had the Mexican lady make him up a kind of omelette hero. He hoped to use her telephone many more times, which he put in a bag, and which he guiltily secreted in an empty rubbish basket on Lapbrook Grove. "Well, what did you think?" said Hope. "Thank you," said Guy. He said it not to Hope, but to the man whose job it was to monitor, or stand fairly near to, the automatic checkout of the underground garage beneath Cavendish Square. He had seen Guy many times now and knew his face. Not that he appeared to be much bucked by this familiarity, or by anything else that happened to him down there. Guy retrieved his credit card and steered them up into the light. "The traffic," he said. "Jesus, how many times? Listen, you are the traffic." "I thought he made a lot of sense." 300 guineas of sense? On the fresh air question. I knew you'd say that. If not on the hostility to me question. I knew you'd say that. The Harley Street doctor they had just consulted was an expert on infant hypermania. He had seen Marmaduke at his surgery, and had also paid a stunned visit to the house, where, as promised, Marmaduke was able to relax and be his normal self. Absolutely impossible at the surgery, Marmaduke had been absolutely unbelievable at home. Even today, nearly 3 weeks later, the doctor was still wearing a patch of gauze over his right eye. All parties agreed that the legal matter need not affect their professional relationship. Recently, Guy had taken out insurance on Marmaduke-related personal injury suits on what seemed to be highly advantageous terms. More recently, he had taken out insurance on the insurance. "On the hostility to you question," said Hope, "I thought he made a change from Freud." "So did I, but I prefer Freud. I'd rather Marmaduke didn't like me for Freudian reasons. I don't like him not liking me because he just doesn't like me. Why shouldn't he like me? I'm incredibly nice to him all the time." Guy turned his head. Hope was staring out expressionlessly at the car-crammed street. With some caution, he patted her twice on the knee. Their last real embrace had in fact been staged for that very doctor's benefit. A paramedical embrace, as part of a demonstration. At home, in the kitchen, Guy had embraced his wife while the doctor looked on. As predicted, Marmaduke dashed the length of the room and sank his teeth into Guy's cough. Requested to tolerate it, Guy tolerated it, and maintained the embrace up to the point where Marmaduke started headbutting the cooker. "To return to the fresh air question," said Guy, "or to the half-hour question." This referred to one of Hope's most controversial rulings. Marmaduke was not allowed outside for more than half an hour a day. He seemed to think that an hour was safe. No, he didn't. He said it could be regarded as tolerable. It's the confinement. Children like to whirl around. How about 45 minutes? He needs some fresh air. We all do, but there isn't any. There wasn't any. And hard to explain that one away, hard to justify it. To the young, Guy meant, to those who would come after. How would you begin? Well, we suspected that sacrifices might have to be made later for all the wonderful times we had with our spray cans and junk food packaging. We knew there'd be a price. Admittedly, to you, the destruction of the ozone layer looks a bit steep, but don't forget how good it was for us. Our tangy armpits, our piping hamburgers, though maybe we could have got by with just roll-ons and styrofoam. "Look!" they both cried in childish unison. They were driving down the Bayswater Road, and a sick squirrel stood trembling by the park railings. Guy and Hope laughed, at each other, at themselves. "Look!" they had cried, to please Marmaduke. There was the squirrel, leaning on a tree stump and retching apologetically. But Marmaduke was not in the car, and Marmaduke wouldn't have been pleased anyway, since he showed no interest in animals except as new things to injure or get injured by. On the stroke of 7, Guy called Nicola from a booth in the lobby of a hotel for the homeless in Ilchester Gardens. The Mexican snack bar was closed, but spotting usable telephones had become something of a hobby for Guy Clinch. In this way, Nicola kept showing him more life. He stood there poised with his coins. Behind his back filed whole families bearing plates with little suppers on them. Clearly the kitchen was in the basement, and everyone ate in their rooms. Guy exhaled in exquisite pity. 1.5 fish fingers for a growing boy, and then probably the mothers have to... He fumbled. "Hello," he said. "Hello, Nicola?" "Guy, wait," said the voice. "This isn't me." "Hello?" "It's a tape. I apologize, but I didn't trust myself to talk to you unmediated. I didn't trust my resolve. You see, dear Guy, thank you for all the sentiments you have awoken in me. It was wonderful to learn that I could have these feelings. My reading in future will be much vivified. I shall look at Lawrence with new eyes. My love, if you... But I suspect there is something deeply frivolous about pursuing a course that holds so little prospect of good. And that's what we want, isn't it? The good. I'll never forget you. I shall just have to... But no matter. Never make any attempt to contact me ever again. If you had any tenderness for me, and I think you did, then you'll know how absolutely and unconditionally I mean that. If you get news of my friends, well, perhaps a note. I'll never forget you. Think of me sometimes. Goodbye. Goodbye, he whispered after a while. 9 hours later, at 4 a.m, Guy turned the page and said, "The north wind doth blow, and we shall have snow, and what will poor Robin do then, poor thing?" Marmaduke looked up from a modern edition of Good-Night Moon, which he was patiently, almost studiously, tearing to pieces. You could read to Marmaduke. It soothed him, or kept him happy, or at least busy, but he had to be allowed to tear up the book directly afterwards. Soon he would be tearing up Mother Goose's treasury of children's rhymes and fables. And yet, for the moment, the child hesitated, and his father read on. He'll sit in a barn and keep himself warm and hide his head under his wing, poor thing. Marmaduke watched with his mouth open. The scragged copy of Goodnight Moon fell from his grasp. He got to his feet with a sigh and approached the low chair where Guy sat. He grinned suddenly and reached out a round hand that trembled with approving interest to touch the tears on his father's cheek. Of course, I keep trying to tone Marmaduke down. I thought he was funny at first, but really, that kid is no joke. He devastates his parents 20 times a day. I censor him. I Bowdlerize him, too. There's some stuff you just can't put in books. Turn your back for 10 seconds and he's in the fire, or out of the window, or over in the corner, fucking a light socket. He's the right height for that, with a little bend of the knees. His chaos is strongly sexual, no question. If you enter his nursery, you'll usually find him with both hands down the front of his diaper, or behind the reinforced bars of his playpen, leering over a swimsuit ad in one of the magazines that some nanny has thrown into him. He goes at that bottle like a top-dollar Vegas call girl, like a grand an hour sex diva. Yep, that's it. Marmaduke looks as though he is already contemplating a career in child pornography. He knows it's out there, and he can tell that there's a quick buck in it. Naturally, he's hell with the help, and any other woman who strays within range. He's always got a hand up the nurse's smock, or a seigneurial tongue in the au pair's ear. I wouldn't have thought Lizzie Boo was his type, but he goes for her in a big way. Encarnacion and I are the best of friends. There's absolutely no problem anymore about her talking to me. "Living alone, you know," she said today. "It's all right. It's good." Queenly Encarnacion lives alone. Her husband is dead. Her 2 children are grown up. They live in Canada. She came here. They went there. "You have advantages. When you're living alone, you do things when you want, not when they want, when you want." "True, Encarnacion. You want a bath? You have a bath. You want to eat, you eat. You don't need them to say so. It suits you. You sleepy, you want to go to bed, you go to bed. Don't ask. You want to watch the TV? Okay, you watch the TV. Up to you. You want a cup of coffee? Coffee. You want to clean the kitchen? You clean the kitchen. You want maybe listen to the radio? You listen to the radio. Yes, and the same goes for any solitary activity you care to name. But after 20 minutes on the upside of living alone, we get 20 minutes on the downside of living alone, like there never being anyone else around, and things like that. A letter from Mark Asprey. He mentions a restless desire to pop back to London for a few days, next month sometime. He adduces the wonderful convenience of the Concorde. He allows that it would also be convenient and pleasingly symmetrical if I could be prevailed upon to return to New York for those same few days and reoccupy my apartment, which he adds he doesn't use much anyway. He drops hints about a certain rather celebrated lady whom it is imprudent to entertain in his suite at the Plaza. By now, an habituated snooper, I have gone through all Mark Asprey's desk drawers. More trophies, but not for public viewing. Under-the-counter stuff. Pornographic love letters, locks of hair, head and nether, arty photographs. The deep central drawer is firmly locked. Maybe it's got a whole girl in it. I've even looked at some of his plays. They're terrible. Frictionless romances down through the ages. The Goblet has an Arthurian setting. It's all pretty, but not very pretty. I don't understand. He's one of these guys who hits an awful note and then is uncontrollably rewarded, like Barry Manilow. Now here's an intolerable thought. I was looking again at Nicola's diaries. She uses initials for her men friends. The docile G.R., the well-fleeced C.H., N.V. with his suicide bids, H.B., who cracked up after his divorce, T.D. and A.P. both hit the bottle, I.J., who fled to New Zealand, B.K., who apparently went and joined the Foreign Legion, poor P.S., who bought the farm. The only one she kept going back to, the only one who was half a match for her, the only one I've ever been stupid for. The handsomest, cruelest, the best in bed, by far. He's called M.A., a resident of West London, connected to the theatre. I burn no torch for Nicholas 6. So why does this thought kill me? It's happened. A call from Missy Harder, or, to be more accurate, a call from Janet Slotnick.
This is Janet Slotnick, Miss Harter's assistant?
Yes.
Well, sir, there's certainly a lot of excitement here today at Hornick Ultrason.
There is?
We know we're paying mega money for it.
You are?
Mm-hmm. The new book on the death of John Lennon.
I won't transcribe all the crap she talked about the death of John Lennon, how the KGB did it, and so on.
Miss Harter wanted me to call you about your treatment.
Well, it's hardly a treatment, Miss Slotnick, more of an outline. What's the feeling on it?
Disappointment, sir.
At this point, the receiver shot out of my hand like a bar of wet soap.
Agrees that the opening is strong, so is the denouement.
What? The ending?
It's the middle we're disturbed about. What happens?
How should I know? I mean, I can't tell until I've written it. A novel is a journey, Miss Slotnick. What was the feeling on the first 3 chapters?
We feel they're a considerable achievement, but we're disturbed, sir. It's a little literary.
Literary? Jesus, you must... I'm sorry, I beg your pardon.
Sir,
I need an advance, Miss Slotnick.
I'm not sure we're ready yet to make that kind of commitment. On this point, Miss Harter and myself are in total agreement.
I abased myself with promises of cuts, rewrites, tone-downs, and spruce-ups until Janet very coolly consented to take a look at chapters 4 to 6.
And we're unhappy about the name, sir.
No problem, I said. I was going to change them anyway. Usually, it's late at night now when I get the call from Nicola 6. 1, 2, even 3. It's then that she wants to proceed with our debate or battle plan or script conference. She summons me. I always show. I'm up to it, apparently. Not so long ago, I was sleeping like a newborn. I couldn't keep my eyes open for more than 5 minutes running. Then, for a while, I slept like a baby. I woke twice an hour in floods of tears. But now I'm really getting on top of my game. Soon I'll be like some coppery old ascetic in the caves of Ladakh, or like Marmaduke. Sleep will be something that I can take or I can leave. So, not without difficulty, with night fear, with the heaviness of fatigue indefinitely postponed, I get out there. It's my job. 3 nights ago, or 3 dawns ago, as I was girding myself for Chapter 9, I got the call around 2:30 and went straight over in the car. She took my coat and hat with a humorous expression on her face. She was dressed up, black velvet, and drinking champagne, one of her private parties. I sat down and ran a hand over my face. She asked me how I was, and I told her I was good.
What are you dying of, anyway?
A synergism. See our interdependence? We can't talk to anybody else like we can to each other. I can look into her eyes and say it.
Communicable? No. Direct or indirect? Indirect.
Non-communicable, I said, but possibly direct. Radiogenic, naturally. They don't know. It's quite an unusual case. You want to hear the story? Takes about 10 minutes.
Oh, yes, please. I'm interested.
London Fields, I began. She knew about the clusters, though of course she didn't know that I was in the center of the bunch. And she is interested. She is familiar with it all. At one point she said, "Hang on, so your father was working for her?" "Her? Pardon me?" "HER, High Explosives Research. That's what they called it." "Right." Or again, she'd come out with something like, "And plutonium metallurgy. That was another area the British were behind on." She smoked intently, narrowing her eyes each time she exhaled. One thing about that face, it is always beautifully lit. "You've really gone up in my estimation," she said when I was through. "So, in a way, you're at the heart of all this. In a way, you are the crisis." "Oh, no," I said modestly. "I don't think so. I'm not the crisis. I'm more like the situation." "So you know about Enola Gay?" "Oh, yes, and little boy." Later, she showed me the letter she'd placed on the table for Guy to read. "Professors Barnes and Noble," I said. "That's a cheap shot, Nicola." "It gets cheaper," she said. "Read on." Rembrandt's portraits of Saskia, or perhaps Bonnard's of Marthe, were suffused with sexual knowledge or reflect on the painter's yearning to get inside his sitter or recliner. Such coarse speculation is where this line always leads. To lend a personal note— Turn the page. I've sat for perhaps a dozen painters in my life and slept with most of them, and it never made any difference to anything. Not to me, not to them, and not to that thing on the canvas. I looked up. She shrugged one shoulder. I said, "I wish you wouldn't take these unnecessary risks. Very imprudent, what with you being a virgin and all. Still, I take my hat off to your confidence. You just knew Guy wouldn't turn the page?" "Come on. You know, with him, passive prying is all right. You don't avoid what's there to see, but it's an indignity to move any closer, to listen any harder. Actually, I'm surprised he dared to read a word." "Hubris, Nicola, hubris. Guy is quite capable of surprises, especially where you're concerned. You should have seen him at the darts, like a lion. I was half dead with fear. Though I didn't read it right, I now think. There wasn't any real danger, not for us. Those guys, they weren't going to hurt us. They were going to hurt themselves. You're yawning. It's late. But don't you be snooty about the darts. They matter in all this." She yawned again, more greedily, showing me her plump back teeth. "That's why I iced Guy, to concentrate on Keith, God help me." I held up the letter. "Do you mind if I take this?" She shook her head. "Nicola, what do you think I'm up to?" "I don't know. I suppose you're writing something." "And you don't mind?" "At this stage? No. In fact, I approve. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you what women want. They all want to be in it, whatever it is. Among themselves, they all want to be bigger-breasted, browner, better in bed, all that. But they want a piece of everything. They want in. They all want to be in it. They all want to be the bitch in the book." Boy, am I a reliable narrator. I finally limped to Queensway for a trip. 2 main stories. The first is all about Faith, the First Lady, a remarkably full account, in fact, of her recent activities. I was baffled, but then I remembered the speculation earlier in the summer about Faith's health. Presumably, all this stuff about hospice work, White House redecorations, and anti-pornography crusading is offered in courteous rebuttal, and as reassurance. Everybody knows how totally the president loves his wife. He campaigned on the issue. The second main story is puzzling also. Something about the Soviet economy. Lots of human interest snippets. How it's going down with Yuri in Kiev. What Viktor thinks in Minsk. I had to read the thing twice before I realized what the story was. The Soviet Union is working a 7-day week. Op-ed pieces about solar disturbances, university prayer, Israel, Mystique, and summer home winterization. Leaders about grain tariffs and Medicare. In Queensway, I encounter the same bag lady I used to see there 10 years ago. Still around. Christ, her strength! Still arguing with herself, the same argument. Still arguing with her own breast. She takes her breast out and argues with it. That lady has an unreliable narrator. Many people in the streets have unreliable narrators. Watching the children in the park when I go there with Kim, it occurs to me, as I try to account for childish gaiety, that they find their own littleness essentially comic. They love to be chased, hilariously aware that the bigger thing cannot but capture them in time. I know how they feel, though of course with me it isn't funny, the bigger thing loping along in my wake and easily gaining. Chapter 10. The Books in Keith Tallant's Apartment. Keith pressed the pause button and removed from his jacket pocket the book that Nicola had given him. He weighed it in his hand and assessed it from several angles. He read in a deep whisper, "He was born a gypsy, and lived and loved like a lord. She was the daughter of fashion, and he drove her to her grave." Keith coughed and continued, "The story of Heathcliff's ungovernable passion for the sister he never had." He read on for a while, with much flexing of mouth and brow. Then he looked up and thought, "Heathcliff. Of humble origin, success was soon his. Wed to Kathleen, all the birds were on his case. Enjoying plenty on the side, there was one that stood out. Rich and well-born, Heathcliff she craved. And then the day came to pass when she took him to her bed, with ungovernable passion." He looked at the front cover. He stood up and placed Nicola's gift in among his other library books. Darts, The World of Antiques, Dart's Yearbook, Dog's Yearbook, On the Double, The Kim Twemlow Story by Kim Twemlow, with Dirk Smoker, and a brief history, wrapped in polythene and never opened, of the regiment that Keith's father had cooked for and later deserted from during World War II. "Costume drama," thought Keith. "Awful old lot of old balls. A class system, innit?" TV, thought Keith. VCR, Dynacord, Memorex, JVC. Keith pressed the pause button and went on watching TV, or watching TV in his own way. It was a habit. Every evening he taped 6 hours of TV and then screened them on his return from the Black Cross, the Golgotha, Trish Shirts, or wherever. At 3 a.m. there would still be some live transmissions, some old film, say. In fact, Keith was missing a quite salacious and sanguinary policier. But he could no longer bear to watch television at the normal speed, unmediated by the remote and by the tyranny of his own fag-browned thumb. Pause. Slow-mo. Picture search. What he was after were images of sex, violence, and sometimes money. Keith watched his 6 hours' worth at high speed. Often it was all over in 20 minutes. Had to keep your wits about you. He could spot a pin-up on a garage wall in super fast forward. Then rewind, slow-mo, freeze frame. A young dancer slowly disrobing before a mirror. An old cop getting it in the chest with both barrels. An American house. Best were the scenes that combined all three motifs. An oil baron roughing up a call girl in a prestige hotel, for instance. Or the repeated coshing of a pretty bank teller. He also watched major adaptations of works by Lawrence, Dreiser, Dostoevsky, Conrad, and anything else that sparked controversy in the pull-out TV section of his tabloid. For skirt, you often did better with something like The Plumed Serpent than you did with something like Vega's Hooker. He didn't like all those petticoats, though. No way. Keith's screenings were usually over quickly, but some items he found repaid days or even weeks of study. Anything about lady wrestlers, or women's prisons. The female body got chopped up by Keith 20 times a night. What astronomies of breast and belly, of shank and haunch. Now the great thumb moved from fast-forward to rewind to play, and Keith sat back to savor the pre-credit sequence of a serial murder movie. Bird running through park at night. Psycho hot on her heels. Ella! 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 Keith sighed heavily, his lips flapped as the baby came to life. Her assertions, her throaty provisos, could be made out in the interstices of shirt rip and head bang. The spooky exiguity of the flat, the startling slenderness of its partitions, often gave grounds for depression. But there was an upside. Keith shouted for Kath and thumped on the wall with his free fist until he heard Kath fall out of bed. These shouts and thumps entrained a relay of counter-thumps and counter-shouts from their nearest neighbors. Keith shouted and thumped some more, reserving a special vehemence, perhaps, for Iqbala's new boyfriend. Kath appeared. She was tired, but Keith was tireder, or so he reckoned. He'd been out until 3 doing car stereos. Dispiriting work, when you stove in the window bearing the inevitable sticker, "Stereo already gone," on a windy night with glass everywhere, to find the stereo already gone. 15 of them running, and you wanted a nice meal when you got in. Sweet and sour pork and 6 Milford flapjacks. "Jesus," he said. 5 minutes later, and Keith was 7 or 8 murders into his serial murder movie. He came to a good bit. A very good bit. He rewound and went to slow-mo. The redhead climbed from the bath and reached for the... Oi, end of pube there. Amazing what gets through even these days. All you need's a bit of patience, bit of application. Though when they're just naked, though, it's not enough. You want something to frame it with. A garter belt will do. Anything. Keith's thoughts turned to Annalise Furnish, who, in his judgment, tended to err in the other direction. A bra with 2 holes in it. Looks stupid. Not to mention them pants, all them frills and fringes. It's like going to bed with a sack of dusters. Now the redhead slipped into a light gown, while behind her a shadow straightened. Even that's better than nothing. She's still wet, so you can see the outline. Here comes a nutter with a mallet. Watch out, darling. Boof!
Keith?
Yeah?
Would you burp her for me, just for a second?
Can't. Watching TV, innit?
She's got the hiccups, and I've come over dizzy.
It had to be admitted that Kath never bothered Keith with the baby, except in the most drastic emergencies. He turned slightly in his chair and reached over his shoulder to open the lounge door. To give Kath her due, she did seem to be on the verge of authentic collapse. Down on one knee and leaning backwards against the wall with the baby awkwardly crooked in her grasp. Keith thought about it.
"Give her here, then," he said. "Jesus, what's the matter with you?"
He sat there watching TV with Kim on his lap. Then he even got to his feet and jogged about a bit, the better to soothe the pulsing child. After at least 3 minutes of that, he started shouting Kath's name as loud as he could until she reappeared with a warmed bottle, and finally Keith got a bit of peace. He rescreened the redhead's murder 6 times and had a proper look at her, with the freeze frame. It being Friday, the night when Keith did his chores and generally helped out in the home, he then switched off the TV, put his coffee mug in the sink, aired the dog, or to be more specific, stood there impatiently while Clive shat all over the walkway, had a quick wash, took off his clothes, leaving them in a neat stack, or at any rate a single pile on the floor of the lounge, and woke up the wife and gave her one. It took quite a while to wake her up, but it didn't take long to give her one. The wet-gowned redhead, Trish shirt on her knees, Nicholas 6, and the fat money gun in her clean white pants. Keith turned over and lay there furiously wanting services and goods. When Nicola asked Keith about his romantic discretion, about his ability to keep his mouth shut on the subject of women and sex, Keith coughed and answered in the following terms.
"Never do that. No way."
This was untrue. It was by no means the case. He always did that. When it came to kissing and telling, Keith was a one-man oral tradition. He knew it to be a fault. He knew. He could tell it was a fault because it kept getting him into trouble. And here was another complicating factor. Being the sort of bloke who couldn't get by without a regular bird, even before marriage, someone indoors taking care of things, and being cheated on. Keith had tried getting by without a regular bird, and his subsequent disintegrations were invariably dramatic. All the more reason to keep your mouth shut, if you could, silence being golden, as they said. Many times, fresh from a session and out of sheer habit, he would find himself boasting to the boyfriend or the husband of the woman he was cheating with. Alternatively, he would find himself boasting to the father or the brother of the woman he was cheating on. Dear, oh dear. In the early days of their marriage, he had come to the brink of regaling Kath with hot news of an uncovenanted encounter. Also, and far more seriously, how he suffered for it, the recriminations, the self-hatred. He kept hurrying and botching and underdoing his conquests. Such was his eagerness to get back to the pub and give all the details to his mates. He wanted to stop people in the street and tell them about it. He wanted to take out announcements in the tabloids. He wanted it on the 10 o'clock news. Boing! Unemployment. Encouraging figures. Boing! Keith Talent fucks another woman. More later. Boing! He wanted to tell everyone everything about women and sex. Keith loved to kiss and tell. But what could he tell about Nicola? Not even a kiss. In normal circumstances, lies would have done, and Keith had a paragraph ready in his head, beginning, "Posh foreign birds are the worst." But these were not normal circumstances. The conversation Keith wanted and needed would be with God the barman, or with Shakespeare, both of whom, like Keith, had a peculiar difficulty with girls. Shakespeare for preference, Shakespeare being more passive and sympathetic a listener, and Shakespeare being more discreet, Shakespeare being, in fact, routinely speechless on drugs or drink. The conversation would go like this, and this is how it went in Keith's head.
"Shakespeare, listen, I nearly did it. I nearly did it, mate."
Bad?
"Yeah, that close."
She aggravate?
"Yeah, in a bikini, innit?"
You're using on that man.
"Yeah, but you should have seen her, praying for it."
That the single worst thing you can think.
Yeah.
But you control your aggression.
Yeah.
You show restraint and respect.
Yeah, and regard. Talk myself down.
You did good, man.
Yeah, cheers.
The peculiar difficulty with girls experienced by God, Shakespeare, and Keith was this difficulty. They raped them. Or they used to. They had all been on the same rehab courses and buddy programs. They had mastered some jargon and tinker-toy psychology, and they didn't do it any longer. They could control their aggression. But the main reason they didn't do it any longer was that rape, in judicial terms, and in Keith's words, was no fucking joke. You just couldn't ever come out a winner, not with this DNA nonsense. The great days were gone. Shakespeare and God had both spent a long time in prison for it, and Keith nearly had. Of his 2 court appearances on rape charges, the first had been more or less okay.
"Why, Jackie? Why?"
Keith had hollered woundedly from the dock. But the second case was very frightening. In the end, the girl dropped charges, thank heaven, after Keith sold his motor and gave 3,500 quid to her dad. Of course, Keith's rapes were to be viewed quite distinctly from those numerous occasions when, in his youth, he had been obliged to slap into line various cock-teasers and icebergs, and lesbians and godmothers. Rape was different. Rape was much more like all the other occasions, not so numerous, if you kept Kath out of it, when he had candidly used main force to achieve intercourse, and the woman, for one reason or another, hadn't reported him. Rape was different, and rape capability was what he felt when she loomed above him on the stairs, her legs planted apart and laughing like a madwoman, and he reached out his knuckles and touched. His whole body felt like a human throat, his own, full of hot caffeine, full of tannic, pleading and sobbing for its first cigarette. "We'll do this at my speed," she said. No, not your speed, my speed, with the fast forward and the freeze frame and a bit of the old slow-mo near the end. At a man's speed, with none of the brakes women use if you let them. Rape, he thought, with abstract terror. Rape is different. It is maximum, like fighting, massively preemptive, with all time gambled or cashed and nothing mattering. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Regard, respect, restraint. Lucky there was someone coming up the stairs. Who was it? Guy. Lucky Trish Shirt lived so near. Lucky for Keith, unlucky for Trish. Keith was glad he hadn't. Keith was glad he hadn't raped Nicola. Definitely. He was thrilled about the whole thing. The double fight of rape, with all it asked of you, the colossal investment of politico-sexual prestige, and the painful regrets and minor injuries it often left you feeling, was no kind of preparation for a long game of darts, especially a stern test of your character such as Keith had faced at the foaming court. Besides, raping Nicola would have been quite unnecessary, as his next visit the next day had made, in Keith's view, abundantly clear. Rape, when it happened, was always deeply necessary, and then deeply unnecessary half a second later. Finally, there was no money in rape. Show Keith a rich rapist. Go on, just point one out. There was no money in rape, but there was money, it seemed, in Nicola's sex. Financially, this was not a good time for Keith. Few times were, financially. Even during his best periods, his purple patches of epiphanic swiping and stiffing, of fiddling and jipping and duping and diddling, when money was coming in hard from all directions, Keith never had a good time, financially. Always, at some point in the day, a bitter destiny lay in wait for him. Pennilessness at Mecca. Always he lost everything, without fail. Well, sometimes he won, but he always persevered until he had lost everything. Kath, who didn't know the tenth of it, used to ask where all the money went. Where did they actually go, those tenor-crammed brown envelopes, those toilet rolls of 20s? For the day usually began and ended with Keith upending her handbag over the kitchen table or banging at the electricity meter with his fists. Where did it all go? Kath had asked this question gently, patiently, and not recently, for it made Keith mad. How could he get anywhere? How could he progress, tied down to a wife with such limited horizons, who thought so small?
"Christ, investments like," he told her. "Currency speculation, futures."
In fact, Keith did not understand that money could be accumulated, except perhaps on an accumulator at the betting shop. On the other hand, to give him credit, Keith didn't like it in the betting shop. It was not a human option to like it in the betting shop. Keith didn't mind the bank's TV screens, the earache voiceover, the food scraps and dog ends. It was more the atmosphere of long-shot desperation, as guys in dead shoes and 50-pence suits stood around trying to predict the future, with nothing to help them but the evening news. Now Keith stood at the bar of the Black Cross, having words with Thelonious. You couldn't hear them in the noonday surf. Keith wore bomber jacket, flared white slacks, white chisels. He drank lager thirstily. Thelonious was immersed in a bristling, full-length fur coat and only rarely consulted his glass of orange juice. Both their faces were lit by amusement as Thelonious enumerated something on raised ringed fingers. Thelonious laughed with his salmon-colored tongue. Two blondes stood just outside their force field, Juniper and Pepsi. Lightly bronzed, and with a silvery Scandinavian sheen to her, Juniper was younger and was Thelonious's. Pepsi was older and was anybody's, and had been anybody's for an awful long time. If the stray listener moved closer, he would soon discover that Keith and Thelonious were discussing semi-violent crime. "Calm, man. That's the whole thing. Calm," concluded Thelonious. "A golden opportunity. Think about it, man. Give it your consideration. All I ask."
Nah,
said Keith. He shook his head.
Nah, I appreciate it, pal. Don't think I don't. I wish you all luck in the world. In all sincerity, I'm not like some. I like seeing my mates making decent bread. It's just...
It's your darts. Say no more, man. It's your darts.
Yeah.
Keith nodded. He was greatly moved. He sniffed and said,
I can't do it, mate. No way can I imperil my darts, not now. No way, as I move into the public eye.
I hear you,
said Thelonious, also moved.
Yeah, cheers, Thelonious.
Thelonious gripped Keith's shoulder.
But if you reconsider...
Yeah.
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 Thelonious studied the heavy ingot of his watch and wiggled a finger for his blonde. Juniper came forward. Pepsi remained and looked meaningly at Keith, who stared hard at her as he headed for the door. Keith and Clive made their way down the Portobello Road. As they passed Mecca, Keith slowed to a halt. Then he straightened his shoulders and walked on. He wasn't going in there, no way. He wasn't going in there because he didn't have any money, because he had already been in there. A honk sounded. Thelonious flashing past, the girl's blonde hair scrabbling at the half-open side window. Keith waved, feeling the asceticism of him who strives along a quieter road to a far greater prize. The Spade lifestyle, though, he thought, as he turned down Elgin Crescent, it made a lot of good sense, especially the way they dealt with their birds. When they took out their wallets and showed you their photos, after the blondes, after all the Pointer Sisters and Marvelettes and Supremes, there'd be one black bird with buck teeth and young eyes, and you'd say,
"That your cousin or something, him, Wes?"
And they'd shake their heads. They took your point and say,
"Baby mama."
You see, that was the bird they had babies with, or at least gave babies to. Thelonious has 4 or 5 kids in a basement in Leamington Road Villas. Only go round there once a fortnight on Gyro Day. Then you're back in the pub with the blonde and the child benefit. Now even the flashiest white bloke didn't seem to be able to swing that. If Keith had been inclined to think in Darwinian terms, he might have said to himself that the additional blondes were pure gravy for the brothers, because they kept the black bird pool high. Nevertheless, he understood and nodded slowly. Ideal arrangement. Brilliant, really. And that way you got the enjoyment of having children, that lovely warm glow of pride, without them ever being around. Stay well clear until they're older. Football. No more nappies. When was that? At 2? At 9? The Spades had their own traditions. Others of us chose to accept and duly shoulder our responsibilities. White man's burden. Civilization as such. His mood steeply worsening, Keith shoved himself through the Koscheck doors, gave the nod to Basim, leaned through the cage, and borrowed a half of vodka from Harun, tethered Clive to the stockroom doorknob, and furiously trudged down the stairs to pay his last call on Trish Shirt. And it was definitely going to happen with Nicholas Six. Financially, too. Of this, Keith was now supremely confident. The only worry was when. With the rape moment successfully endured and mastered, he could probably wait for the sex. But could he wait for the money? It was all about time. Time was everywhere present, was massively operational in the life Keith moved through. He saw how it strafed people, look at Pepsi, how it blew them away, how it wasted them. He saw the darts players on TV. Every year there was always a fresh new face, and after half a season it looked like an old one. In common with Leo Tolstoy, Keith's talent thought of time as moving past him, while he just stayed the same. In the mirror every morning, same old Keith, none the wiser. But in his soul, he could tell what time was doing. Keith, who had gone through his midlife crisis at the age of 19, didn't expect time to leave him alone. No, not for a moment. Look at Pepsi. It used to do Keith's heart good watching little Pepsi Houlihan as she flitted like a butterfly from pub to pub along the Portobello Road. And this, it seemed, was only the other day. Popular girl, a breath of fresh air. Everybody loved little Pepsi. Some nights, when she'd had more peculiar brews than was strictly speaking good for her, why, Keith himself would take her round the back, and they'd have a bit of fun. All it cost you was a peculiar brew. Riding high was Pepsi. Had the world, in the form of a few pubs along the Portobello Road, at her feet, in it. It was hard to credit this now. Keith hated to see her these days, and so did everybody else. Alas. It was fair enough and a sound career move for a bird to change tack when she was getting on in years. You go where you're appreciated, and black blokes did love blondes. For a while, anyway. And then they got old even faster. A shocking sight today, Pepsi Houlihan and the Black Cross, whining for drinks from the dudes round the pool table with whiskers coming out of her ears. I mean, at 24. Of course, Trish Shirt was much older, 27. If Keith dumped her, which he intended to do, and do soon, like today at the latest, Trish wouldn't have many options, even supposing she was mobile. He couldn't see her enjoying a long second wind, a year, 6 months, poncing vodkas off the brothers in return for God knows what. They've their own way of doing things, and you gotta respect that, but they didn't half treat birds horrible. Then, looking at it realistically, I'm a realist, thought Keith, always have been. If she had a bit of sense and looked after herself, she might make baby mama for some old rasta, like Shakespeare. Shakespeare's baby mama. Jesus. Keith exhaled through tubed lips. Time waits. Time don't wait. It just don't wait. Just marches on at the double. Take me, thought Keith, and it was like a line of poetry twanging in his head, like a chord drawing him in. Take me. Take me where rich women want to fuck me. Poor you. You're hungover. All that celebrating, I should think, from your darts. Well, you deserve it. Now, take off your coat and sit down at the table and read your paper. I'll make you a nice, spicy bullshot. Believe me, it's the best thing. Keith did what he was told, pausing as he sat to wipe a tear from his eye, a tear of gratitude, perhaps. On the other hand, the weather had turned again, and everyone's eyes were smarting in the dry mineral wind, a wind speckled with dust and spore, with invisible lamentation. A log fire, Keith noted, burned confidently in the hearth. Coming up the stairs, Keith had been uneasily aware that he had nothing in his hands, no prop, no marker. His fingers missed the feel of the shower attachment, the coffee grinder, the heavy iron. He had no burden, only the folded tabloid, which was with him all day, under the armpit like Nelson's telescope. This he now carefully unfurled and flattened out on the table among the books and fashion magazines. L. Women in Love. He looked up coolly every now and then in the gaps between jokes, horoscope, cartomancy column, agony aunt, kiss and tell. He could see her in the kitchen, efficiently, elegantly, and, as it were, fondly preparing his drink. Nicola was wearing a shirt and tie and a pinstripe suit of playfully generous cut. She might have been the illustration to an article about the woman who had everything. Everything except children. Nicola 6, nobody's baby mama.
"Seychelles,"
said Keith, half absently, as she placed the interesting drink near his bunched right hand. Then he raised his head, but she had moved past his back and was now standing in quarter profile by the desk, calmly going through a diary and humming to herself.
"Bali,"
Keith added. "Them that's got shall get," sang Nicola. "Them that's not shall lose. So the Bible said." Lovely moment, really, he thought. I ought to savor it. She has a way of slowing everything down. She doesn't just plonk herself on a chair like some, yak, yak, yak. She lets you get your bearings. Why don't more birds do that? So fucking important to a man. Look at her hair. Beautiful cut. Christ, they must do it strand by strand. None of this 10 minutes under the blaster at Madame Pom-Pom's. I bet she goes to Bond Street or somewhere. And Keith's mind slid off down a gleaming arcade of rich mirrors, black velvet, ticking heels, stockinged ankles. The really funny thing is, soon, one of these days, okay, her own speed, the woman over there is going to be sitting on the couch over there, by the TV, sitting on my lap, well-fucked, and watching the darts. "I've been watching the darts," she said. "On television. Tell me something, Keith. Why do all the players drink lager? Only lager?"
"Intelligent question. Good talking point. It's like this. Your top darter is travelling the land from pub to pub. Now, beers vary. Some of them local brews, couple pints and you're well pissed. But lager..."
"Yes?"
"But lager's kegged. It's kegged. Standard. You know what you're getting? Now, the darter has to drink, to loosen the throwing arm, part of his job. But within reason. You know, like, you set yourself a limit, like 10 pints, pacing it out over an evening."
"I see."
"Kegged. You know what you're getting."
As a talking point, the part played by lager in the working life of a top darter seemed to be close to exhaustion. But then the telephone rang. Nicola looked at her watch and said, "Excuse me for a moment, Keith. I'll need silence." "Guy? Wait, this isn't me. It's a tape. I apologize, but I didn't trust myself to talk to you unmediated. I didn't trust my resolve. You see, dear Guy, thank you for all the sentiments you have awoken in me. It was wonderful to—" "Tape," thought Keith. Keith wasn't altogether comfortable. Among other things, he was trying to suppress a cough, and his watery gaze strained over the clamp of his hand. Goes on a bit. And I don't like the sound of this Lawrence she'll be looking at with new eyes. Brush off, innit? He thought, with sadness, with puzzlement, even with anger.
Jesus, might as well be off out of it and get to work. Look at her.
How absolutely and unconditionally I mean that. I'll never forget you.
Think of me sometimes. Goodbye.
Nicola turned to Keith and slowly kissed the vertical forefinger she had raised to her lips. He held silence until the receiver went down, then he coughed, long and heavingly. When Keith's vision cleared, Nicola was standing there with her open and expectant face. Lost for words, Keith said,
"Shame. So, it didn't work out."
He coughed again, rather less searchingly, and added,
"All over, is it?"
To tell you the truth, Keith, it hasn't really begun. For him, the idea is the thing. Guys are romantic, Keith.
Yeah? Yeah, he does dress funny. He told me he was tracing someone.
Oh, that, she said boredly. That was just some crap I made up to get money out of him. It'll come.
This bird, thought Keith. Now, hang on a minute. This bird is really seriously good news. She's a fucking miracle. Where's she been all my life?
Money for you, Keith. Why should he have it all?
Caviar. When?
I think you can afford to be patient. I must do this at my own speed. Not very long at all, and really quite a lot of money.
Beluga,
said Keith. He nodded sideways at the telephone and went on admiringly,
"You're quite a little actress, aren't you, Nick?"
Nicola? Oh, literally so, Keith. Come and sit here. There's something I want to show you.
It was all electrifying, every second of it, every frame of it. Keith watched the screen in a seizure of fascination. In fact, he was almost sickened by this collision or swirl of vying realities. The woman on the couch, whose hair he could smell, and the girl inside the television, the girl on the tape. It might have overloaded him entirely if the electric image hadn't clearly belonged to the past. So he could still say to himself that TV was somewhere else, in the past. Not that Nicola had aged, or aged in the sense he knew, become gruesomely witchified, like Pepsi, or just faded, nearly faded from sight, like Kath. The woman on the couch was more vivid, time-strengthened, richer in every sense than the girl on the screen, who, nonetheless... Brooding, tousled, lip-biting Nicola. Poor little rich girl in a play. Tanned, keen, wide-mouthed Nicola in a series of adverts for sunglasses. White-saronged, ringleted, pouting Nicola, not actually Cleopatra, but one of her handmaidens in Shakespeare. Then the finale, the pre-credit sequence of a feature film, her debut, her swan song. A striptease in the back room of a gentleman's club full of sweating young stockbrokers, and Nicola up on a table wearing a metal shower cap and, at first, the usual 7 veils, dancing with minimal movements but with fierce aggressive eyes and mouth, until, just before she vanished in the smoke and the shadow, you saw all her young body.
"That it?"
said Keith with a jolt.
I get killed later on. You don't see it, you just hear about it later.
Jesus. Beautiful. You know,
he said, not because it was true, but because he thought she would want to hear it,
you haven't changed a bit.
Oh, I'm much better now. Listen, you run into Guy pretty often, don't you?
Consistently,
said Keith, suddenly very pitiless.
Good. Next time, but leave it a day or two, tell him this.
Soon afterwards, as she was showing him out, Nicola added,
Have you got all that? Are you sure? And for God's sake, don't overdo it. Lay it on, but don't overdo it. And mention the globe.
Jack Daniels.
Well then, be good, and come and see me again very soon.
Keith turned. She was right. She was better. When you see photos and that of them young, you think they're going to be as good as they are now, only newer. But it wasn't like that. Not with Nick. Only the eyes, only the pupils looked as though they'd been around. What was it? Class skirt. And some foreign skirt, too. They needed time for the flesh to get interesting. They pour oil on themselves. Massage. TV. Idle rich in it. Class skirt, he thought. But she wasn't wearing a skirt. Them baggy trousers. Not cheap. So puffy there you had no notion of the shape that was hiding within.
"Oh, Grandad,"
said Keith, and coughed lightly.
"Come on, Nick. Your speed. Okay, I respect that. I'll exercise restraint. But gimme something to keep me warm at night. Show me you care."
"Nicola, of course," she said, and leant forward and showed him she cared.
"Yeah, cheers."
"Look, I've got one more thing to show you." She opened a closet, and there, pinned to the back of the door, was a poster from the long run at Brighton. Nicola, full-length in tunic and black tights, with her hair up, hands on hips, and looking over her shoulder, the wild smile graphically enhanced. Jack and the Beanstalk. She laughed and said, "What do you think?"
"Jim Beam,"
said Keith.
"Benedictine. Porno."
"What?" said Nicola. The books in Keith Tallant's apartment. There weren't many books in Keith Tallant's apartment. There weren't many books in his garage, either. But there were some. There were 6. The A to D, the E to K, the L to R, the S to Z. The modern cheat being heavily and exasperatedly reliant on the telephone. Darts, Master the Discipline, and a red pad which had no title apart from Student's Notebook, reference 138, punched for filing, and which perhaps could be notionally christened A Darter's Diary, or more simply, The Keith Tallant Story. Here it was that Keith logged his intimate thoughts, most, but not all of them, darts-related. For example,
"You could have a house so big you could have several dartboard areas in it, not just one, with a little light on top."
Or,
"Got to practice the finishing, got to. Go round the board religiously. You can have all the power in the world, but it's no good if you can not finish."
Or,
"Keep drifting to the left on the 3rd dart, all them fucking treble 5s.
Rereading this last gobbet, Keith made the sound. He reached for his dart-shaped biro and crossed out fucking, letting out a brief grunt of satisfaction and dotting the I with a flourish, he wrote in fucking. Keith wiped a tear from his eye. He was in a strange mood. The conversation with Guy Clinch, completed earlier that day in the Black Cross, had developed naturally enough. Keith could at least say this for himself. He had been good and done as he was told.
"Whoa, mate,"
he'd remarked as Guy joined him at the bar.
"You don't look too clever."
"Yes, I know." Keith peered closer with a wary sneer.
"No, you definitely do not look overly brill."
"I think I must have a bug or something." Not that Guy ever looked as radiant as Keith believed he ought to. Personally, and having seen Guy's house, Keith wondered why Guy wasn't rubbing his hands together and grinning his head off all the hours there were. But oh no, not him. Keith was habitually impatient with Guy's habitual expression, one of temporary and precarious serenity, the face raised and slightly tilted, and the eyes wanly blinking. Today, though, his head was down, and he seemed to have lost his color and his money glow. Like every other male Caucasian in the pub, Guy was being shot in black and white. He was war footage, like everybody else.
"It must be going round,"
said Keith.
I'll tell you who else ain't in the best of health. That Nicola.
Guy's head dropped another inch.
Yeah, I went round there. You know I got all that stuff mended for her. Well, they all went wrong again, you know, like they do.
This was true enough, but when Keith quietly offered to go another mile with Good Fix, Nicola just shrugged and said it wasn't worth it.
Anyway, she's definitely under the weather. Know what it looked like to me? Apathy. Apathy. Staring out of the window, playing with that globe thing. Sad little smile on its face.
Guy's head dropped another inch.
Like,
Keith coughed and went on,
like she was pining its little heart out. Jesus Christ, look at the state of that Pepsi Julian. I can't get over it. I haven't seen her for a few weeks, that's what it is. She looked bad enough in the summer, but look at her now. She looks like fucking Nosferatu. Cheer up, pal. Here, I got one for you.
And then, after Guy had crept off, and Keith was standing there thinking how nice and simple life could be sometimes, God and Pongo took him aside and told him, in accents of grim apology, about the visit to the Black Cross of Kirk Stockist, Lee Crook, and Ashley Royal. This news shouldn't have surprised Keith, and it didn't surprise him. It merely frightened him a very great deal. Ah, money. Always the money. As noted earlier, Keith was not in the healthiest shape financially. His position as regards rent, rates, utilities, police fines and compensations, hire purchase, and so on and so forth, was an inch from disaster. But it was always an inch from disaster. In the garage there, Keith's dusty face hardened as he spat onto the floor and reached for the bottle of stolen vodka. This was the thing. He had been borrowing money on the street, more particularly on Paradine Street in the East End. He had been borrowing money from a loan shark called Kirk Stockist. Unable to repay Kirk Stockist, he needed money for the heavy interest.
The vertiginous, vegisimal.
To pay the vig, he had been borrowing money from another loan shark called Lee Crook. It seemed like a neat arrangement at the time, but Keith knew it to be fraught with danger, especially when he started borrowing money from Ashley Royal to pay the vig on the loan from Lee Crook. Through it all, Keith had hoped and expected everything to come good at Mecca, and it hadn't, and nothing else had either. His own business interests had recently unraveled in a chaos of no-shows on the part of other cheats. Catastrophic welshings and skankings that caused low whistles, even among Keith's acquaintance, among pool-room hoodlums, touchy car thieves, embittered granny jumpers. Now Keith thought venomously of his betrayal at the hands of that fucking old fraud Lady Barnaby, and gave a shudder as he recalled the price that her jewelry had fetched. Driving down Blenheim Crescent the other day, Keith had clenched his fist and said, "Yes," when he saw that Lady B's psychopathic boiler had eventually blown its top. The roof of the house looked like reactor number 4 at Chernobyl, or reactor number 6 at Thierry. Oh, how Keith longed to forget his cares and throw himself into his darts. Darts it was that had caused him to neglect his cheating. The hours of practice, and also the days of celebration when that practice bore fruit at the Aki. And there was Nicola, time-consuming too in her way, and promising uncertain rewards. Old Nick does it at her own speed like. Keith's jaw dropped open affectionately as he thought of their session in front of the TV, how he had begged for the freeze frame and the normal play, and how she had whisked them on brutally with the fast-forward from highlight to highlight. The telephone rang, and Keith did something he hadn't done in a while. He answered it.
"Ashley,"
he said. Keith didn't say much after that. He just periodically said,
"Yeah."
Perhaps half a dozen times. Then he said,
Right. Right. Yeah, cheers, lads.
Solemnly, Keith picked up Dart's Master the Discipline and turned to one of its most stirring passages. He read, "Whilst darts is basically a 20th century sport, darts go way back into the English folk heritage. Those famed English archers are said to have played a form of darts prior to defeating the French at the proverbial Battle of Agincourt in 1415. Keith looked up.
1415,
He thought.
heritage.
He murmured richly. How many times, how many times had he chalked for his father at the chalkboards of the dartboards of the pubs of London where he was raised? Dad would be playing, usually, with Jonathan Friend or with Mr. Purchase, Chick's dad. And if little Keith made a mistake with the sums... Standing in the garage, Keith raised a palm to his cheek and felt it burning, still burning, always burning. But we mustn't go too far back, must we? We mustn't go too far back in anybody's life, particularly when they're poor. Because if we do, if we go too far back, and this would be a journey made in a terrible bus with terrible smells and terrible noises, with terrible weights and terrible jolts, a journey made in terrible weather for terrible reasons and for terrible purposes, in terrible cold or terrible heat, with terrible stops for terrible snacks, down terrible roads to a terrible room, then nobody is to blame for anything, and nothing matters, and everything is allowed. Ashley Royal, Lee Crook, and Kirk Stockist had told Keith that if he didn't give them all the money they wanted by Friday, then they would, among other things, break the middle finger of his right hand. This, of course, was Keith's courting finger. Even more centrally, it was his darting finger. He finished his vodka, straightened his flares, put on his wind cheater, even the wind Keith cheated, and went off to try to find Thelonious, to talk to him about semi-violent crime. Keith has started asking me for money. I knew this would happen. Late last night we had a stand-up snack at Conchita's. Keith had words with Conchita's daughter. He wanted the chili rellenos. In due course, a plate of deviled plutonium was set before him. It bubbled audibly and gave off thick plumes of ebony and silver. I was reminded of the splattings and belchings of sulphur springs in St. Lucia, land of Thelonious' fathers. Keith took a matter-of-fact first mouthful and stood there with smoke coming out of his nose and asked me to give him money. I want to give him money. I really don't need this Thelonious business. Thelonious is a joke criminal anyway, riding a farcical lucky streak. What if it all goes wrong? Which it will. Keith canned. Keith out of the action. I can't bear to see them hunkered down together in the Black Cross saying things like payday and bingo. They've even got a crappy little map. On the other hand, I don't want Keith's darting finger broken either. That precious, multi-function digit on which he further depends for his Americanized obscene gestures. No. I want to give Keith money. I want to give Thelonious money, too. But the trouble is, I don't have any. And Keith needs so much so soon, and will presently need more. Why no call, no deal, no rapturous jackpot from Missy Harder? Why? Why? Mindful of Heisenberg's principle that an observed system inevitably interacts with its observer, and aware, too, that the decent anthropologist never meddles with his tribe, I decided not to tell Nicola about Keith and semi-violent crime. Then I told Nicola about Keith and semi-violent crime. I told her to get moving and give Keith money. It's okay, she says. She just knows that the crime of semi-violence will take place, and it'll be okay. How I wish I could share in her hope. The awakened, lips parted, the new ships. Well, I told Keith no. He stared my way in what I took to be anti-Semitic silence for about 15 seconds, and then went taciturn on me. At least, I think he went taciturn on me. I don't know what that chili rellenos was doing to his insides. It even means red ass. But his tongue looked like a reefer nut.
"That's more like it, Conchita,"
he eventually croaked. I felt bad. I do owe him something. After all, where would I be without Keith? The snack was cheap, and I handled it. Death seems to have solved my posture problem and improved my muscle tone. What jogging and swimming and careful eating never quite managed, Death is pulling off with no trouble at all. I recline with burger and fries, while Death completes its own Stay Fit program. And with none of that sweating and grunting which some of us consider so unattractive. Yes, for the present, I flatter myself that Death is having a good effect on my appearance. I definitely look more intelligent. Is this why Lizzie Boo digs me? I look almost messianic. The skin is tightening under my jaw and over my temples and gaining in glow. In Death, I shine. In Death, I am beautiful. As cosmeticist and shape-up coach, my condition is doing a fine job. It's a little painful, true, but all good things hurt. Apart from what it does to the eyes, red-tendrilled and swelling or growing, the Death effect really isn't too bad. Apart from the eyes. And the death. I accompany Lizzie Boo and Hope and Guy and Dink Heckler to the tennis club in Castellane Road. I sit on an umpire's chair and watch. Mixed doubles. Guy paired with Lizzie Boo facing Hope and Dink, the South African number 7. I don't think Guy sees what's brewing between Dink and Hope. Poor Guy. He's like me, myself. We're here, but we're not here. When we look up, our eyes find the same cloud, heavy and queasy and low-flying, the color of an avocado, yes, and with a query of vinaigrette in its core. Unsmiling, in super-casual sportswear and as hairy as a tarantula, Dink is the one they all want to see here at the club. The pale secretaries and treasurers, the aging pros, the brilliant black kids come by to admire and envy Dink's power and touch, his roll-over backhand, his snorting smashes. Wearing gray socks, gray shoes, khaki shorts, and half a caftan, Guy is easily the most rhythmless of the four, the least determined, and the worst adapted. His generous confirmations and disavowals, his compulsive apologies, almost as regular as the sound of bat on ball. But it was the ladies I had come to see. Equally tall and brown and resplendent, they are also both equipped with bravura backhands, and the special looping second serve. Optimum use has been made of the available material, with investment here and outlay there, at the tennis ranch and the tennis clinic. They swoop and swoon in their whites. Of course, Lizzie Boo boasts even more sap and down than Hope, her older sister. Yuck, they both say when the shot goes awry. Hope plays with severity. She is as firm and strict as the pleats on her skirt. Lizzie Boo with laughter and friendly ambition. Hope assumes a vexed expression when she plays her shots, fending off that big fuzzy bug. Get lost, her strokes seem to say. Lizzie Boo persuades or caresses the ball. Come here, says her racket. Come back. But if the girls were playing singles, there would be nothing in it. They would be perfectly matched. Their throats shine as they grin and shriek. They must have 100 teeth between them. When the balance and the skill and the timing were being handed out, the sisters were given the same amount of tennis talent, but Lizzie Boo definitely got the tits. The set went to 6-6, to the tiebreak. Withdrawn and indolent until now, Dink exploded with a horrible competence, lunging from tramline to poach his volleys, beetling backwards on tiptoe for the wharfing overheads. He came on all masterful with Hope, hand on shoulder for the jock-intimate huddles between each point, and the approving, the legitimizing pat of his racket head on her rump. Also, to my fascination, he started thinking it would be good if he gunned for Guy at the net. Lizzie Boo's short second serve would kick up in girlish invitation, and there would be Dink, wriggling into his ravenous wind-up, cocking every muscle to drill that yellow bullet into Guy's waiting mouth. And Guy never flinched. He fell over 2 or 3 times, and one ball scorched his hairline, but he didn't back off. He just got to his feet and apologized. At 6-0, Dink aced Lizzie Boo with shameless savagery, and then half-turned, his mouth white and tight and starkly crenellated as he cuffed the spare ball toward my chair. Nobody takes a set off the South African number 7. Nobody. Unless, of course, he's the South African number 6. That asshole. It didn't occur to him that Lizzie Boo and Hope and Guy would be pretty good at tennis, too, if they did nothing else the whole time. Lizzie Boo came and stood beside me and laid a hot head on my shoulder. I commiserated. Hope sat with Dink. Guy sat alone. He sat alone, staring straight ahead with a towel across his knees. Of course, Lizzie Boo had a thing with Dink some time ago, and there is this sexual plagiarism which operates between the two sisters. Lizzie Boo had a thing with Dink, and it didn't work out. And it won't work out with me, either. Pretty soon she will start wondering what is wrong with her. She will become ashamed. Aren't people amazing? I guess I ought to come clean, but I can't. I don't want it to get around. I'll just have to tell her that I love another. This feels terrible. She rests her head on my shoulder. I should be taking powerful drags of her toasty sweat, her life vapors. Instead, I avert my jaw. This feels terrible, like a mean parody of love. On the tennis court, I notice Dink says nothing instead of love. 15-0. Nothing 30. Even on the tennis court, love is gone. Even on the tennis court, love has been replaced by nothing. I've started reading books to little Kim. They're about the only books I can manage these days. She's interested and seems to concentrate, particularly when she's lulled by her bottle. When she drinks from her bottle, she sounds like someone winding a watch. She's winding a watch against her future time. How I wish, Nicola, that I could share your confidence, your belief that all will yet be well. Yes, it's nice to have such a rosy view of things. I've got to run, or go anyway. Listen, this is somewhat embarrassing. For you or for me? There are 2 things I need from you, from the horse's mouth. First off, could you get Keith to unbutton a little? I need his POV. His what? His point of view. I'm not sure he knows what discretion really means. He still sings, but it cramps his style. Lift the D notice a little. Just tell him to shut up around Guy. Okay, consider it fixed. Great. That's not embarrassing. What's the other thing? I dropped my head. Then I raised it and said, Your kisses. It would help if I knew how you kissed. She laughed recklessly. Then she gathered herself up from the chair and came forward. I held up a finger. This isn't a pitch or anything. No. My stuff doesn't work on you. Isn't that right? That's right. Come on, you kissed Keith. After a fashion. And I figure you'll kiss Guy next time. Absolutely. But wouldn't this be a dangerous precedent? I mean, where's it going to end? So you'll be going further, with both of them. Of course. How far? All the way. Where else? Relax, I said. Sexually, I'm dead already. Sexually, I'm Postman Pat. I just need a couple of pointers for the next chapter. Can't you make anything up? All this literalism. You know, it's the death of love. You needn't worry. You won't catch my fatal disease." Why would I care? We were standing there with our force fields touching. I felt nothing in the heart, but my face had begun to tremble. "Go on," I said. "Give me a kiss." She placed her wrists on my shoulders. She shrugged and said, "Which one?" I get back late, and the goddamn pipes are at full throttle. Such moronic bugling. I think of Guy's cock or rooster, Guy's gallow, so far away, so long ago. I walk at speed around the apartment with my hands pressed over my ears. Christ, is the whole house dying? Oh, the pipes and their brute pain. I hear you, brother. Brother, I hear you. Chapter 11. The Concordance of Nicholas VI's Kisses. In the Concordance of Nicholas VI's Kisses, there were many subheads and subsections, many genres and phyla, chapter and verse, cross-references, multiple citations. The lips were broad and malleably tremulous. The tongue was long and powerful and as sharp-pronged as a sting. That mouth was a deep source of lies and kisses. Some of the kisses the mouth dispensed were evanescent, unrecallable, the waft or echo of a passing butterfly, or its ghost hovering in the wrong dimension. Others were as searching and detailed as a periodontal review. You came out from under them entirely plaque-free. The rosebud, the dry application, anybody's, clash of the incisors, repulsion, the turning diesel, mouthwash, the tonsillectomy, Lady Macbeth, the readied pussy, youth, the kneader, the gobbler, the deliquescent virgin. Named like a new line of cocktails, or the transient brands of Keith's perfumes, scandal, outrage. Named like the dolls and toys, the rumor and voodoo of an only child. One kiss was especially tricky. It resisted description. It resisted everything, featuring, as it did, two apparent opposites: passionate demurral and outright inexorability. You had to fix things so that your partner or opponent felt your desperate reluctance even as your lips homed in on his. Halfway between the kneader and the deliquescent virgin, it was particularly handy after fights, or when you wanted to turn a man around again within the space of a few seconds. Out of decrepit satiation, it snatched shocking renewal. This was the kiss she would bestow on Guy Clinch. Looming forward, he would enfold her with his height. She would blink up at him in adorable distress, a distress not altogether feigned, because she did pity him the torments that were destined to come his way. With this kiss, you didn't move your feet, but it felt like tiptoe. A straining aspiration in the breast, while the mouth, if it could, seemed to want to turn and hide. But it couldn't. Now, overseen by an invisible interaction, their lips would inch closer. The kiss was called the wounded bird. Physically, it was among her mildest. At the other end of the escalation ladder, intense, athletic, hardcore, was a kiss she seldom used. Unforgivably, it was called the Jewish princess. Nicola learned it from a pornographic film she had seen long ago in Barcelona, but its associations all lay elsewhere. Rich, vulgar, young, plump, effortlessly multi-orgasmic and impossibly avid, a squanderer's kiss, the kiss of an impossible self-squanderer. Whereas, in the wounded bird, the tongue was conspicuous only by its shimmering absence. That butterfly again, caught in a screen chamber. The Jewish princess was all tongue, and not its tip, but its trunk, its meat, brute tongue. Here the tongue did duty for every organ, male and female, the heart included. Such a kiss was more a weapon than a wand, a weapon of the exponential kind, one that called upon the speed of light because it was almost unusably powerful. The Jewish princess was inordinate. Applied at the right moment, it made a man kneel on the floor with his checkbook in his hands. Applied at the wrong moment, and Nicola could certainly pick these wrong moments, it could finish a love affair in half a minute. The man would be backing towards the door and staring, one hand raised and the sleeve pressed to his lips. "I'm sorry, don't go," she once said. "I didn't mean it. It was an accident." No use. To achieve the Jewish princess, you brought your tongue out to its full extent and let it rest on the lower lip before the kiss began. Thus, the kiss, when it came, was from the second mouth. The kiss was called the Jewish princess, unforgivably, but then the kiss itself was unforgivable. The Jewish princess was unforgivable. And what about a kiss for Keith? What about a smacker for the kisser of Keith talent? When he came in that time, tabloid wedged under armpit, winded jeans, wall-eyed hangover, Nicola couldn't help it. She made herself huge and bristled above him, saying, "You know the iron and the coffee grinder and the vacuum cleaner you had fixed?"
Yeah.
"Well, they've all gone wrong again." Keith stared back at her, the dry tongue waiting on the lower teeth. Nicola waited, too, until the itch, the heat flash, the eczema of detestation had passed through her and moved on somewhere else. Then she changed. She made herself small. She could be big and she could be small, but mostly she was big, and when things went wrong, they went wrong on a big scale. Bath overflows, heavy tumbles, broken beds.
Yeah, well, it's the way of the fucking world, isn't it? Jesus, I come up here.
She made herself small. She compressed her body into the gamesome folds of her pinstriped suit. She clasped her hands. She dropped her head so that she could peer up at him as she gently said, "Poor you. You're hungover. All that celebrating, I should think, from your darts. Well, you deserve it." She reached out to help him off with his electric blue windsheeter, promising him a nice, spicy bullshot. "Believe me," she said, "it's the best thing." Nicola halved the lemon, opened the can of consomme, ground the pepper, poured the vodka. Every now and then she looked at him as she worked, shaking her head and whispering to herself. Her project had been to get through men, to get to the end of men. And what did that leave her with? There he sat at the table, fiercely frowning over his paper, as if it were a route map, guiding him to buried treasure. The round and hairless forearms lay flat on either margin. You could end the thing now, by going over and whisking it out from under his gaze. Keith would kill for his tabloid. Any day.
"Seychelles,"
he said impermissibly as she placed the glass 6 inches from his fat right hand. Unable to do more for the moment, Nicola effaced herself, standing at the corner table and looking down blindly at her diary. Heat scattered through her.
"Bali,"
he added. She had a question ready, to do with darts. In a silent trauma of contempt, broken only by the occasional incredulous cackle, Nicola had been watching the darts on television. A 20-stone man threw a 20-gram nail at a lump of cork, while the crowd screamed for blood. Tiddlywinks in a bear pit. This was some destiny. Anyway, she asked the question, and he answered it. Then she moved up behind him and looked over his shoulder. The center pages of Keith's tabloid were devoted to tabloid-sized photographs of the movie star Burton Else and his bride, Liana. Big Liana wore a small bikini. Burton Else wore some kind of thong or opaque condom. His head, no larger than an avocado, blazed out above an inverted pyramid of organ meat. The accompanying text concerned itself with the Else's marriage agreement, damage limitation for Burton in the event of a divorce.
"Burton Else, innit?
said Keith, with what seemed to be a touch of pride.
And Liana.
They come and they go, said Nicola. Every few years the world feels the need for another male literalist.
Pardon?
I wonder how many millions she gets a year, Nicola continued, for going along with the notion that he isn't a faggot. Could anything surprise Nicola? Was she surprisable? One wonders. Keith now half turned to her slowly, all patience lost, gone, as if she'd been bugging him for hours, and this was it.
"Him?"
he said loudly.
"Burton else? Fuck off!"
She took a step backwards, away from this. Then she folded her arms and said, "An obvious and well-known faggot, a celebrated faggot." Keith's eyes closed long-sufferingly. Give him strength. She said, "Come on. I mean, who cares, but look at his face. On top of that body, she deserves the money. It must be a full-time job looking the other way."
"Not Burton else. Not Burton."
Nicola wondered how far she ought to go with this. It was, in fact, common knowledge about Burton Else. Anyone who followed the movies knew about Burton Else, and Nicola followed them closely. It was even clear from the trades. Constant static between certain pressure groups and the studio lawyers. Yes, it was common knowledge about Burton, but not as common as the other knowledge about him. The big screen and video knowledge, which said how much he loved his country and his women and his machine guns. Burton had a new wife in every film, before she got slain by samurai or Red Indians or Guatemalans or some other band of intellectuals. How these blondes adored their Burton. How they oiled and ogled him and encouraged him with his bodybuilding. Christ, thought Nicola. Hasn't everyone caught on by now? She was intrigued by the homosexual world, but finally disapproved of it because she was excluded from it. The workout king, the erection look-alike. However fearless and patriotic you made him, however many wives and Bibles and 3-foot Bowie knives you gave him, he still belonged to locker rooms, cuboid buttocks, testosterone hotels.
"Burton Else is a happily married man,"
said Keith.
"He loves his wife, loves the woman, do anything for her."
Nicola waited, thinking about love, and watching the dull invitation to violence subside in Keith's eyes.
"Camera don't lie, like. That last film he was always giving her one. She wouldn't complain in no way. She said nobody did it quite like Burton."
"Yeah," said Nicola, and leant forward with her hands on the table like a teacher. "And he probably had to stagger into his trailer or his bungalow to throw up between takes. He's a fruit, Keith. And as I said, who cares? Don't worry. It does your masculinity credit that you can't see it. It takes one to know one. And you aren't one, are you, Keith?"
"No danger,"
he said automatically. Then, for a few seconds, he blinked steadily on a heartbeat rhythm, and his face creased in childish unhappiness.
But he...
"Film, Keith," she could have said. "Film. All that not real. Not real." It was 6 o'clock precisely, though, and the telephone rang, right on the button, and Nicola smiled. This is a tape, and did her thing with Guy. Later, after her own film show, as she escorted a hugely and almost speechlessly gratified Keith to the stairs, as she prepared to usher him out into the wind and the rain, Nicola said reflectively, strollingly, her hands in the trouser pockets of the pluming suit, "He is a romantic, remember? So work on that. Tell him I'm pale and drawn. Tell him I sit by the window sighing. Tell him I finger the beautiful globe and ruefully smile and turn away. You know the sort of stuff. In your own style, Keith, of course."
"Jack Daniels."
It seemed now that she would finally have to kiss him. Well, he asked for it. Nicola felt a noise, a soft rearrangement go off inside her, something like a moan, one of those tragic little whimpers, perhaps, that thwarted lovers are said to emit. She breathed deep and leaned down and offered Keith the rosebud. Fishmouth, the eyes thankfully closed. "Ma," she said when it was over, and it lasted half a second. "Patience, Keith. You'll find with me," she said, "that when it rains, it pours. Look." Jack and the Beanstalk. How the young legs sped up into the purple tunic, and the impetuous, the life-loving smile.
Jim Beam, Benedictine, Porno.
What?
Porno. It's this drink. You get it down the Golgotha, or by the case from the bloke at Best Save. Dead cheap, 'cause it's been nicked twice.
Run along, Keith.
Yeah, cheers.
She came back into the sitting room and, seeing a patch of brief and sudden sunlight on the sofa, flopped herself down in it, her limbs outstretched like a dark star. Nicola's round tummy pushed upwards 3 or 4 times as she laughed in helpless exasperation. Yes, all right, porno. Porno, yes, of course, if you must. Surprisingly, Nicola disliked pornography, or she disliked its incursion into her own love life, because it was so limited, because there was no emotion in it. It spoke straight to the mental quirk, and because it stank of money. But she could do pornography. It was easy. A performing artist, a bullshit artist, something of a piss artist, and a considerable sack artist, she was also an artist. And although she knew exactly where she wanted to go, she didn't always know exactly how she was going to get there. You could never admit this, however, even to yourself. You had to make the mind shoot like a puck over all that creaky ice. You trusted your instinct, or you were dead. She laughed again with a brisk snort that had her stretching for the paper tissues. Now, who planned that? Who planned that burst bubble of humorous mucus? As she remembered the killer line she had laid on Guy Clinch. "There's just one other thing. I'm a virgin." A virgin. Oh, yeah. Nicola had never said those words before, even when she had the chance, 20 years ago, in that little gap between finding out what it meant and ceasing to be one. She had never said it when it was true, especially not then, and would it have made much odds to the drunken Corsican in his mag-strewn boiler room beneath the hotel at Aix-en-Provence? "I'm a virgin." But there was a first time for everything. The real joke was, she had come close, she had come that close to muffing her big line. She almost said something that would have wrecked the whole performance. Really, the actress training was a liability in real life. If you're the dramatic type anyway, then don't go to drama school. Because the associations of the moment, the tears, the indignation, the extremity, had prompted another line, another lie, one she had delivered pretty well routinely throughout her teens and 20s. In ultimatum form, on the crest of various rages, various dissolutions. She almost said, "There's just one other thing. I'm pregnant." Whoops. Now that would have been quite bad. No coming back from there. "I'm pregnant." Those words, at least, had fairly often consorted with the truth. She didn't go on about it or anything, internally or otherwise, but she acknowledged the scar tissue of her 7 abortions. Nicola blew her nose noisily and lay there clutching the rolled tissue. 2 broad fronts, the cloudy trophies of Guy's archaic heart, Keith's talent and his reptile modernity. She was an artist in reasonable control and knew everything that was going to happen, more or less. But she never knew this. She never knew this about her final project. She never knew it was going to be such hard work. The black cab pulled away, thanked and tipped by the disgustingly attired. How could she? And making her way into the pregnant blackout of the dead-end street. The car waited. Now it nosed forward with sidelights burning. The door opened. "Get in," he said. And she had been so very, very bad. "You, always you," she said, and in she climbed. Nicola awoke and heard the rain and went back to sleep again, or she tried. The rain sounded like industrial gas escaping from the rooftops. Tons of gas, enough to fill the storage vat that overlooked the park, corseted and flat-topped, the snare in God's drum set. Mauling and worrying the pillows, she squirmed and bounced around the bed. She persevered for perhaps an hour, while 10,000 sensations ran through her like a metropolitan marathon. She sat up suddenly and drank most of the pint of water that had colorlessly monitored her sleep. There came the sound of thunder, the premonitory basses and kettles of God's new drum solo. She hung her head. This morning, at any rate, Nicola Six could look forward to a whole day off. She micturated angrily, as if trying to drill a hole through the hard marble. Having wiped herself, she stepped onto the scales in her heavy white nightdress, her decidedly non-vamp nightdress, what she wore in bed when all she wanted was comfort, frump warmth and comfort. The dial shivered and settled. But the nightdress was heavy, the sleepy in her eyes was heavy, her hair— she made a mustache of one of its locks— was heavy and smelled of cigarettes. The tobacco, not the smoke. With a silent snarl, she cleaned her teeth for the taste of the toothpaste and spat. Back in the bedroom, she drew the curtains and released the blind. She opened the window to the wet air. 3 inches, a distance that corresponded in her mind to a single raised notch on the passage thermostat. Normally, on a working day, she would have aired the bed, but she planned to return there very soon. 10 o'clock, and it was dark outside. Against such darkness, the rain might be expected to take on the glow of silver or mercury. Not today. Even the rain was dark. She listened to it again. What was the point? What could the rain say but rain, rain, rain? In ritual vexation, she ran a tap for her morning tea. The tap water, she knew, had passed at least twice through every granny in London. Previously, she had relied on bottled water from France, more costly than petrol, until it was revealed that eau de deux monts had passed at least twice through every granny in Lyon. You had to run the tap for at least 10 minutes before it stopped tasting like tepid soy sauce. Just how much of people's lives was spent waiting for hot water to run hot, for cold water to run cold, standing there with a finger pointing in the falling column. She went and switched on the television, the soundless telex-like news channel. Sternly she reviewed the international weather reports. Madrid 12, rain. Magnitogorsk 9, rain. Mahabad 14, rain. Managua 12, rain. The rain in the right-hand column formed a pillar of drizzle. That's right, it was raining all over the world. The biosphere was raining. With the tap still poling into the sink, Nicola put on her dressing gown and flew barefoot down the stairs for her mail. The men who lived beneath her got less and less keen on Nicola the nearer to the top they got. Speechlessly revered by the man in the basement, openly acclaimed and fancied at street level, she was heartily endorsed by the man on the first floor, who tended to pooh-pooh the suspicion of the man on the second, who nonetheless associated himself with the settled hostility of the man on the third. The man on the fourth floor didn't like her one bit. In fact, on almost any reckoning, she was ruining his life. She kept him up at night with her banging and pacing. His days she poisoned with her music, her frantic scene-shifting, her vampire and vigilante videos. Odds and ends tossed from her windows littered his balcony. 3 of his inner walls reeked of wet rot from her leaking pipes, her overflowing baths. In bed again, leaning on a rampart of pillows, with her tea tray and her mail. And there was a time, 5 years ago, 3 years ago, when her mail weighed in at half a stone and smelled of toilet water and potpourri. Well-turned tributes, grovellings, poems, invitations, and a lot of free airline tickets. Now, cathode script from computerized mailing lists. Richard Pinkley has completed the preparation of his autumn exhibition and is pleased to invite you to the preview. "I don't care," said Nicola. "Lucky you! Your name has been selected for a chance to win the holiday of a lifetime with Vista International." "I don't care," said Nicola. "We understand that the lease on your property will shortly expire, and we would be delighted to help you with your relocation in any way we can." "I don't care," said Nicola. Her lease was due to expire at the end of December. Short lease. None of this millennial stuff, 999 years. Just 30 months was all she had wanted. The lease was running out, and so was her money. Now the real toilet, beginning with the toilet. The toilet, rightly so called. Interesting word, toilet. Toilet. Toilette. Arranging the hair. Make one's toilet. An elaborate toilet. A toilet of white satin. Room containing lavatory. Medical. Cleansing of part after an operation or at time of childbirth. The reception of visitors by a lady during the concluding stages of her toilet. Very fashionable in the 18th century. Preparation for execution, in French form, toilette. Toilet was right. She had known girls who went to the toilet in fleeting thoughtlessness. It was something that got done between doing other things. Nicola wasn't like that. Nicola was heavy weather. She realized, with regret, but what can you do, that she was mannish when it came to the toilet. Not ridiculously mannish. She didn't need a pack of cigarettes and War and Peace and a section of horse brass to chew on. She didn't need to hold up traffic beforehand and clear the street with a bullhorn. Yet the whiteness of the bowl was tinged with difficulty, with onerousness. She flipped up her non-vamp nightdress and sat there making unreadable faces. It shouldn't really happen to a heroine, or only behind closed doors. But the reception of visitors by a lady during the opening stages of her toilet was very fashionable in the 20th century, and now the 20th century was coming to an end. Naked, she weighed herself a second time, while the bath thundered, while it slobbered and rumored. Then, in an abrupt about-turn, the full-length mirror. Yes. Good. Still good. All very, very good. But time was getting ready to finger it, to make its grab. Time was drying that belly with the heat of its breath. She looked at the pots and tubs on the bath's rim. Cleansers, conditioners, moisturizers. She looked at the nail varnish, the hair dryer, the fairground lights of the dressing table, the mirror hours, the looking-glass war. No one could seriously stand there and expect anybody to be forever having to do with all this shit. Something about the indomitability of the human spirit, and felt death in its full creative force. Back into battle she came the next day, pressing forward under the spiked dome of her black umbrella. Fresh air, or fairly fresh anyway, relatively free range and corn-fed. Outer air, not inner air, not just personal gas. In bygone times of average lassitude, she had been capable of spending a week and a half wondering whether to post a letter, or return a library book, or paint her toenails. But these days, the last days, her need for activity was clearly desperate. She swayed in the rain as she re-experienced the killing etiolation of the previous day, all its pale delinquency. Sitting there beside the bookcase, trying to read in a growing panic of self-consciousness. Why? Because reading presupposed a future. It had to do with fortification, because reading went the other way. She sent the book flying through the air with its petticoats flapping. Women in love. She wanted a drink, a pill, a drug. She wanted a Greenland of heroin. But she didn't want it. She wanted the concentrated, the consuming, the undivided male attention known as sexual intercourse. Imagine the atomic cloud as an inverted phallus and Nicola's loins as ground zero. But she didn't want it. Formerly, the telephone would have led her off into altered states, and now the telephone's tendrils led nowhere. All you could do was heavily move from room to room to room. So it was good to get out and busy oneself with something really useful. The rain made toadstools of the people on the street. They had a toadstool smell, too. A sodden softness, she noticed, as the wet soles converged at the entrance to the underground, faceless stalks in macintoshes beneath the black flowers of their umbrellas. But Nicola's personal cinematographer, the cause perhaps of all her trouble, was still hard at work and lit her like a chasuble. It was hot, and the rain was hot, but Nicola would be cool. She wore a plain dress of silvery linen. The rain would ruin it. The scuff and the shuffle and the tire squirt would certainly ruin it. Her shoes were already ruined. That didn't matter, because she was killing off her clothes one by one. In the damp dog airlessness of the train, a taxi would have taken all morning, Nicola suffered a sense of deafness from the sleeping pills she had eventually taken the night before. And she also feared an incriminating pallor. Yesterday had devolved into an epic of largely pleasureless and entirely solitary excitation. The terrible teenage's clogged cafard. And yet the adolescent, she now formulated it to herself, no matter how terrible, no matter how torpid and graceless and hormone-slowed, always had the prospect of love. Nicola did not have the prospect of love. Love which distinguishes this place from all others in the universe. Or it tries. Indeed, her flexings and squeezings, her compulsive caresses of the self, were further haunted by the thought that nothing significantly better was taking place anywhere on earth. No act of love that was undesperate, unmediated, unsneeringly observed. She was wrong about that. Wrong also about the way she looked, though in the Spanish burnish of her face there was maybe half a dab of whore, the whore of smoke or cloud or milk. Now Nicola stared at a schoolboy, until he vacated his seat for her, like a somnambulist. Proudly she sat and looked straight ahead. An hour and a half among the warm dust and the microphotography of the Public Records Office in Marylebone High Street gave her everything she needed to know about Walker Clinch. She knew the evidence would be there, and of course it was, superabundantly. Thence to the nearby Wallace collection, where she made a 20-pence purchase, a single postcard. On the front was a suit of somber armor, the tin soul of a robo-warrior slain long ago. On the back, this. Dear Guy, why do I come here? This is just to say that I am well. It doesn't matter, because by now one has grown so used to this devastating solitude. I am not without employment, and I can always sit and watch the rain, and watch the poor birds getting iller and iller. No tears. Nicola. Please, don't reply. She had written these words in a state of simulated self-pity and indignation, but as she read them now, why, Nicola fairly beamed. Oh, the very land where they grew the trees that yielded the paper for writing love letters on. Its soil was dying, nuded with chemicals, overworked, worked to dust. She had this idea about the death of love, which began with the planet and its fantastic coup de vieux. Imagine the terrestrial time span as an outstretched arm. A single swipe of an emery board across the nail of the third finger erases human history. We haven't been around for very long, and we've turned the Earth's hair white. She seemed to have eternal youth, but now she's aging awful fast, like an addict, like a waxless candle. Jesus, have you seen her recently? We used to live and die without any sense of the planet getting older, of Mother Earth getting older, living and dying. We used to live outside history, but now we're all coterminous. We're inside history now, all right, on its leading edge, with the wind ripping past our ears. Hard to love when you're bracing yourself for impact. And maybe love can't bear it either, and flees all planets when they reach this condition, when they get to the end of their 20th centuries. Nicola found a chair and placed the card in the thick envelope she had brought along for it. She addressed it to Guy's office, and imagined his face reflected in a visual display unit and branded by the green figures. In her manly wallet, Nicola's fingers finally found one last creased stamp. As she licked, a queue formed ahead of her in her mind, edging towards the turbaned shadow in its caged stall at the subsidiary post office. But then she nodded, realizing that this letter was the last she would ever send, this stamp the last she would ever lick. Good, good. Stamp queues, in fact queues of any kind, put Nicola into a day-long fury. You bought thousands, and then the following week the price of mail went up again. No more of that. Good. One more of life's duties, one more of life's pieces of shit discharged for the very last time. With the promise of a little danger money, Nicola secured a black cab and sailed up, high on West Way, to keep her date for lunch. I once slept, she said experimentally, with the Shah of Iran. Nicola paused. Keith blinked and nodded. She gave him time to work out the dates. Nicola would have been 14 at the time of the Shah's death, but of course he didn't work it out. I was 21 at the time. The Shah of Iran, Keith.
The towelhead,
Keith said firmly. She looked at him with her head at an angle.
But they're religious,
he went on. No. This was before the revolution. The Shah was the king, Keith. An extremely profligate one, too. Have you never heard tell, Keith, of the peacock throne? Anyway, he scoured the planet for the very best and hottest young women and paid them lots of money to go to bed with him. It was quite an experience. The dark-suited waiter approached, rubbing his hands together and saying, "Is everything all right, sir?"
Said Keith. Give us some fucking privacy here, Akbar, okay?
Keith was waiting for her when she arrived, stolidly established in the very hearth of the dark restaurant. Offered a treat lunch anywhere he liked, Keith had unhesitatingly opted for the retreat from Kabul, describing it, after some encouragement, as providing a whiff of the Orient at a competitive price.
Afghani, innit? He had added. And you can't beat a good hot curry, no way.
The murderer remained seated as she approached his table. Nicola wondered whether it was the light, or the food he was already eating, or some routine proletarian ailment he had come down with, but Keith's face was quite yellow, the kind of yellow you saw in a healing black eye.
Don't be shy, darling,
he said, and tensely opened a hand at the opposite chair. He had the pint of lager, and the cigarette, and the tabloid, and the half-finished sandwich of papadum and pickle.
Akbar, a menu for my Give her a menu, and don't give me no meat. What, in here? 3 hard-boiled eggs and bung with special sauce on it. Not a germ on earth will live through that. No danger.
Nicola returned the menu unopened and ordered her first gin and tonic, pleading a diet. For 10 minutes or so, Keith poured scorn on diets, arguing that you had to keep your strength up and that men preferred fat women. Then his meal arrived. 3 additional waiters and 2 smocked cooks stood and watched, murmuring eagerly among themselves. The murmuring ceased on the instant as the first spoonful of sauce entered Keith's mouth, and then you could hear through the hatch an explosion of adolescent laughter from the boys in Hell's Kitchen. He chewed, then stopped chewing, then chewed again, exploratively, like a puppy testing a hard chocolate. He closed his eyes and fanned his hand placatingly. When, at last, he started to speak, there was so much smoke coming out of his mouth, Nicola thought for a moment that he must have quietly lit another cigarette. Keith asked Akbar to correct him if he was wrong, but didn't he ask for the hot one? "I was having breakfast alone at the Pierre in New York," Nicola later resumed, "as was my habit in those days. 2 men approached me, swarthy and mean of forehead, but perfectly polite and very expensively dressed. Compliments were paid, and an envelope was produced. A promissory note for $50,000 and undated first-class air ticket returned to Tehran. 1 night with the Peacock. I later learned that the Shah had many teams of such people at work in all the great capitals, recruiting hefty starlets from Los Angeles, the palest blondes from Stockholm and Copenhagen, fantasy sex scholars from the geisha houses of Tokyo and Osaka, hysterical goers from Copacabana Beach in Rio de Janeiro, Keith. Quite a thought. The wide world was his brothel. Now, that's imperialism. I mean, you have to think, how did he dare? At this point, Keith extended a dissenting forefinger. His sympathies, clearly, were as yet very much with the Shah. He sat hunched forward over his meal, the spoon limply dangling as he finished a long mouthful. Smoke was coming out of his nose now, too, as he said,
But for him, no way would that be out of order for a towerhead royal. Ancient privilege as such, a right exercised from way back, time immemorial."
"Time immemorial? Time immemorial? No, Keith," she said with soothing urgency. "The Shah's father was just some corporal in the army before he made his coup. The purest scum, Keith. The Peacock was born a pauper. You see what I'm saying? It's all will and accident. Anyone can burst out. You can burst out." Slowly, Keith looked down and to the right, frowning. Nicola lip-read his thoughts. TV. Robes. Hot out there. Yulbrynner. Keith in equivalent finery. The Shah of Acton. Keith of Iran. He savored a fresh spoonful. Smoke was now coming out of his ears. "Well, I said yes, of course. $50,000 was quite a lot of money in those days, and I was intrigued, and unattached. You remember those TV ads for sunglasses I showed you?"
"How could I ever—"
"That's what I looked like. The CD pimps gave me a couple of fancy presents, jewelry, Keith, and said I would be hearing from them. Nothing happened for a while. Then the telephone call, the limousine, more presents, Kennedy Airport."
"New York, love the place, love it."
He chewed on. Was it Nicola's fancy, or was smoke now coming out of his eyes? "At the other end, they took me off to some resort in the south. First a searching medical, then I sunbathed for a week. If you were brown already, the Shah liked you browner. The Scandinavian blondes and the pale Collines, I imagine, were kept in a cupboard under the stairs. Plus several hours a day of massage and workouts with the Shah's dirty-minded physios. Exercises designed to enhance one's twang and twist and give. People do want value for money, don't they, Keith?
Definitely,
said Keith seriously. He had stopped eating. An obscure agitation began to play over his lumpy brow. I was told it was going to happen in the Summer Palace at Qom. But there was a hitch. I was driven to Tehran. The Sharina was abroad somewhere, frenziedly shopping. You can imagine the scene, Keith, I'm sure. The salutations, the gifts, the pre-war champagne, the flaming dinner on the dusky terrace. There was some kind of demonstration in the square outside, which soon developed into a riot. But there we were, with the small talk and the servants. I was let off. Humming maidens prepared me. Then a middle-aged French madame with big tits and rocking-horse eyes came in, practically armored in bracelets and necklets and armlets, and spent about 45 minutes listing all the treats that the Shah would be expecting of me. Final ablutions, perfumes, oils, unguents, Keith. 2 lines of the choicest cocaine, and the most miraculous underwear. The panties, I would guess, were worth about 1,000 times their weight in gold. Keith lit a cigarette. His fingers flickered like the flame. He stared at her with ponderous illegibility. Most of the time Keith's lips were easy to read. His forehead was easy to read. But not now. The thing was, they didn't weigh anything. I'm very interested indeed in underwear, Keith, as you will soon cheerfully discover. But I've never in my life come across anything like those panties. Elite silkworms, no doubt, specially bred and trained. Cool pants silkworms. It was quite a sensation, pulling them up tight, as instructed, quite insubstantial, but palpably there, like wetness. A pulse passed, and he nodded at her to proceed. When the Shah eventually removed this shrunken wisp, he threw it with gusto high towards the domed ceiling. The panties hovered, Keith, in the warm thermals of the air, and began to fall like an autumn leaf. When he was finished, they were still falling. And His Excellency took his time. I couldn't sleep because of the gunfire. At noon the next day, another pimp appeared and drove me to the airport.
Jib.
Keith cleared his throat and said,
Did you see him again?
The CD pimp?
Yeah. No, His Excellency.
The Shah never slept with the same whore twice, and I think I must have been one of his last flings. 6 weeks later, there was the revolution, and the Shah was dead within a year. But he did look in the next morning, and used me rather brutally on the way to a meeting with his American advisers and his chiefs of staff. I begged him for those panties. I begged him, Keith. But they were already being micro-tweezered and blow-dried for the next slice of... Are you all right?
Nicola?
She felt a light shock at the sound of the 3 syllables. This was Keith's high style.
Nick, I'm desperate.
He clenched a crackling fist just under his nose.
I'm fucking desperate. I gotta have it now. Now. Not soon. Not next week.
At this point, even more surprisingly, he straightened a sallow middle finger.
Or I just kiss goodbye to this. See? I gotta have it, like, now.
What?
The money.
Oh, for Christ's sake. Keith leaned back and imposingly drew in breath through his nose. She saw that the yellow in his face wasn't the color of need or fever. It was the color of fear, open-pored like a grapefruit.
You don't know the kind of puss I'm dealing with here. Okay, call me a cunt. I took double money on the street. Plans of mine did not reach fruition. Now I made the list, and come Friday I get a kick in, and they break my fucking darting finger and all.
Again, the sallow digit was held up for admiration or review.
That's how low they'll stoop. See, it brooks no delay. This happens, I'm out of it. I'm history. I'm a fucking dinosaur.
All right. See Guy tomorrow. Tell him this. Call me when it's done.
With a genuine performance ahead of her, albeit a matinee or a dress rehearsal, Nicola, the love actress, felt better. Felt much better. She felt twice the price. You see how thin, how poor it would all be without Guy? The next morning, stern-faced and motionless in the scarcely bearable heat of her bath, with one steaming shank hooked over the side, she gave herself up to the disciplined play of thought. The tale of Ali Baba and the magic panties had not gone down as well, or as enlighteningly as she had hoped. It hadn't been much fun to tell, either. Plan A, have fun telling the story. Plan B, don't have much fun telling it. Under the glare of Keith's rancid inscrutability, his wide eyes tipped at an angle, as if he was trying to identify something, the number of a bus slowly surging through the rain, a racing result on the back page of an evening paper. Was he unmoved? Could it be that Keith was cold to the notions of enthusiastic whoredom, foot-deep luxury, tyrant sex, and gravity-defying underwear? A Shakespearean lament would be in order. The world was out of joint if Keith didn't like underwear, invaluable underwear, underwear worth all his tribe. Perhaps, however, and here her fringe fluttered as she gasped upwards to cool her brow, Keith just liked cheap underwear. One thing, anyway, he believed her story. He fully credited her Arabian Night. A reliable taxonomy of Keith's mind, his soul, his retractile heart. It couldn't be done. None of it parsed, none of it scanned. His libido would be all tabloid and factoid. Such a contemporary condition was pretty well recognized, if imperfectly understood. It had to be said that Nicola liked the idea of trying to get to the bottom of it. Synthetic modernity, man-made, qualified by something ancient and ignoble and reptilian. Like darts, a brontosaurus in neurine loons. All the more reason, then, to wipe the money fear off his face, to see what was in him, his dreams and dreads, the graphs and spools of his nocturnal erections, and find out what would move him to murder. Wearing a T-shirt only and sitting on a towel in the kitchen with the spread newspaper, the pot and the wooden spoon, Nicola depilated her legs for the last but one time. She unpeeled the sections of simmering beeswax like industrial elastoplasts from her smarting calves. She sang while she worked. Nicola didn't know this, and knowing it wouldn't have made any difference, but she was emerging from the kind of mid-project doldrums that all artists experience, in the windless solitude halfway between outset and completion. The thing is there now, and you know you can get to the end of it. It is more or less what you wanted, or what you felt you'd finish up with, but you start to wish that the powers that be, the talent powers, had thrown you a little further or higher. How to keep that spring in the stride, that jounce in the rump, as Black-Stocking Jack mounts the beanstalk for the 100th time. The tricks she was going to play on Keith and Guy were good tricks, but they were low and cruel and almost unrelievedly dirty. If she could do it all sitting upright, fully clothed, indeed, beautifully turned out, pressing buttons with impeccable fingertips, and not a hair out of place. But it wasn't going to be like that. She would have to get all hot and sweaty, and roll up her sleeves and her skirts, and put in a lot of time down there on the kitchen floor. Nicholas Six was a performing artist, nothing more. A guest star directed by the patenting of space-time. And there it was. It was written. Keith called at 3. She said, "Hello? Good. What exactly did you say?"
And how did it go down? No, that's what I expected. That's by the book, Keith. With luck, we'll sort it all out in time.
Nicola listened, or at least stood there with the telephone pressed to her ear, while Keith discoursed with husky briskness on his upcoming darts clash, the quarterfinals of the duo share Sparrow Masters. Keith had done as he was told, and told Guy what Nicola had told him to tell. That meant that Guy would come very soon, within 15 minutes, 20 at the outside. Already in her mind she could hear the terrified peep of the buzzer, his pale hello, his colossal bounds up the stairs. But now she obeyed a long-incubated impulse and said to Keith, "Tell me something. What happens if you win this game? All right, this match. And what if you win the semi, too?" Keith talked boldly of the final. The venue, the format, the purse, the TV coverage, the chance to face world #1 Kim Twemlow, also before the cameras, the lively promise of a career in professional darts with its high-flying lifestyle, the very real possibility of someday representing his country in an England shirt. Yes, she thought, or in an England tent. "Wait," she said. "The final. Is there a date set for it? When would this be?" As he told her, she gave a soft shout and dropped her head and felt within herself a warm flood of vindication, a movement and a pang, something like peeing in a cold sea. For a moment she feared the untimely onset of her penultimate period. But that was 5 days away. And in this area, if in no other, she was as regular as time itself. Women are clocks, after all. They are timekeepers, keepers of the time. "Listen," she said, "I have to go. Whatever happens, you're going to reach the final, Keith. Don't worry. I know it. I feel it. With me behind you, you're going to get to the final. You're going all the way. Call me tonight. I must get ready." Actually, she was pretty well ready as it was. In her multi-purpose black cashmere dress, with its dozen black buttons down the middle, she was dressed for anything. She was ready for anything. Nicola had need of only one last prop. Seating herself before the bulb-ridged mirror, she reached for the bottle of glycerin and its little plunger. Glycerin, a quintessentially modern substance, a viscous liquid formed by the chemical conversion of fats and used as an ointment, a drug component, a sexual lubricant, an element in high explosives. Used also for false tears by actors and actresses. That's where Nicola found this bottle of tears, in her box of tricks, the box of tricks of the actress. As the first crocodile tear began to smear her vision, Nicola gazed into the fingerprint contours and saw crocodiles. She saw the reptile house in Keith Tallant's brain. What iguanas and anacondas, what snoozing geckos languished there, presided over, perhaps, by a heraldic basilisk, a rampant cockatrice. All the reptiles were waiting. And when reptiles wait, when there is food around, they are waiting for the food to get weaker, deader, rottener. Not a jungle, not a swamp, for this was a modern brain, a small-town zoo, an underfunded game reserve, a half-abandoned theme park. Deeply, unimprovably stupid, the creatures are nonetheless aware that they are being watched. Keith's face appeared before her, the bashful salacity of his alligator smile. It wouldn't be her who romped and basked with Keith and rolled with him in the mud. It would be Enola Gay. In the theme park, in cold blood, the blind worms and salamanders gave a sudden twitch, a shrug of ooze. Then silence. Reptile vigil. Nicola's head snapped back to the frightened peep of the buzzer. She went to listen to Guy's pale hello. Of course, she had adored dinosaurs as a little girl. She knew all their names by heart and loved to toll them through her mind. Dinosaur, terrible reptile, brontosaurus, thunder lizard. Now she could hear him scale the stairs with mighty bounds. A planetary society built from bones. Would the same thing happen when the human beings were gone? Would we be exhumed? The cheat, the foil, the murderee? Would we be reconstructed and remembered by the rat, the roach, the triumphal virus? She took up position at the top of the stairs. Ankylosaurus, Coelophysis, Compsognathus, crooked lizard, hollow form, pretty jaw, Ornitholestes, Myosaura, oviraptor, bird robber, child guarder, egg stealer. I've been poring over her diaries again, the stuff about M.A. My, how those two went at it. Hammer and tongs, like Kilkenny cats. Nicola and M.A., Nicola and Mark Asprey. I have to know. So, I, in my turn, have laid a trap for Nicola 6. Very simple. I just asked her over. "What's the address?" she said on the phone. I told her. No audible response. "You know, near where you dumped your diaries." She'll come clean. Or I'll tell by the look on her face. "It's terrible," said Encarnacion in the kitchen this morning as she removed her Mac and the zippered ground sheet she wears on her head, as she slurped out of her galoshes and gestured toward the window and the terrible rain. "The terrible rain." She's right, of course. The rain is terrible. It wouldn't look so bad in a jungle or somewhere, coming down like this, but in a northern city, suspended from soiled clouds. It's all so desperate when you try to wash something unclean in unclean water. "He's terrible, you know," proceeded Encarnacion as she set about the vague preparations for her first pot of tea. "It brings you so low. When the sun shines, you're happy, feel good, cheerful, you know, full of the get up and go. But when it's raining like this, rain, rain, rain. When it's raining, you sad. It's miserable, you know. You get depressed. You wake up, rain. Go out, rain. In the nights, rain. Rain, rain, rain. How you gonna cheer up and feel good and happy and cheerful when it's all this rain? How? Rain. Just rain, rain, rain." 10 minutes of that, and I picked up my hat and coat and went out and stood in it. Standing in the rain isn't a whole lot better than being talked to about it by Encarnacion, but it's got the edge. The street corners are swag-bellied with rain. They all have these spare tires of rain, these guts of rain. At last, oh, happy day, the call from Missy Harder. In mid-afternoon, under another ton of rain. First, though, I am screened not by Missy's assistant Janet, nor yet by Janet's assistant Barbaro, but by a male interrogator with an armpit-igniting way with him, whose name, if he has one, is not revealed. Even when they call you, it takes forever to get to the top. I suspect they might even run your voice through the computer in case you're trying to give someone senior a disease over the telephone. "At last, Missy, how are you?" "Good. Here's the deal." "The deal?" "The deal. I have my doubts, but it's been with marketing, and they project it'll go." "Marketing?" I said. "Marketing?" I was very moved. "Marketing," she said. "Here it is. We tied option volume rights at 20%. "Explain, Missy." Missy explained. Or she went on talking. So far as I could follow, I got some money now against a renegotiable advance. The latter sum would dramatically decrease if I attempted to place the book elsewhere, but they reserved the right to match any offer from a rival publisher, whom they would immediately sue. If they didn't like the finished book, and someone else did, I repaid their money, and they returned the typescript, or else they sat on the typescript, and I sued Hornick Ultrason. And if I accepted a better offer elsewhere, then Hornick Ultrason sued me. "Well, I suppose it sounds okay." "That's standard. she said. "You'll hear from the lawyers. I'm time urgent. The reason? I have a meeting. Goodbye there. Oh, Missy, before you run, is there anything you can tell me about the international situation? Over here, it's—" "Next question." I had an image of Missy Hodder, scandalized in a skyscraper, looking as prim as her name. But of course the conversation would be taped at her end. And then she added relentingly, "It's serious, but we feel we're in good hands. Much depends on Faith's health. 45 seconds. Next question." Faith's health. They talk about Faith as if the First Lady were the only lady, or the last lady. "You said you had your doubts about the work. Would you care to elaborate on that?" "It ran counter to expectation. It's so unlike you. Where did it come from?" "I really need the money, Missy. I'm time urgent, too, you know." "I know you are, and I'll try." But the money will not come through in time. The coincidence of Keith's darts final and her own birthday, or appointed death night, has filled Nicola with fresh hope. She is rejuvenated. Oh, it's encouraging, I agree. Yes, I guess the future looks bright. Except Keith has to reach that final, and he won't reach the darts final without his darting finger. In such cases, they don't just bend the darting finger until it breaks. No, the darting finger is placed in the crack of a doorway, and the door is then kicked shut. End of darting finger. Farewell, O darting finger. Nor will Keith reach the darts final if he is locked up in prison at the time. And prison is where Keith will surely languish, picking his nose, perhaps, with a speculative darting finger, if he does this heist with Thelonious. Another thing stands in his path as he heads towards the darts final. It has at last dawned on me that Keith isn't very good at darts. I am fond of Thelonious, of course. He has many excellent qualities: gaiety, warmth, considerable beauty. In him the human essences are rich. Life flows from his face and body in a silent roar. He takes care of himself, Thelonious, fanatically, adoringly, inside and out. Boxing at the air, he runs backwards to the gym to work out with the weights. He does yoga and spends entire weekends standing on his head. As part of his quest for physical perfection, Thelonious eats nothing but fruit. Even a string bean, even a radish would gross him out. His teeth are as flawless as any dolphin's. The secondary smoking and drinking, the tertiary snacks, the drooling meat pies of the Black Cross reach out for him, but their spores can't make it through his purple haze. He always looked after himself, and now that he's in the money, well, no imperial infant ever had it so good. Of course, it has to be conceded that Thelonious is not without faults. One is his habit of breaking the law the entire time. Another is bad taste. Explosive, exponential bad taste, a kind of anti-taste. There is nothing semi-violent about Thelonious's bad taste. I recently asked him if in his younger days he had ever visited America, and perhaps spent a few years on 42nd Street or Hollywood Boulevard. When Thelonious was poor, he looked like an athlete. Now that he's rich, and the transformation is a very recent one, he looks like a pimp. The animal kingdom may be untroubled by Thelonious's diet, but it has a lot to fear from his dress sense. His pimp suits, pimp hats, and pimp shoes are made out of bison and turtles, zebras and reindeer. Among the stolen goods in the pimp boot of his pimp car are more pimp clothes, swathed in pimp polythene. Every other day, as the pimp whim takes him, his pimp hair is either super-frizzed or expensively relaxed. His pimp fingers are dustered with pimp rings. Boy, does Thelonious look like a pimp. He has a further blemish, an exaggerated view of his own skills and merits. For instance, he is not a good criminal. He is a very lucky criminal, so far. He is heading towards prison at 100 miles an hour and taking Keith with him. True to the logic of the moral fix I'm in, I find myself wishing that Thelonious had much more criminal talent than reality has in fact blessed him with. If I were running things, he would inviolably prosper. He could do what the hell he liked. He could hurt the weak, he could steal and punch and lie and club as much as he wanted, and I would sleep all the sounder. I don't know why I say Keith isn't good at darts. Keith is good at darts. Very often the darts go where he throws them. His darts genius shines, and brightly. But he is no better at darts than practically everyone else in England. There is a darts culture here. Darts is what the Brits do best in the afterglow of empire. And Keith certainly isn't as good as darts as the darters on TV. The darts always go where they throw them. Keith, I think, is not unaware of his possible shortcomings at the hockey of today.
In today's darts,
He will concede.
standards are outstanding.
He is becoming more and more internally reliant on what he calls his gift for rising to the big occasion. He gets himself going with fiery oratory about the address of the board, gracing the hockey and the sincerity of the dart. And what about the other big occasion, the other final? Yeah, well, cheers, Keith. I know he'll go out there and give me 200%. Keith, a quitter? Keith, talent? You must be... Do you want your... No danger will Keith bottle it when the cosh comes down. Pressure? He fucking thrives on it. He'll do the necessary. Keith'll do the biz. No way is he going to go out there and not go all the way. Is moral fix really the word I want? Does fix really cover it? Keith and Guy will both survive, after a fashion. But I mean, my position with the murderee. She just came over. She's been and gone. On her way up the stairs and into the apartment, Nicola did a first-rate imitation of somebody who had never been here before. In retrospect, I salute the actress' talent. At the time, I was fooled, and I was happy. The way she looked around with caustic glances at the framed photographs, but only parenthetically, just giving the place the edge of her attention while we talked. I was fooled. But then I left her in the sitting room for a minute and silently returned, framing a question in my head about Keith and the money. And there she was, bent over Mark Asprey's desk, trying the one locked drawer, with a hard look on her face. Silently I retreated. I don't want her to know I know. Not yet. Almost painful. Almost painful. Painful! My only consolation is that according to her diaries, Nicola did something sensationally wicked to that M.A. of hers. Oh, she was very, very bad. I can't understand my own feelings, this nausea. I am implicated. I can't understand the implication. This is no fix. This is moral horror. No two ways about it. The Black Cross. A good name, I always thought, sent my way by reality. The cross, darkly cruciform, the meeting place of Nicola and Keith and Guy. A cross has 3 points. Depending on how you look at it, though, it might be said to have 4. And my love thing for Kim immediately involves me in new anxiety. There was no honeymoon period. While Kath sleeps, with morbid abandon, in the bed-sized bedroom, I play with Kim on the sitting-room floor. Kim bears small bruises about her small person. You can see how it happens. Almost any movement in Keith's flat involves the movement of something else. You get these little chain reactions. Always you're beetling over the child. Turn around and your nose bangs into the door. Shift in your seat and something else shifts. I worry. Jewelry, precious minerals, intricate glasswork, and so on, dead beauty. None of it does anything for me. But Kim's eyes make me understand. Jewelry, precious minerals, intricate glassware, dead beauty, it's all fine. An attempt to summon the living galaxy of a baby's eyes. The baby's sparklers, the Milky Way of babies. Babies don't mind if you stare at them closely. Everyone else does. The dying do. At some point in the afternoon, Kim likes to take a nap. Often she is woken by bad dreams. It is strangely pleasurable to pick her up and comfort her. All you do is just stand there and be the great shoulders, the godlike thorax. Chapter 12. The Script, followed by Guy Clinch. Guy sat at the kitchen table and gazed with steady incomprehension at his veal, its pallor, its puddled beach of juice. He had cooked the dinner himself, as usual, expressionlessly busying himself with meat pounder, pasta shredder, vegetable slicer. The kitchen was a spotless laboratory of time-saving devices. Time was constantly being saved. But for what? Guy used to enjoy cooking in the relatively old days when you did some of it yourself. He liked to cook in an apron, not in a lab coat. Really, Guy could have made the grade as a proletarian female. He was obedient, industrious, and uncomplaining. He had what it took. Now he gazed at his veal and briefly felt the allure of vegetarianism, that friendly black boy in the black cross, until his eye fell on the smug pellets of the broad beans, the endlessness of the pasta. The wine, a powerful Burgundy, seemed at least non-alien, definitely terrestrial. Forgetfulness, the warm south, it said to the juices of his jaw. These schooled juices searched also for another presentiment, for the flavor of reconciliation, perhaps? No, of forgiveness. Guy looked up carefully at his wife, who sat across the table consuming her meal in vigorous silence. A little while later he said, "I'm sorry." "I didn't say anything," said Hope. "I'm sorry. Why don't you go to the doctor?" "No need, really. I'll be all right. I didn't just mean for your sake." "So, how much more of this do we get?" "More of what?" "Of the famished mute. You don't eat anything, and you look like death." It was certainly the case that he wasn't eating anything. A literalist, and a rather literary literalist, Guy had eaten awfully little since his last conversation with Nichola Six. In fact, his appetite had begun to decline the very day they met, and since their parting, yes, for good, for the best, it had disappeared altogether, just as the woman had disappeared. When he did eat, and the activity wasn't distasteful so much as madly irrelevant, he had to hurry off after a minute with his hand held high. You could then hear him vomiting efficiently in the basement lavatory. What kept him going were his breakfasts, his hearty bowls of Megabran. He could digest his Megabran because, or so he often thought, the thick, dark, all-fiber cereal was precisely one stage away from human shit in the first place. Megabran was on a chemical knife edge between cereal and human shit. Guy wondered whether Megabran shouldn't rename itself Human Shit. The lettering could be done wavily and mistily to suggest an imminently dawning reality. One drop of saliva was all Megabran needed. Marmaduke, who adored spitting on people's food, had once successfully spat into a full packet of Megabran. The results had been spectacular, though it ought to be said that Marmaduke's saliva had often shown itself to possess surprising and maleficent properties. Not so long ago, Guy would have thoughtlessly chopped a banana into his morning bowl of Megabran, but now he was overwhelmed by the reek of the potassium enhancement. Everyone hated Megabran. Everyone ate it. Hope couldn't bear cooking or even being in the kitchen, but she was intensely strict and vigilant about everything everyone ate. Guy poured more wine and said in a puzzled voice, "Can't bear that noise." "I know. How does he do it?" "Can't we turn him down a bit?" "No. I'm listening for the phlegm." They were alone tonight, But they were not alone. Marmaduke was present in electronic form. The twin screens of the closed-circuit TV system shook and fizzed to his rage. There were twin screens in most rooms, on every floor. Sometimes the house felt like an aquarium of Marmadukes. Guy thought of all the video equipment in Nicola's apartment. What use did she have for it? And then thought of his own, of how he and his wife had gamely wrestled with the webbing and the pistol grips in the months after Marmaduke was born, gathering footage of Marmaduke screaming his head off in the playpen, Marmaduke screaming his head off in the park, Marmaduke screaming his head off in the swimming pool. They soon stopped bothering. After all, there was so little difference between the home movie and the closed-circuit monitor, which gave them Marmaduke screaming his head off 23 hours a day as it was. And when the twin screens weren't giving it to them, two different angles of Marmaduke screaming his head off, Marmaduke was giving it to them, live. Now, against the background of the child's obscure agonies, a tremendously long silence gathered. This silence was shaped like a tunnel. It seemed to Guy that there was no way out of it, none at all, except full confession. Or this. "We could have another child," he said, staring seriously at his wife. "Are you out of your mind?" Guy's eyebrows lifted, and he resettled himself like a moody pupil. It was true that they had been most gravely advised, on many different occasions, in many different clinics and consulting rooms, in Geneva, in Los Angeles, in Tokyo, to renounce the possibility of a second child, or to delay it indefinitely, or at any rate until Marmaduke was at least 14, by which time Hope, besides, would be 51. The billionaire specialists and Nobel laureate child psychiatrists had always warned of the disturbing effect on Marmaduke if a little newcomer should succeed him. None had been heartless enough to suggest that the second child might be just like the first. "What if it's just like Marmaduke?" said Hope. "Don't say that." "My God, what's he doing now?" "He's trying to make himself sick. He's got his whole fist down there. He won't manage it." Guy looked at Hope, surprised, heartened. "He threw up his tea long ago, and his milk and cookies. His only hope now is with the phlegm. He wasn't sick after lunch. I can't bear that noise. Or was he?" "Yeah, he slimed Melba. Then he bit Phoenix on the tongue, quite far back. I hope she wasn't letting him French kiss her again." Guy uneasily reviewed Hope's policy about Marmaduke and kissing. Members of the staff were allowed to kiss Marmaduke, but only Hope was allowed to French kiss him. "I had to call Terry." "Terry?" Even more uneasily, Guy thought of Terry, his platform shoes, his brutal singlet. "I hate Terry." "So do I. He's strictly last resort, and even he looked pretty shaken." Guy looked down and gave a smile, not of affection, but of wonder. He loved Marmaduke. He would joyfully die for Marmaduke. He would die for Marmaduke, not next week, not tomorrow, but now, right now. He loved Marmaduke despite the clear sense, constantly refreshed, that Marmaduke had no lovable qualities. Marmaduke gave no pleasure to anyone except when he was asleep. When he was asleep, you could gaze down at him and thank the Lord that he wasn't awake. "Oh, yes," said Hope. "Lady Barnaby. She's been struck dumb." "Literally?" "Yep, since she got back. Shock." "That's terrible." "You know what you look like," said Hope. "A hermit." Guy shrugged and looked away. He didn't seem to mind the comparison, but then he looked back again. Hope was staring at him with concentration. He feared this stare. He readied himself. "Not a hermit who lives in a cottage," she went on slowly, "in the Orkneys or wherever. I mean the kind of hermit who lives in a hotel in Las Vegas. A sordid maniac with lots of money who never goes out. The kind of person who has a shrine in his bedroom for some fat, dead movie queen.